Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by crayonying on Wattpad. Now let's start. This was it. One last time. The green-haired boy stood in front of the blue archway in the late-night rain, recalling the first time he had been there, at the entrance of UA High School. It hadn't been raining then. Izuku wiped the tear-mixed raindrops from his face, but his vision remained blurry, his cheeks still wet. A deep voice called out from behind him, asking if he was coming. He whispered a response, staring at the bright lights in the distance coming from the dorms, emitting a warmth he could no longer feel. He requested to stay there a while longer, and his mentor, All Might, replied with sympathy before walking away. Izuku wept silently, knowing there was no other way to stop the villains, yet the pain of leaving his friends jabbed at his heart like an icy dagger. Suddenly, a sharp sensation shot through his mind, a warning from his quirk, danger sense. Something was wrong. A wave of fear washed over him, making it hard to breathe. Izuku leaped into the air and activated float, his instincts screaming for him to look up. That's when he saw her. Eri was falling from the sky, eyes closed and tears streaming down her face. Izuku propelled himself higher to catch the silver-haired girl. He called out her name, but pain bloomed in his chest as he felt something pierce through him. BLD sprinkled onto Eri's face, and he held back a scream. Tendrils protruded from his chest, dripping BLD towards the ground below. A loud cackle echoed from behind him, freezing him in place. Eri opened her eyes, trembling as she saw the tendrils so close to her face. Her wide eyes were filled with horror as she looked at the source of the tendrils. The familiar voice taunted him, revealing itself as All for One. Izuku gritted his teeth, realizing that he had underestimated the villain's speed. All for One laughed, explaining that he needed Eri's quirk to heal himself, mocking the situation as if it were a joke. Izuku's grip tightened around the trembling girl as he warned All for One not to touch her. Eri whispered that he was hurt again because of her, and he tried to reassure her, but she screamed in distress. The horn on her forehead emitted a bright light as she activated her rewind quirk, but something was wrong. The horn was growing larger. Izuku's mind raced with confusion. This wasn't how her quirk was supposed to work. He demanded to know what All for One had done to her, but his body wouldn't move. All for One laughed maniacally, claiming it was all Eri's doing, that he had merely expanded her vision. The light from Eri's horn spread into the air, surrounding Izuku like a cage, blinding him with its brightness. He shouted for Eri to calm down, but the noise overwhelmed his senses, and chaos engulfed him. Pain tore through his body, and then he felt nothing. A voice called his name, pulling him from darkness. Izuku's eyes flew open to see a ceiling above him. He blinked, memories flooding back. The screams, the laughter, the pain in his chest. He touched his chest, feeling no pain, but something felt off. His mother burst into the room, looking different yet familiar. She urged him to get ready, and he realized he was in his room, surrounded by All Might posters and familiar furniture. Confusion filled the air as he asked his mother how long he had been out. She replied that he had fallen asleep the previous night. Panic surged within him as he inquired about Eri and the villain he had been fighting, but his mother had no idea what he was talking about, suggesting it was just a bad dream. Izuku felt a dry throat as he scanned his surroundings again. The posters, the desk cluttered with junior high textbooks, and the untouched hero analysis notebook, all signs that something was amiss. He grabbed his phone and checked the calendar, his heart sinking as he realized the date was from nearly 2 years ago. His mind went blank again as he confirmed with his mother that it was indeed today's date. He scrambled out of bed and rushed to the bathroom mirror, staring in disbelief at his reflection. He looked the same but younger, skinnier, with no scars on his arms. If this wasn't a dream or an illusion, he shuddered at the implications. Stories had circulated about how quirks could evolve in moments of extreme fear or anger, a reawakening during a crisis. Eri's quirk had changed, and he realized that it must have gained the ability to rewind time itself. Izuku was now 2 years back in time. Izuku really just wanted to go back to sleep so he wouldn't have to think about anything. But, of course, his mother was upset. She reminded him that he wasn't sick and that this was an important time in his life. He couldn't just skip school whenever he wanted. Reluctantly, Izuku calmed her down and quickly changed into his uniform before she could start lecturing him about the consequences of dropping out of middle school. After a quick bite of breakfast, he followed the path in his distant memory to junior high. As he walked, he pondered the possibility of living his life again. If he couldn't find a way back, would he have to relive the same 2 years? Every single moment. He then noticed how peaceful everything was now. Heroes patrolled the streets, and people were happy, unaware of the League of Villains or All for One. At this moment, All Might was still the #1 hero. 10 minutes later, Izuku arrived at his old classroom. His eyes scanned the room, searching for a familiar face. His gaze landed on the boy with spiky blonde hair, who was leaning back in his chair with his feet propped up on the desk. Kaken. Bakugo Katsuki snapped at him, demanding to know what he wanted. Izuku opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The last time he had seen his childhood friend, they had both been on a battlefield, covered in the aftermath of a fierce conflict. Bakugo had saved Izuku's life. Seeing Bakugo from 2 years ago felt surreal. His features were younger, his shoulders narrower. It was astonishing how much experience and time could change a person. Izuku realized that even the way Kaken looked at him would change completely after 2 years. But now, all he saw in those red eyes was contempt and annoyance. Bakugo called out to him again, demanding his attention. Izuku nervously jerked up, and the silent room erupted into laughter. A classmate sneered, doubting that a quirkless nerd like Izuku could ever get accepted into UA High School. Izuku frowned, trying to recall what they had been discussing when he felt a shiver run down his spine as he noticed Bakugo getting up from his seat. He saw the slight twitch in Bakugo's arm and knew what was coming. Izuku darted out of his seat just as Bakugo unleashed an explosion at his desk. Bakugo scowled, then smirked. Izuku had completely forgotten about this part. Bakugo insulted him, questioning how he could think UA would accept someone like him when they could have Bakugo instead. Izuku felt a sudden urge to retort but held back, knowing he didn't want to provoke Bakugo further. Instead, he stood his ground, which surprised Bakugo and drew the attention of their classmates, who gaped in fear and fascination. Kaken, Izuku thought. He knew he couldn't compete against Bakugo, at least not yet. But like Bakugo, his dream had always been to become a hero, and he would work even harder to achieve it. He could always try his best. Gasps filled the room as Izuku spoke up. Some classmates whispered about how Izuku was going to regret standing up to Bakugo. Taking a deep breath, Izuku reminded himself that every decision could lead to significant consequences. He knew he had to be cautious, but he also refused to act cowardly in front of Bakugo again. Bakugo glared at Izuku, then laughed, dismissing him as acting strangely. He warned Izuku not to think about applying to UA, or else. Izuku replied distractedly, saying he would consider it and then excused himself. He slipped out of Bakugo's grip and hurried out the door, leaving Bakugo and his friends bewildered. Once outside, Izuku ran until he reached a tunnel, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for air. He muttered to himself, feeling weak. How could he possibly defeat his enemies if he struggled to catch his breath? His thoughts turned to the tunnel. He remembered the day he had taken this route home to avoid Bakugo's bullying, unaware that from that day forward, nothing would be the same. All Might would be here soon. But before that, a rumble echoed from inside the sewer, and the lid shook. Izuku braced himself. He had one plan: stall the villain until All Might arrived. He couldn't let it run amok and cause chaos in the city. There were civilians nearby. Dark green slime seeped out from under the sewer lid, forming a massive blob. The villain turned towards him. 2 evil red eyes glared at Izuku, and the villain's large, nasty smile widened. The creature chuckled, expressing its delight at the opportunity before it. The sludge villain lunged toward him like a flash flood, and Izuku leaped out of the way. Tendrils of disgusting sludge reached for the boy, but thanks to a year of hero training, Izuku managed to dodge them despite his fragile body. However, fatigue began to set in, and his movements became sluggish. The villain, growing impatient, unleashed a barrage of sludge arm attacks that rained down one after another, faster and stronger. Izuku gritted his teeth, forcing himself to dodge faster, but distracted by his body's limitations, he miscalculated and tripped right into the villain's grasp. The slime closed around Izuku's body, squeezing tightly. He yelled and thrashed, struggling against the sludge with all his strength, but the villain let out an annoyed grunt, taunting him. The villain assured Izuku that it would hurt less if he stopped struggling, claiming it would only be a moment of discomfort before stealing his body. As the slimy substance began to creep toward his mouth, Izuku turned his head away, desperately hoping to delay the inevitable. If only he had his quirk. Suddenly, the sound of the sewer lid bursting open echoed through the tunnel, followed by the heavy thump of 2 feet landing on the ground. A familiar voice boomed, declaring that help had arrived. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the arrival of All Might. With a powerful shout, All Might unleashed a tremendous shockwave that tore away the sludge's grip, sending the villain flying apart. The force of the blast sent Izuku tumbling back, landing with a thud. He groaned, pulling himself up with shaky limbs. All Might swiftly captured the remnants of the villain in 2 plastic bottles and stuffed them into his pockets. He apologized for the chaos, explaining that navigating the city's sewer system was quite challenging. His laughter filled the air, but Izuku's vision blurred with tears. Noticing the boy's distress, All Might crouched down, concern etched on his face. He hovered his arms awkwardly, unsure whether to comfort Izuku or strike a heroic pose. Izuku managed to choke out that he was fine, blinking away the tears. It had been a long time since he had seen All Might in his muscular form. All Might stood tall again, announcing that he needed to take the villain to the police and would see Izuku later. Izuku quickly looked around, relieved to find no one else nearby. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his courage to speak. He needed to talk about One for All. All Might froze, and time seemed to stand still as Izuku held his breath. The hero turned toward him, stepping closer, his presence imposing. With a voice that resonated, All Might demanded to know who Izuku was. The atmosphere was thick with tension, making it hard to breathe. Izuku glanced around to ensure their conversation remained private before meeting All Might's intense gaze. He spoke quietly, revealing that he was the 9th holder of One for All. Yagi Toshinori struggled to believe the boy named Midoriya Izuku. Time travel. If that villain All for One thought he could send a boy, no matter how innocent he appeared, to steal One for All from the #1 hero, he had surely watched too many sci-fi movies. Toshinori sighed as he shut the door of his car, staring at his reflection in the window, a skeletal face that no one would recognize as the pillar of hope. But the boy knew. Just yesterday, Midoriya had blurted out that he knew All Might's true appearance, preventing the pro-hero from abandoning the conversation. When Toshinori finally reverted to his skinny form, Midoriya had not been surprised at all. Toshinori stepped onto the soft sand of the beach, the dim light of dawn casting a gentle blue glow over the ocean waves. The serene sound of the waves would have been appealing if not for the heaps of garbage scattered around. Midoriya had insisted on meeting him here, and after what the boy had said, Toshinori felt compelled to come, though he was confused. He asked why Midoriya was pulling trash. The boy turned his large green eyes toward Toshinori, expressing gratitude for his presence. Midoriya explained that it was originally Toshinori's idea. Toshinori remained silent for a moment before asking if Midoriya was training. The boy confirmed that his body felt weak and that he would struggle to pass the U.S.J entrance exam in his current state. Midoriya's expression shifted to one of frustration and distress as he leaned against the washing machine he was pulling. He described the feeling of building something only to have it crumble at the last moment, expressing his frustration at being unable to reach his potential. Silence stretched between them as Midoriya resumed pulling the washing machine. Finally, Toshinori asked why Midoriya wanted to attend U.S.J. The boy stopped, explaining that he sought to grow stronger, believing it was the best place to improve his skills. He hoped that with a year of preparation, he could confront All for One before disaster struck, and he longed to reunite with his friends. The sincerity in Midoriya's voice resonated with Toshinori, making it difficult to doubt him. Perhaps this boy, Midoriya Izuku, was indeed worth trusting. After that day, things progressed. Izuku spent several days devising a plan to ensure he could use at least 5% of one for all by the time of the entrance exam. However, he was uncertain if All Might would grant him the quirk, especially since the incident with Bakugo and the sludge villain had not occurred, leaving him anxious about proving his worth. While he knew Bakugo's safety was a positive outcome, it only added to his nerves. Izuku was beginning to suspect that All Might thought he was a spy for All for One. Perhaps he was being a bit too reckless. Once Izuku finalized his training plan, his long journey toward the entrance exam began. Every morning, Izuku would take his rope to the beach park and start cleaning up the trash. Sometimes All Might was there, watching silently, and other times he would offer helpful tips. Izuku appreciated the hero's presence and felt happy that All Might was warming up to him. On school days, Izuku seized every opportunity to work out. To make the most of his time, he used class hours to strategize, thinking about all the terrible things that could happen in the future and how he could prevent them while getting stronger. He was consumed by plans. One day, while lost in thought, he caught the attention of his classmates. The teacher asked him why he seemed distracted, and Izuku realized he had been muttering to himself again. After class, he was summoned to the teacher's office, sacrificing valuable training time. The teacher expressed concern about Izuku's lack of focus, suggesting that if it continued, they might need to involve his mother. Izuku automatically apologized, insisting he would do better. The teacher, however, was worried about Izuku's stress levels and questioned whether applying to U.S.J was the right choice for him. Izuku's response was colder than he intended, surprising both himself and his teacher. He assured his teacher that he would pay attention in class and that his stress would not affect his academic performance. The teacher reluctantly accepted his promise and dismissed him. From that day on, Izuku made a concerted effort to keep up with class material and participate as much as he could. At home, he spent time with his mother to ease her worries, though he couldn't ignore the concerned glances she occasionally cast his way. Weeks passed, and Izuku's body grew stronger, but not as quickly as he had hoped. He often pushed himself too hard, leading to forced breaks, which felt torturous. A few months before the exam, he reached a breaking point. During a morning jog along the beach, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of frustration and despair. He collapsed onto the sand, letting out a scream that echoed against the waves. After what felt like an eternity, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw All Might's kind eyes. The hero knelt beside him and wrapped his arms around Izuku, who buried his face in All Might's shoulder. They shared a moment of silence, the sound of the waves gradually soothing Izuku's turmoil, though the pain and emptiness lingered. Izuku finally voiced his feelings, questioning the purpose of his struggles. All Might reminded him that the path of a hero is challenging, but he encouraged Izuku to remember why he started and to reflect on the reasons behind his efforts. Izuku expressed his frustration about losing everything he had worked for and the inevitability of future tragedies. He felt powerless to prevent them if he couldn't strengthen himself. All Might acknowledged that the pressure of impending deadlines could be overwhelming and advised Izuku to take a break to recharge. Reluctantly, Izuku agreed, realizing he could use the help. All Might assured him that he would support him, but only if he truly took time to rest. Grateful, Izuku thanked All Might, who reminded him of his status as the #1 hero. Upon returning home, Izuku noticed his mother's worried expression. She wanted to talk, and he too had things on his mind. She expressed her concern for him, urging him to open up. Izuku hesitated but eventually admitted that he was not okay. His mother gently lifted his face to meet her gaze, assuring him that she would always be there for him. In that moment, Izuku realized that sometimes, the simplest gestures could unlock the deepest emotions. Tears flowed freely as he broke down in his mother's embrace, crying as she comforted him. After he calmed down, she offered him a cup of warm tea, and for the first time since his journey began, he felt a sense of relief. February 26th marked the day of the U.S.J entrance exam. Izuku wiped the sweat off his face, stood up straight, and looked proudly at the result of his hard work. The beach was spotless, with early rays of sunshine peeking from the horizon, casting a warm glow across the gentle waves. He had done it. Suddenly, he heard a distant voice behind him shouting in excitement. He turned to see the muscular 𝗲𝗵𝗃 sprinting towards him at full speed. For anyone else, this would have been an intimidating moment. 𝗲𝗵𝗃 skidded to a stop in front of Izuku and exclaimed that he had only been gone for a few days, yet the beach was absolutely clean. Izuku replied that he still had a long way to go as he threw away the garbage bag filled with the last tiny pieces of trash he had cleaned up that morning. When he turned back to 𝗲𝗵𝗃, the hero looked very serious. Wordlessly, 𝗲𝗵𝗃 plucked a piece of golden hair from his head and dramatically held it in front of Izuku. The boy stared at it for a moment, then looked up at the hero with determination. He carefully took the hair and promised not to let 𝗲𝗵𝗃 down. The hero nodded, affirming that he now understood why he had chosen Izuku as his successor. Izuku just didn't give up, but 𝗲𝗵𝗃 advised him to stop overworking himself. Izuku insisted that if he didn't push himself, there would be people he couldn't save. 𝗲𝗵𝗃 believed Izuku would become a great hero, if he wasn't already one, and then told him to eat the hair. A breeze flowed past them, and they both gasped as the hair slipped from Izuku's fingers and disappeared into the sand. Izuku blinked and asked if he could have another one. They both burst out laughing as 𝗲𝗵𝗃 plucked another hair for him, and Izuku swallowed it down. At 8:40 a.m., Izuku arrived at U and felt tears welling up in his eyes. Some students whispered about him, staring as if he were a lunatic. Ignoring them, he reflected on how he hadn't seen U.S.J in more than 10 months. The last time he had been there, he was leaving his friends and family behind to confront villains. The blue glass building, the trees, the road. Suddenly, he heard Bakugo's voice demanding he get out of the way. Izuku instinctively moved aside as Bakugo scoffed and walked past him. Izuku offered a good luck wish, but Bakugo sneered in response, dismissing him. With a sigh, Izuku watched his childhood friend walk into the building. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure and felt the urge to cry again. The brunette, wearing a pink scarf, smiled at him. Uraraka commented on how nerve-wracking the situation was, and Izuku stuttered in agreement. She waved goodbye as she walked away, and he beamed back at her, wishing her good luck. During orientation, Izuku sat next to Bakugo, listening to 𝗵𝗃𝗃 explain the robot exam. He already knew about it and had been planning strategies for weeks. Soon, he found himself standing in front of the large entrance gate to the battle center. The exam was about to start, and despite knowing what to expect, he couldn't shake the nerves. He muttered to himself to stay calm, reminding himself that as long as he scored the same points as last time, nothing would change. He peeked at Iida, Uraraka, and 𝗲𝗵𝗃, noticing they looked younger and less weary than he felt. Nearby, someone with traffic cone-like hair whispered to a friend about Izuku being the nervous guy who had cried at the gate. The friend remarked that at least they had one less rival to worry about. Izuku rolled his eyes at their comments. Then, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 shouted from a watchtower that the exam had begun. The students in front of the mock city looked confused, but Izuku didn't waste another second. He rushed inside, with the other candidates following closely behind. While they searched for robot villains, Izuku focused on feeling for one for all within him. He had never truly used it before, but he laughed in exhilaration when he sensed its familiar presence. With a surge of excitement, he shouted in joy as tendrils of green lightning flashed around him. An explosion erupted beside him as a one-point robot appeared, its metal head whirring and red eye glinting. Izuku was ready for action. Eager to use his quirk, he leaped into the air and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, crumpling the robot on impact and sending smoke rising from the remains. 1 point down, 59 more to go. As he landed, a sharp pain shot through his leg. He gritted his teeth, realizing his body couldn't handle more than 5% of his quirk. Ignoring the pain, a skill he had honed through countless challenges, he reminded himself that getting 1 point was already a significant improvement from last time. Determined, he activated his quirk again and leaped away in search of his next target. For the next few minutes, Izuku took down robot after robot, careful not to interfere with the scores of those he recognized. He experimented with different techniques and tested the limits of his body and quirk, realizing that the other abilities of One for All were still dormant. With a powerful kick off a wall, he propelled himself toward a 3-point robot and destroyed it instantly with a punch. Suddenly, he heard a curse behind him and turned to see the traffic cone-haired student who had mocked him earlier. The boy snapped that he had seen that robot first. Then his angry expression froze in fear. Izuku's kick was flying straight towards the guy's head. But instead of connecting, the green-haired boy's kick collided hard with another 3-point robot behind the traffic cone guy. Izuku landed deftly behind him, and the robot crashed to the ground. The guy turned around stiffly, his eyes wide in shock. Izuku smiled, acknowledging the situation with a light-hearted comment about the guy's hairstyle. The guy clenched his jaw and took a step back, while some other kids nearby exchanged nervous glances with Izuku. Suddenly, a huge explosion echoed across the training ground, and smoke erupted from the center. It was the 0-point robot. A giant shadow loomed over the mock city, causing the candidates near Izuku to yell and retreat at the sight of the towering green robot. But, of course, Izuku ran straight towards it. 𝗳𝗏𝗃𝗏's first thought was one of disbelief when he saw the boy with fluffy green hair charging towards the 0-point robot. For a moment, 𝗃𝗏 considered stopping to see what the boy was doing, but he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing it was reckless. Instead, like everyone else, he ran away. Uraraka Ochiko whimpered in pain as she struggled to pull herself from the rubble. She attempted to use her quirk on the giant fragment of concrete pinning her down, but her fingers couldn't reach it no matter how hard she tried. Time was running out, and the enormous robot was getting closer. Just when she thought she couldn't hold on any longer, a flash of green light appeared before her. It was the boy she had met at U.S.J's front gate, the one with freckles and messy green hair. This morning he had seemed like a nervous student, but now, surrounded by green lightning and wearing a determined expression, he looked like a hero. He urged her to hang on as he cleared away the rubble with incredible speed. Once most of the weight was lifted, she floated the largest fragment and scrambled out. The boy grabbed Ochiko and darted out of the way just as the giant robot crushed the spot where she had been trapped. He asked if she was okay, his concern evident. She thanked him, but before he could respond, something caught his eye. The giant robot had lifted a hand, preparing to slam down. Ochiko screamed for them to get out of there, but the boy remained still. She realized with a shudder that the robot's hand was about to smash into the buildings around them, threatening to collapse the structures. He urged her to run faster, but she hesitated, worried about him. The boy looked around, gritting his teeth as he assessed the situation. There were other candidates nearby, and they wouldn't make it out in time. Green lightning, brighter than before, surrounded him as he dropped into a low stance. She gasped, realizing what he intended to do. Before she could protest, he dashed towards the other candidates, moving faster than she could comprehend. He was a blur, seemingly teleporting as he saved everyone beneath the descending robot hand. She had to help. Determined, she lunged towards a giant slab of concrete, making it weightless with her quirk. She lifted it like an oversized baseball bat and swung it at the robot hand. The hand jerked back but quickly recovered, lifting slightly before slamming down even harder. Ochiko leaped out of the way just in time as the massive metal object collided with the ground behind her. Buildings crumbled, smoke billowing everywhere, and rubble flew through the air. Coughing in the thick dust, she searched for the boy and spotted a flash of green light. Her heart sank as she rushed towards it. The boy lay on the ground, breathing heavily, while several other candidates sat nearby, all looking astonished and fearful. She realized he had saved them all. He thanked her for the time she had bought him, acknowledging that it had made a significant difference. Feeling embarrassed, she explained that she had to do something because he had saved her and was trying so hard to save everyone else. Just then, President Mick's voice rang out, signaling the end of the exam. 𝗳𝗏𝗃𝗏 approached the crowd, finding the green-haired candidate lying on his back. The boy groaned, trying to get up but struggling. A few other candidates nodded, confirming they were okay. 𝗃𝗏's eyes widened in surprise. This boy had saved all those people. He wondered why the green-haired boy had risked himself when they were all competitors. Perhaps, if the robot had been real, lives would have been at stake. Tenya reflected that if this had been a real situation, he would have tried his best to help too. Maybe this seemingly reckless green-haired candidate was actually the best hero among them. The boy lifted a shaky arm and asked for recovery girl, admitting he might have broken some bones. Tenya blinked, realizing the extent of the boy's bravery. A week after the exam, Izuku's mother screamed with excitement, holding out the white envelope with trembling hands. Izuku felt a surge of nerves, certain his heart would explode as he awaited the news. 49 villain points and unknown rescue points. If he didn't get in, he would feel like a disgrace to you. He had attended for a year, after all. He had more experience than anyone else at the exam, even if his body wasn't fully accustomed to his quirk yet. If only he hadn't injured his leg at the very beginning, or if he had trained more during the 10 months leading up to this moment. Izuku shook those thoughts away. It was too late for regrets. He had done his best, and that was what mattered. In his room, he took a deep breath and tore open the envelope. A small projector lit up, and All Might appeared in hologram form. "Hello, young man," the hero said, his usual gigantic grin lighting up the screen. Izuku smiled nervously in response. "Okay, here comes the exciting moment for your status update. Are you stressed?" "Huh." Izuku felt a rush of anxiety and urged All Might to get to the point. All Might cleared his throat. "Congratulations. You have passed the entrance exam and have been admitted to high school." Izuku let out a breath of relief, his eyes watering. The last 10 months had been incredibly challenging for him. Even though he had a good chance of getting in, the lingering possibility of rejection had always been in the back of his mind. But now, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was one step closer to defeating the villains. "Wait, what were my scores?" Izuku asked. "You passed the written exam with a solid score, and for the practical test, you earned 49 villain points, very impressive. But most astonishingly, you received 47 rescue points, bringing your total to 96 points, placing you number 1 in this year's entrance exams." Izuku shot up from his seat in shock, a wave of panic rising within him. He was grateful for the high rescue points, but if he was in first place, what would Bakugo think? If there was one thing Izuku knew about Bakugo, it was that Kaken would not be pleased with this outcome. The future was already starting to shift, and for the first time since returning, Izuku had no idea what would happen next. Izuku opened the door to find his mother waiting anxiously. He smiled and told her the good news. "Oh." His mother covered her mouth with her hands, tears sparkling in her eyes. She pulled Izuku into a tight hug, overwhelmed with joy. Later that evening, Izuku met All Might at the beach again. The sun had set, leaving only a dim purple light in the atmosphere. The sky was an appealing, deep blue. "Congratulations, young Midoriya," the lean All Might said as he hugged Izuku. "I watched you in the observation room, and I must say, any last scrap of doubt I had in you has vanished. The way you use One for All. It's clearly a part of you now. Even so, I couldn't have done it without you. You changed my life forever," Izuku replied. The hero laughed. "Well, work hard, young man. And remember, don't be too reckless. With knowledge from the future, you have an advantage. Don't lose it." What followed was a tense encounter. Bakugo confronted Izuku, slamming him against the wall. They had just exited the main office, where their teachers had praised both of them for getting into the best hero school in Japan. Bakugo demanded to know how Izuku had achieved such a high score, his anger palpable. Izuku felt the weight of Bakugo's glare, filled with disbelief and rage. Bakugo's frustration boiled over as he accused Izuku of cheating. Izuku clenched his fists, not out of fear, but because he understood Bakugo's anger. When Bakugo unleashed an explosion near Izuku's face, Izuku let it happen. The blast stung his cheek and made his head spin, but he took a deep breath and revealed that he had finally awakened his quirk. Bakugo scoffed, refusing to believe him and demanding proof. Izuku activated his quirk, and the dark corner they stood in lit up with the green glow of One for All. He leaped into the air, soaring 2 stories high before landing. Bakugo's expression shifted from shock to disbelief, then to fury. "You've been tricking me all this time." Bakugo shouted, sparks flying from his palm. Izuku explained that his quirk had manifested right before the exam, but Bakugo remained unconvinced. He threatened Izuku, insisting that he would prove he had cheated. Izuku stood firm, stating that he had not cheated and that he would succeed at U.S.J, regardless of Bakugo's feelings. Bakugo's anger intensified as he unleashed another explosion, hitting Izuku in the stomach. Izuku gritted his teeth, torn between fighting back or remaining passive. He chose the latter. Bakugo glared at him, vowing to destroy him at U.S.J. Izuku remained silent as Bakugo stormed away, the tension hanging in the air. April Izuku's mother circled around him nervously at the doorway of their apartment, asking if he had everything he needed. He assured her that he did while putting on his trusty red shoes and straightening his UA uniform. Her proud smile, mixed with tears in her green eyes, made Izuku's own eyes well up. She asked if he was okay, and he pulled her into a hug, expressing his gratitude for her unwavering support. He promised that no matter what challenges he faced during his hero training, he would never let her worry. They exchanged words of love before he stepped out. As Izuku approached the enormous door of Class 1A, memories flooded back, and he felt the familiar urge to cry. Inside, he saw all his classmates, his friends, and he felt relieved that his improved entrance score hadn't changed the class roster. Bakugo and 𝗧𝗲 were already arguing when 𝗧𝗲 noticed Izuku and pointed him out. Izuku greeted everyone with a smile, and 𝗧𝗲 introduced himself formally. He waved back, feeling a bit awkward. Whispers began to circulate among his classmates, noting his impressive entrance exam score, but he chose to ignore them. Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke through the chatter. It was Uraraka, who recognized him as the boy who had saved her during the exam. She praised his quirk, and he returned her enthusiasm, happy to see her in the same class. She wondered if they would do anything beyond orientation, to which Izuku wryly replied that they probably wouldn't even have orientation. Before she could respond, a deep voice interrupted them. Aizawa, the teacher, emerged from his sleeping bag, his disheveled hair obscuring his face. He instructed the students to put on their gym uniforms and go outside. Izuku couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the bewildered expressions of his classmates. They had no idea what challenges awaited them at UA. On the field, Aizawa introduced the quirk apprehension test, explaining that while they had taken physical exams their entire lives, they had never used their quirks in such a setting. Izuku's attention drifted until Aizawa called his name, asking about his distance throw with a softball in junior high. Stunned, Izuku struggled to recall the details, estimating a distance he thought was reasonable for his past self. Aizawa handed him the ball, instructing him to use his quirk this time. As Izuku gripped the ball, it felt heavier than he remembered. Nearby, Bakugo glared at him, clearly unimpressed. 𝗧𝗲 chastised Bakugo for his unsportsmanlike behavior, but Bakugo paid him no mind. Taking his position at the marked circle, Izuku glanced at Bakugo one last time before launching the ball with around 4% of 1 for all. Aizawa's device beeped, revealing an astonishing score of 666. 6 meters, which elicited gasps from the class. Bakugo's expression darkened, and he stormed up to Izuku, furious and accusatory. Izuku lied, insisting he hadn't held back, knowing that revealing the full extent of his quirk would only escalate Bakugo's anger. Aizawa intervened, pulling Bakugo away and reminding the class that UA was not a place for frivolity, warning that the student who placed last in the physical exam would be expelled. The room erupted in disbelief, and Izuku felt a knot in his stomach, realizing that Bakugo would eventually discover the truth about 1 for all. Aizawa pulled Izuku aside, emphasizing the importance of demonstrating his quirk's full potential. Izuku nodded, understanding that Aizawa had noticed his previous restraint. During the subsequent tests, he pushed himself to use around 6% of his power, achieving respectable scores and ranking 4th, just behind Bakugo. Bakugo's frustration was palpable as he yelled about his placement, while Minato trembled in fear of expulsion, lamenting the loss of potential interactions with UA girls. Izuku, not wanting to hear more, gave Minato a light smack on the back. Aizawa then revealed that he had been joking about the expulsion, which caused Minato to breathe a sigh of relief. Izuku quietly thought, that this decision might come back to haunt Izawa. After school, Ida approached Izuku, complimenting him on his performance and acknowledging his powerful quirk. Izuku returned the compliment, admiring Ida's abilities as well. Just then, Uraraka joined them, excitedly introducing herself and confirming Izuku's identity as Deku. That was what that grumpy guy always called him. Izuku nervously ran a hand through his curly hair, explaining that his name was actually Izuku, but Kaken liked to call him Deku to tease him. He smiled, adding that he no longer saw it as an insult. It gave off a kind of "I can do it" vibe. Uraraka's eyes brightened at this revelation, expressing her excitement and apologizing for mistaking it for his name. Ida remarked that it started as an insult from Bakugo, which he found very disrespectful. The three of them chatted all the way to the station, enjoying the sunset that painted the sky with vibrant colors. Birds chirped, trees rustled, and the sea sparkled in the distance. Izuku felt grateful for his friends and the peaceful atmosphere, hoping it would last. It was the second day of school, and Izuku questioned whether he had made the right decision. He thought he should have called in sick or something. Whatever he did, showing up for the battle trial training felt like a mistake. He knew how badly this could end, but he stepped into ground beta anyway, feeling he had no choice. The gray buildings and roads of the mock city loomed over him, as if watching and judging his every move. However, when he spotted his friends waiting in their hero costumes, his uneasiness faded for a moment. Uraraka spotted him first, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she complimented his costume, saying it looked professional. Her enthusiasm drew the attention of other students, who gaped at Izuku's attire. Unlike last time, he had submitted a quirk registration form for a costume, aiming for something similar to his old one. His new outfit resembled his costume from the provisional license exam, featuring black iron saws and white arm braces. He had chosen to exclude most of the complex garments meant for supporting his higher-level powers, wanting to appear like a beginner. He made sure to keep the original design of his first costume, a cherished gift from his mother. Ida waved his arms stiffly, reminding Izuku to pay attention in afternoon classes or risk failing. Izuku was confused at first but then recalled how he had dozed off during the morning lectures, which had been quite dull. Unlike middle school, UA teachers were strict, and paying attention was mandatory. He realized that listening to the same lecture multiple times could make anyone drowsy. All Might introduced the combat training, explaining that it would involve 2-on-2 indoor battles and drawing lots. Izuku found himself paired with Uraraka again, facing Bakugo and Ida. The uneasiness he had felt earlier returned, and memories of their last match replayed in his mind. Bakugo shot him a fierce glare, but Izuku met his gaze steadily, which only deepened Bakugo's scowl. As Bakugo and Ida entered the building, Izuku focused on memorizing the floor plan with Uraraka. He suddenly admitted that he used to be very afraid of going against Kaken. Uraraka asked if he still felt that way, and he hesitated before admitting that the impression Bakugo had left on him during childhood still lingered. He explained that Bakugo's confidence, quirk, and strength had motivated him to become better. Without Bakugo, he wouldn't be where he was today. Izuku felt relieved to express his feelings, even if he worried that Uraraka, not yet a close friend, might not want to hear all this. She joked that it sounded like Bakugo had saved his life, which she found hard to believe, given Bakugo's tendency to threaten him. Izuku nodded, sighing, knowing that Bakugo had indeed saved his life later on, nearly at the cost of his own. Uraraka encouraged him, insisting they would win, no matter how strong Bakugo was. Izuku agreed, hoping he wouldn't mentally break his childhood friend. And so, the first mock battle of the year began. Izuku was aware of the location of the fake weapon, but he didn't want to appear as if he had cheated. Therefore, he chose the same route they had taken previously. Their footsteps echoed through the dim hallways. As they approached the spot where Izuku anticipated Bakugo would ambush them, he signaled for his teammate to stop and listen. The faint sound of boot heels confirmed his suspicion, and Bakugo suddenly leaped out. The explosion from Bakugo's quirk reverberated throughout the building, its sound ringing in Izuku's ears. However, the hero team was ready and swiftly dodged to the side. Uraraka was instructed to move quickly, and she took off immediately as Izuku positioned himself between her and Bakugo. Bakugo didn't pursue her. He questioned Izuku's confidence in facing him alone. Izuku glanced back to ensure Uraraka had escaped. Bakugo laughed derisively, dismissing Izuku with a harsh comment. In an instant, Bakugo was before Izuku, his palm glowing ominously. Strengthening his body, Izuku leaped over Bakugo and flicked his finger, sending a beam of air that knocked Bakugo off balance. Izuku seized the opportunity and charged at Bakugo, who was already preparing another explosion. Bakugo was skilled, but Izuku had a year of experience on him. Anticipating Bakugo's move, Izuku pivoted sharply, darted to Bakugo's side, and used the wall's rebound force to deliver a powerful punch. Bakugo hit the ground hard. Izuku calmly addressed Bakugo as he struggled to rise on his elbows, mentioning that he had changed his opinion about the name Deku. He took out the capture tape, but Bakugo was already back on his feet, breathing heavily. Izuku's concern grew as Bakugo's finger hovered over the trigger of his grenade-like gauntlet. He urged Bakugo to reconsider, warning him that the explosion would cause significant damage to the building. Bakugo dismissed him and pulled the trigger, the sound of All Might's warning being drowned out by a tremendous explosion. Izuku launched himself sideways to evade the blast, but the force of the explosion knocked him off balance. He tumbled across the debris-strewn floor, sunlight streaming in through a massive hole in the wall. Before he could regain his footing, Bakugo blasted toward him again. Izuku had no choice but to dodge as quickly as possible, pushing his body to its limits. Pain shot through him, but he pressed on. Bakugo's voice rose in anger as he accused Izuku of hiding his quirk and skills all these years. Izuku insisted that he had shared his quirk with Bakugo as soon as he received it. Bakugo, frustrated, demanded that Izuku give him everything he had in their fight. Izuku felt his own voice rise in response, expressing that he had always looked up to Bakugo but had also aspired to be a hero. He declared that his goals had never changed. Bakugo was taken aback by Izuku's directness, but Izuku continued, urging Bakugo to set aside his pride and recognize that he was now ahead. With a sudden burst of speed, Izuku closed the distance between them, surprising Bakugo and tackling him at the waist. Bakugo stumbled back, and Izuku quickly moved aside, realizing that the capture tape had already secured Bakugo's waist. There was a brief pause before All Might's voice announced Bakugo's defeat. Bakugo stared in disbelief at the tape, then back at Izuku, his expression one of denial. As Bakugo erupted in frustration, Izuku leaped. But the training was not yet over. Each step was painful as Izuku made his way upstairs and activated the communication device in his ear. He asked Uraraka if she had found the weapon. After a moment, Uraraka's voice came through, indicating she was struggling with 𝗧𝗧𝗏. Izuku urged her to hold on. He soon arrived at the scene, where 𝗧𝗧𝗏 was a blur of motion, and Uraraka was dodging his capture tape. Ignoring his own pain, Izuku charged at 𝗧𝗏𝗏, launching a series of attacks. Caught off guard, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 lost track of Uraraka, who then soared into the air and landed on the fake weapon. A loud horn signaled the end of the training session, and All Might declared the hero team the winners. Uraraka cheered excitedly, enjoying the moment. 𝗧𝗏𝗏, though frustrated, congratulated Izuku, who smiled in return. Uraraka bounced with joy but soon turned pale as her quirk side effects took hold. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 assisted her downstairs. Izuku felt happy but also sighed, knowing that Bakugo would not take the outcome lightly. He pondered the implications of the mock battle being so different from the last one and considered whether he should reveal one for all to Bakugo sooner rather than later. As he was called by 𝗧𝗏𝗏, Izuku nodded, but a cloud passed overhead, dimming the room. The afternoon continued. Katsuki stood frozen, his chest heaving and heart racing as if something was trapped inside, trying to break free. He struggled to catch his breath. Swallow that foolish pride of yours and witness the truth. Witness it for yourself. I am ahead of you now. The voice of the green-haired boy echoed in his mind, sharp and intense, like darts striking and igniting a fire within him. All Might's voice boomed, overwhelming him like an anvil crashing down. The hero team emerged victorious. Voices swirled around him, too many to decipher. Kaken's quirk is incredible. I hope my quirk is just as impressive. No matter what quirk you receive, "You will never match my greatness, Deku." After the battle training, the class changed back into their uniforms and returned to the classroom. Without a teacher present, they were finally free to bombard Izuku with questions and compliments. Midoriya was the center of attention, with classmates expressing their admiration for his performance. Ida, however, urged everyone to give Midoriya some space. Despite stepping back, the excitement in the room remained palpable. Kaminari exclaimed how cool Midoriya's quirk was, while Azui noted his impressive analytical skills and strategic thinking. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, modestly insisted that Todoroki and Bakugo were far more talented than he was, his face turning a bright shade of red. Ishido laughed at his modesty, while Kaminari insisted that if Izuku wasn't talented, he didn't know who was. The atmosphere shifted when Bakugo, who had been quiet until then, spoke up from across the classroom. He suggested that Midoriya might have received something rather than relying solely on talent. Izuku felt a knot form in his throat as Bakugo's gaze bore into him. Bakugo continued, warning Izuku not to think he could deceive him, declaring that this would be the last time Izuku would come out on top. He then pointed a finger at Todoroki, who remained expressionless, and huffed before returning to his seat, leaving Todoroki confused about what he had done. A few days later, Katsuki surveyed the beach, noting how clean it was. He hadn't visited this beach park in a long time, and he was annoyed that his mother had made him run errands on a weekend morning. As he scoffed at the sight, he spotted Izuku sitting alone on the beach, legs crossed and eyes closed. Katsuki felt a surge of irritation at the sight of the green-haired boy, who seemed to be deep in thought. As he approached, he noticed Izuku's tense posture and realized he was stressed. Katsuki's annoyance grew when he heard Izuku muttering words like U.S.J, villains, and League drifting over to him. After checking his phone, Izuku stood up and jogged away toward his apartment. Katsuki shook his head, the words he had overheard echoing in his mind, wondering what secrets Izuku was hiding. He resolved that whatever it was, he would confront Izuku about it. As Izuku arrived at the school gate, a reporter moved a microphone in his face, asking about having All Might as a teacher. He quickly navigated through the crowd of reporters and entered the school, knowing that today was critical as the League of Villains planned to infiltrate UA. He understood that patience was essential in this situation, and he needed to be strategic. Aizawa, appearing unenthusiastic, informed the class that they would be deciding on a class president. The room erupted in excitement as students called out for one another to be chosen. When the votes were tallied, Izuku was shocked to see he had received 5 votes, while Bakugo expressed his disbelief and frustration at the outcome. Aizawa announced that Izuku would be the class representative, with Yaoyorozu as the deputy. Izuku felt a mix of surprise and determination, reminding himself to be patient. During lunch, Uraraka checked in on Izuku, who was trying to relax despite the weight of recent events. They discussed Ida's brother, 𝗵𝗄𝗏, and his aspirations to be a hero. Ida congratulated Izuku on becoming class representative, but Izuku insisted that Ida was the more responsible choice. Suddenly, the alarm blared, announcing a security breach. Students panicked and rushed into the hallways, and Izuku found himself pushed against a window by the crowd. Outside, reporters swarmed the front gate, while Aizawa and Present Mic attempted to manage the chaos. As Izuku struggled to breathe, he caught a glimpse of something white in the crowd, a sight that sent a chill down his spine. He recognized it as the pale hand of a monstrous villain, and the name Shigaraki echoed in his mind. Ida's voice rang out, commanding everyone to calm down, explaining that the alarm had been triggered by the reporters. Gradually, the students settled down and returned to their classrooms, but the tension lingered in the air. The police arrived a while later and scooted the reporters away. As they walked back to the classroom, Kirishima approached Izuku, asking if he was all right. Kirishima mentioned how he had seen Izuku get overwhelmed and noted the anger on his face. Izuku replied that he was fine, though he was still replaying the brief encounter with the villain in his mind. Kirishima accepted his response, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Once back in class, Izuku called for everyone's attention. He announced that they would be selecting the other student council members, but first, he had something important to discuss. He expressed his belief that Ida would be a better class representative, highlighting how 𝗧𝗧𝗏 had effectively led everyone during the recent crisis. The class murmured in agreement, with some still believing Izuku could lead, but overall, they were supportive of 𝗧𝗏 taking on the role. 𝗧𝗏 stood up and humbly accepted the position, and the class cheered him on. Izuku offered an encouraging smile, expressing his confidence in 𝗧𝗏. Later, Principal Nizu greeted Izuku and All Might, extending a paw for a handshake. Izuku reciprocated, thanking the principal for the opportunity to speak. Nizu invited them to sit down and acknowledged Izuku as All Might's chosen successor. Izuku, feeling nervous, revealed that he had something extraordinary to share. He explained that he knew about a future event, a significant conflict between heroes and villains that would occur less than a year from now. He detailed how he had been sent back in time due to a mishap involving a girl named Eri and her rewind quirk, allowing him to relive the past year. Nizu listened intently, and after a moment of silence, he inquired about the villains. Izuku informed him about their organization, led by 𝗚𝗏𝗺 and Shigaraki Tamura, and warned that an attack was planned for Wednesday afternoon at U.S.J. When Nizu asked if any students would be harmed, Izuku reassured him that while the students would be safe, Aizawa, 13, and All Might would be in danger. Izuku then presented his carefully crafted plan, which he had developed over months, considering every possible outcome. All Might had reviewed and refined it multiple times, making Izuku hopeful that it would succeed. After contemplating the plan, Nizu acknowledged its detail and plausibility but expressed concern about the lack of hard evidence to justify allocating pro-heroes to support it, as it would leave other students vulnerable. Izuku felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him, realizing that Nizu might suspect him of colluding with the villains. Before he could voice his objections, All Might's reassuring gaze reminded him to remain patient. Nizu clarified that while he could not fully commit to the plan, he trusted All Might and would allow a few teachers to assist on Wednesday, believing in the potential of Class 1A. Izuku felt a surge of gratitude and excitement, thanking Nizu for his support. The principal then emphasized the importance of proving his trustworthiness, as the future depended on Izuku's actions. That night, Izuku was jolted awake from a nightmare, his heart racing as he recalled the chilling sounds of destruction and chaos. He noticed Kaminari sitting across from him on the bus, looking embarrassed after having inadvertently woken him up. Mina playfully scolded Kaminari for his loud outburst, while Tsuyu apologized for the disturbance. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 expressed concern for Izuku's tiredness, prompting Izuku to assure him that he was fine, having just stayed up late the previous night. As the conversation shifted, Azui mentioned how Izuku's quirk resembled All Might's, leading to a discussion about their similarities. Kirishima pointed out the differences in their fighting styles, while Kaminari added that Izuku's quirk had a flashier appearance. The conversation then turned to Bakugo, who was listening intently despite his usual gruff demeanor. Azui neutrally remarked that Bakugo's anger might affect his popularity, which prompted Bakugo to react defensively, demanding a fight. The atmosphere grew tense as Kaminari seized the moment to tease Bakugo, escalating the banter into a lively exchange. Just then, Aizawa's voice cut through the noise, announcing their arrival at their destination. The space hero 13, dressed in an astronaut costume, provided a brief overview of the facility known as U.S.J, designed to simulate real-life disasters. Katsuki glanced at Izuku, who appeared anxious as he took in his surroundings. Noticing Katsuki's frown, Izuku quickly shifted his expression to a cheerful one, attempting to mask his earlier unease, while Katsuki's scowl deepened in response. The usual, crystal-clear Deku was gradually transforming into someone full of masks and lies. In the place where their rescue training was about to take place, Deku appeared very concerned, perhaps even afraid. When Katsuki overheard Deku muttering on the beach, he noted that the green-haired boy had mentioned U.S.J several times. Katsuki wondered what Deku knew about this place that he did not. Suddenly, All Might's voice boomed from behind them, announcing his arrival. Deku was the first to turn around, visibly relieved. Aizawa expressed his annoyance at All Might's tardiness, but Katsuki sensed something deeper in the way Aizawa and Deku looked at All Might, something more dangerous. 13 announced that they could begin the training now that All Might was present. Katsuki, paying close attention, noticed that 13th's tone hinted at something unusual. He tightened his fists, feeling his quirk warm up his palms. Without warning, the facility's lights flickered and then went out. Katsuki growled in confusion as Class 1A exchanged bewildered glances. His gaze was drawn to the dark, swirling purple mist at the central plaza, where a figure emerged, covered in pale white hands. Aizawa shouted for the class to gather and remain still, his voice booming with urgency. The students were momentarily stunned, staring at the growing portal from which more figures emerged. Kirishima, confused, questioned if this was part of the lesson and who the newcomers were. All Might, his usual smile replaced by a serious expression, warned them that these were villains. Fear swept through the students as they grasped the gravity of the situation. Katsuki turned to where Midoriya had been standing, only to find him missing. All Might ordered 13 and Aizawa to evacuate and protect the students, then turned to Class 1A with a reassuring smile, declaring that everything would be fine. In an instant, All Might dashed across the facility, leaving a gust of wind in his wake. The low-class criminals barely had time to react before they were incapacitated on the ground. Moments later, All Might confronted Shigaraki, the figure covered in hands. All Might unleashed a powerful attack, but a monstrous creature appeared, blocking his strike. The creature, with its grotesque features, focused on All Might, swiping at him with incredible speed. All Might retaliated with forceful punches, but they proved ineffective. Shigaraki laughed, his voice dripping with malice, boasting that nothing would work against the Nomu, which was as strong as All Might. The students watched with a mix of nervousness and excitement. Kirishima cheered for All Might, while Ida urged everyone to evacuate, insisting they leave the fight to the hero. As the students began to move toward the exit, Ida suddenly realized Midoriya was missing. His voice faltered when a cloud of purple mist appeared before them, blocking their way. 13 signaled for the students to stop, and Aizawa tightened his grip on his fabric weapon. A deep voice resonated from the mist, declaring that they would not be allowed to pass. 2 glowing yellow eyes pierced through the darkness, introducing themselves as the League of Villains. "Nice to meet you, we are the League of Villains," Kurogiri announced, revealing their intent to ensure that All Might would meet his end that day. Aizawa quickly countered by erasing the Mist Villain's quirk, but it was too late. Another portal opened behind Kurogiri, unleashing a swarm of villains. Aizawa shouted for the students to get back, leaping to pull 2 of them away from the incoming onslaught. The villains, eager to confront a pro-hero, surged toward him. With a single glance, Aizawa neutralized their quirks and skillfully used his capture fabric to bring them down with impressive speed. However, the sheer number of foes made it impossible for him to assist the students, as each defeated villain was quickly replaced by several more. He could feel the limits of his quirk approaching. Aizawa often found himself contemplating how long a blink of an eye could feel, far too long. Kurogiri vanished from view, and a cloud of purple mist enveloped the students. The villain reappeared before the class, declaring that they would not escape. The mist swirled around them like a storm, causing students to disappear one by one through the portals. Frustrated, Bakugo launched himself at Kurogiri, unleashing a powerful explosion aimed at the villain's glowing eyes. Kirishima followed closely, his hardened fist barely grazing Kurogiri's form hidden in the mist. 13 attempted to intervene, creating a vacuum that pulled some of the mist away, but with the students nearby, she couldn't risk using her quirk more aggressively. All Might was engaged with another formidable villain in the central plaza, leaving her unable to save everyone. Suddenly, a blast of air collided with metal, sending 13 off balance. The purple mist was torn apart by the force of the wind, and the warp gates vanished. The remaining students quickly regained their footing, realizing that only Bakugo, Ida, Uraraka, Shoji, Sato, Ashido, and Siro were left. 13 was taken aback. She had expected All Might to be the source of the sudden attack, but instead, it was Midoriya Izuku, who had unleashed a force strong enough to shatter concrete. Concerned, he checked on his classmates, and 13 felt a chill at the determination in his eyes. It was more than maturity, it was a depth of experience that suggested he had faced unimaginable challenges. Midoriya's focus shifted back to the fight, and Bakugo interrupted, urging everyone to stay alert. Midoriya quickly turned, aiming a punch at 𝗂𝗄𝗧𝗏, who narrowly dodged. The villain was prepared this time, creating a warp gate in Midoriya's path. With quick thinking, Midoriya flicked his finger at the ground, propelling himself over the portal. But 𝗂𝗄𝗧𝗏 had already teleported behind him. Midoriya shouted for Bakugo to target the villain's neck. Without hesitation, Bakugo grabbed 𝗂𝗄𝗧𝗏 by the collar and unleashed an explosion, sending the villain crashing to the ground. Midoriya seized the moment, appearing above 𝗂𝗄𝗧𝗏 and creating a blast of air that struck the villain's vulnerable spot. As the mist around them settled, 𝗂𝗄𝗧𝗏 lay unconscious. Midoriya apologized for his earlier absence, explaining that he had been waiting for the right moment to strike. Uraraka marveled at his strategic thinking, but Midoriya reminded them that the battle was not yet over, though hope remained. Suddenly, a flare shot up from the central plaza, casting a bright red glow across the facility. 13 smiled beneath her helmet. It was the signal they had been waiting for. Aizawa fought his way through the throng of villains, his determination unwavering as he sought to reach his students, trapped in the swirling mist. He refused to let low-level villains impede his mission. With frustration fueling his actions, he took down villain after villain until he finally cleared a path toward his students. A sudden gust of wind erupted from 𝗂𝗄𝗧𝗏's direction, causing the mist to dissipate. Aizawa's gaze shifted to the central plaza, where the signal flare soared into the sky. Earlier, Shigaraki had scraped his nails down his neck, the ground of the central plaza marred from his battle with All Might. Frustrated, he questioned why the hero refused to fall, even as his power waned. All Might, gritting his teeth, vowed to protect his students at all costs. Despite using all his strength, the Nomu remained unharmed, its shock absorption rendering All Might's efforts futile. He had prepared for this fight, conserving energy to confront the League of Villains, but the Nomu was proving to be a greater challenge than anticipated. All Might knew he had to end the battle swiftly. If he exhausted himself today, he would be too weak to face All for One in the future. He felt gratitude for Midoriya's time-traveling efforts, which had shown him the lives he could save. Drawing upon the strength of those who came before him, All Might gathered his power, embodying the symbol of peace and hope. As a hero, Izuku would never back down from villains. The surroundings were illuminated in red as the signal flare shot towards the roof of the facility. Everyone in Class 1A turned to look at the flare, realizing the devastation of All Might's fight with the Nomu. Izuku opened his palm, holding the remote control for the flare. With his task complete, he tucked it away, unnoticed by anyone else. Zero stammered in disbelief at the sight of the battle, questioning how even All Might could struggle against such a monster. Midoriya reassured him that the #1 hero would prevail soon. Aizawa rushed over to the remaining students standing on the other side of the pathway, near the staircase leading down to the center of the facility. He caught a clearer view of All Might in the plaza, and from the look on the hero's face, Aizawa sensed that the fight was nearing its conclusion. All Might's fist collided with the Nomu, the force of the impact sending gusts of wind tearing through the facility. Shigaraki was knocked back, struggling to regain his footing against the fierce wind. The blue-haired villain couldn't believe that All Might was facing the Nomu's shock absorption head-on. All Might explained that since it was shock absorption and not nullification, there had to be a limit. He quickened his punches, moving so fast that even he could barely see the outline of his fists. His muscles strained, and he fought through the pain as he pushed beyond his limits. With renewed strength, All Might unleashed a flurry of attacks on the Nomu, which finally sent it flying backward with a devastating punch that shattered the concrete and uprooted nearby trees. As he leaped into the air, he prepared to teach the villain the true meaning of going beyond. His fist connected with the Nomu's gut, and the flare shot towards the ceiling of the dome-shaped facility. Shigaraki, filled with anger and fear, watched as the Nomu was blasted away through the ceiling, leaving a large hole. The sight was almost comical, but it only fueled his rage. He charged towards All Might, who stood heroically amidst the dust and smoke. The sight disgusted Shigaraki, intensifying his resentment. He vowed that today would be the day All Might would fall. Suddenly, Shigaraki felt a sharp pain in his forearms and legs, causing him to buckle and fall to the ground. He cried out in frustration, realizing he had been shot. Turning to the source of the gunshot, he saw a pro hero with a cowboy hat, mask, and red cape standing on a ledge, aiming directly at him. Panic surged through him as he called for Kurogiri, but there was no response. Desperation filled his voice as he yelled again, but the only reply came from another pro hero emerging from the trees, a loud blonde with an infuriating voice. The blonde hero taunted Shigaraki, revealing that his teleporting ally was out of service. Shigaraki cursed, realizing it had all been a trap. The pain from his wounds intensified, and he felt his body restrained by white strands of fabric that tightened around him. He struggled against the restraints, but it was futile. Eraserhead's deep voice informed him that his quirk had been erased. Shigaraki, filled with anger, refused to accept defeat, but his movements grew sluggish, and darkness began to close in on him. Later, Ida expressed his confusion as he and the other students realized that the pro heroes had been present in the facility the entire time. Bakugo concluded that it had been an ambush, while Uraraka questioned how the heroes had known the villains would come. In the central plaza, Shigaraki lay unconscious, taken down by Midnight's quirk, while 𝗵𝗲𝗄 constructed a wall that blocked the students' view of all. Izuku felt a sense of dread, knowing that his mentor was at his limit. Ida wondered how the heroes had anticipated the attack and why they had risked the students' safety. 13 explained that they had not wanted to endanger anyone but needed to ensure the villains were caught off guard, especially with a teleporting villain among them. Ida found her reasoning acceptable, but Bakugo pressed for more details. 13 recounted a previous security breach caused by the villains, leading them to deduce that All Might's presence would provoke hostility. They had set up precautions to protect the students while aiming to capture the villains in one go. As the class absorbed this information, Izuku felt a burning guilt within him. The stories they had been told were fabrications designed to conceal the truth of his time travel. The teachers were unaware of his side of the story, believing only that the police had received an anonymous tip about the League of Villains attack. The weight of the lies suffocated him, feeling like poison flooding his life. Meanwhile, Azui swam as fast as she could through the Shipwreck Zone, dragging Mineta towards the shore. Behind her, numerous villains pursued, one resembling a shark closing the distance at an alarming speed. Tsuyu forced herself to remain calm, pushing her limits as she swam. Mineta struggled to hold his breath, but he knew he couldn't last much longer. The shark villain drew closer, and Tsuyu recalled their mock battle training. She reminded herself to think clearly, just as she had during practice. How had the winning team succeeded? She thought of Midoriya and his fight against Bakugo, recalling a moment when Midoriya had leaped over Bakugo to dodge an attack while simultaneously countering with his quirk. An idea sparked in her mind. With determination, Tsuyu decided to act. She swiftly used her tongue to propel Mineta out of the water, sending him soaring into the air. The shark villain laughed mockingly, commenting on her choice to save her friend. As the villain opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, Tsuyu halted her swimming and prepared for the attack. Just as the villain lunged, she dodged upward, using his momentum to her advantage. Tsuyu kicked off the villain's back, launching herself out of the water. Mineta, still in the air, let out a frantic scream as Tsuyu's tongue caught him, bringing him safely back to the shallow waters. Confused, he blinked as he landed, wondering what had just happened. Tsuyu landed beside him moments later, splashing water into his eyes. Urging him to hurry, she led the way toward the shore, with Mineta close behind. Suddenly, they spotted a familiar figure, and Mineta nearly burst into tears. Ectoplasm stood before them, his presence calming. He asked if anyone was hurt, and Tsuyu quickly assured him that it was just the two of them. Ectoplasm informed them that the others were scattered but everything was under control. As they moved forward, gunshots echoed in the facility, accompanied by distant cries. The villains, though intimidating, were no match for the professional heroes. Curious, Mineta asked how Tsuyu had managed to get them out of danger. She playfully reminded him to pay more attention during training, especially during Midoriya's sessions. Not long after, the remaining lower-class villains were defeated by the pro heroes, and the sound of police sirens filled the air as they gathered at the U.S.J gate. Kirishima arrived first, followed by Todoroki, Tsu, and Mineta. The rest of Class 1A gradually reunited at the top of the stairs, checking in with one another and sharing stories from their respective encounters. Despite the relief and pride in their victories, an undeniable tension hung over the group. They had witnessed the harsh realities of their world, leaving them anxious about the potential for even greater threats. Yet amid the fear, a new sense of seriousness and determination emerged. They understood that the world needed protection. While everyone reflected on the attack, Izuku's thoughts were consumed by something else. Shigaraki and Kurogiri apprehended, and all for one still out there, lurking in the unknown. Katsuki found himself in disbelief. Deku had somehow anticipated his every move and emerged victorious. The capture tape wrapped around his waist felt like a burning iron, and he tore it off with trembling hands. A sudden weight on his shoulder made him jump. All Might stood beside him, reminding Katsuki that it was time to return and review the results. Katsuki wanted to lash out, to scream at Deku and at All Might, but he felt paralyzed, trapped by an invisible force. All Might continued, emphasizing the importance of reflection and learning from experiences, regardless of victory or defeat. Reluctantly, Katsuki made his way to the building where the rest of the class awaited. He caught Deku's gaze for a fleeting moment before it shifted away. All Might called for attention, asking if anyone had thoughts on who the MVP of the round was. A murmur spread through the room, with most thinking the same name, Midoriya. All Might raised a hand, inquiring why Midoriya deserved the title. 𝗖𝗎𝗄𝗻𝗄 spoke up, noting that Midoriya displayed exceptional combat skills, strategy, and communication with his teammate, unlike Bakugo, who acted out of personal vendetta and made reckless decisions during the match. Katsuki clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he tuned out the rest of 𝗖𝗎𝗄𝗻's analysis. A single thought echoed in his mind: he would show Deku, that demon nerd. The mix of anger, denial, and shock shattered within him, replaced by a fierce determination. Nothing would be the same again. In the principal's office, Principal Nizu welcomed Izuku and All Might. He addressed the recent events, confirming that all villains had been captured except for Shigaraki Tamura and Kurogiri, who were in Tartarus. He inquired about the well-being of the students, to which Izuku replied that they were recovering and preparing for the upcoming sports festival. Nizu's expression shifted slightly as he posed a serious question about potential information leaks. Izuku was taken aback, denying any suspicions of traitors among them. Nizu offered his support and encouraged them to rest, acknowledging All Might's exhausting battle. As they walked through the empty hallway, the late afternoon sun cast a warm glow. They returned to All Might's private office, where Izuku retrieved his backpack. All Might noted that Izuku seemed down, prompting him to express his worries about losing his advantage of foresight. All Might reassured him that it had been the right choice to act as he did, emphasizing the need to stay ahead of villains regardless of knowledge of future events. Izuku considered this and nodded in agreement. A knock interrupted their conversation. Aizawa entered, addressing Izuku directly. He had observed Izuku's actions and suspected him of being the anonymous tipper. Aizawa pointed out that Izuku's fighting style was different from his classmates, suggesting he had received training not reflected in his records. All Might listened intently, surprised by Aizawa's keen observations. Izuku felt a sense of unease about where this conversation was heading, aware that Aizawa could see through his facade. It was 2 days after the attack. The day before, classes had been cancelled for teachers to confront the media, talk with the police, and for students to take a moment to breathe after the distressing event. Izuku opened the door to his homeroom, and conversations about the attack filled the air. Uraraka waved at him, greeting him with enthusiasm as she mentioned they were discussing the U.S.J incident. Kaminari chimed in, noting that there seemed to be little else to talk about. Shiro then asked Izuku what he thought about everything that had happened. Izuku weighed his response carefully, admitting that it was terrifying but acknowledged that the heroes had managed the situation well, making it seem like a successful ambush. Kaminari excitedly agreed, recalling how impressive All Might's fight had been. Just then, Ida commanded everyone to take their seats, even though they were already seated. The door slid open, revealing Aizawa. The teacher's gaze met Izuku's for a moment, and in that brief exchange, Izuku sensed a significant shift in their relationship. Aizawa walked into the classroom, his eyes landing on Izuku. 2 days prior, he had questioned Izuku about his knowledge of the U.S.J attack. Time travel, Izuku had said. A war against villains. Aizawa had pondered those words, then turned to All Might, questioning if he had known about this. All Might expressed his belief in Izuku, which prompted Aizawa to look back at the nervous boy. He inquired about Eri, the girl Izuku had mentioned, and where she was now. Izuku's expression turned remorseful as he admitted that she was trapped and suffering. His voice trembled as he shared his feelings of helplessness, but he knew it wasn't time for him to rescue her yet. Aizawa could sense the weight of Izuku's emotions and, despite his doubts, began to understand All Might's faith in the boy. He advised Izuku not to carry the burden alone, reminding him that he had friends and allies at UA who could help. Izuku was taken aback but nodded in gratitude, feeling a sense of relief. Aizawa's words began to resonate with him, and he felt a flicker of hope. Later, Kirishima cheered about the upcoming sports festival, and Kaminari expressed excitement about getting closer to becoming pro-heroes. Izuku shared their enthusiasm, looking forward to the event. Just then, Uraraka opened the classroom door, confused by the commotion outside. The hallway was packed with students, blocking their way out. Mineta wondered what they were there for, while Bakugo bluntly stated that they were scouting the competition after surviving a villain attack. Bakugo approached the crowd, demanding they move aside. The audacity of his words caused gasps from both the students inside and outside the classroom. Izuku muttered to himself, anticipating Bakugo's usual bravado. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped forward from the crowd, Shinso, whom Izuku hadn't seen since his return. Shinso raised an eyebrow at Bakugo, expressing his disillusionment with the hero students. He then turned to Izuku, reminding him of his top score in the entrance exam and implying that it was time for the hero course students to be challenged. Bakugo calmly accepted the challenge, shoving his way into the hallway, ignoring the surprised reactions of the other students. Kaminari protested, worried about the mob of haters Bakugo had just attracted, but Bakugo remained unfazed, determined to reach the top. 2 weeks later, the prep room buzzed with excitement and nervousness as Class 1A finished warming up. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to set aside thoughts of his mission. Today was the day he would show the world he was here. When Todoroki approached him, he noted that All Might was watching Izuku closely. Though he wouldn't pry, Todoroki declared that he intended to beat Izuku that day. Izuku acknowledged Todoroki's strength and emphasized that everyone was aiming for the top, including himself. As the UA Sports Festival commenced, President Mick's voice boomed throughout the stadium, announcing Class 1A as the rising stars who had faced a villain attack with determination. Applause thundered as the class walked to the center of the arena. Midnight, standing on the referee podium, called for the athlete's oath, designating Izuku as the student representative. He felt Bakugo's scowl but was relieved that Bakugo didn't react aggressively. Izuku delivered the athlete's oath, which, while not particularly exciting, was at least not a declaration of war. Midnight then announced the start of the first event, the obstacle course race. As the mechanical gateway opened, Izuku prepared himself. Instead of rushing into the crowd of students pushing to get through, he summoned one for all, crouched down, and leaped into the air, aiming for the higher part of the gateway wall. Landing on the side, Izuku stepped hard and propelled himself towards the opposite wall of the hallway. He used his quirk to leap from side to side in the air above everyone else until he made it through without even touching the ground. Emerging from the starting gate, Izuku was now well ahead of everyone else. President Mike announced with enthusiasm that Class 1A's Midoriya Izuku was in the lead. Todoroki was in second place, freezing everyone else behind him, but the rest of Class 1A quickly realized Todoroki's trick and managed to avoid the icy ground. Bakugo's voice boomed from behind, declaring he wouldn't let anyone pass him. Izuku landed on the ground and halted. A shadow loomed over him as the first obstacle came into view. Giant robots approached the students, their mechanical hums echoing in the air. Izuku leaped into the air again, using the robot parts as footholds to dodge the machine's attacks and quickly maneuver above the moving heaps of metal. The sound of explosions and shouts of Deku and 𝗵𝗃 echoed from behind, signaling that his childhood friend was catching up. Izuku hurried away from the robot obstacle course, aware that Todoroki and Bakugo were not far behind. He passed the second obstacle, a deep cliff with wires hanging around with relative ease, thanks to his speed and a few large leaps. Then he arrived at the minefield obstacle. This one was trickier since his quirk required him to land on the ground a few times to cross. He needed to choose his landing spots carefully. Bakugo's voice called out, and the sound of Todoroki's footsteps followed closely. Izuku's body was starting to feel sore from using his quirk for so long, but he was too close to victory to let that stop him. He stood at the edge of the minefield, scanning for the quickest route. Todoroki raced past him, followed closely by Bakugo. Izuku found his path. He raised one for all to his limit and burst forward, speeding past Todoroki and Bakugo. He bounded across the minefield, trusting his instincts to avoid the mines. Present Mike exclaimed about Izuku's speed, noting that he was managing to avoid triggering any mines. Bakugo yelled in frustration, and the sound of his explosions filled the air, followed by the crackle of Todoroki's ice forming. Izuku focused on his path, but as soon as his right foot touched the ground, he felt a sudden force pull him back, causing him to land on his elbows. A mine was dangerously close to his face, but he was fortunate that there were no other mines where he landed. He quickly looked at his right foot, realizing it was frozen. Todoroki had managed to freeze his foot just as it touched the ground. Bakugo soared past him, and Todoroki sprinted on a path of ice, close behind. Without hesitation, Izuku pushed himself up, broke free from the ice, and crawled carefully to avoid any further mishaps. Bakugo and Todoroki were closing in on the finish line. Part of Izuku wanted to chase after them immediately, but he took a deep breath to steady himself. He hadn't used the full version of this move since returning, and he wasn't sure if his body was ready, but it was the only move that could help him win. Izuku concentrated hard, drawing out 20% of his power and flicking his finger at the ground. He unleashed his move, propelling himself forward through the air while triggering several mines below, their blasts pushing him closer to Bakugo and Todoroki. His fingers burned with pain, but he gritted his teeth and fired again, catching up to the two boys. Izuku landed beside them, the minefield now far behind. He declared that he was giving it his all, his eyes fixed on the finish line, and with his quirk enhancing his body, he dashed forward. Present Mick's voice rang out again, expressing excitement over the race. As Izuku burst through the gate, he claimed victory, becoming the first to finish the event. Bakugo gripped his forearm, trying to ease the pain from overusing his quirk, muttering in frustration that it happened again. Izuku had won. Todoroki glanced at the exhausted Bakugo and then at Midoriya, who was staring at the rankings displayed around the arena. Midoriya was first, Bakugo second, and Todoroki third. Todoroki frowned, finding it hard to believe his ranking. He acknowledged that Midoriya had shown more wisdom during the race, but Bakugo, driven by anger, shouldn't have surpassed him. This ranking was certainly a nuisance. His gaze shifted to the audience, landing on the fire hero, 𝗵𝗃, whose disappointed expression was unmistakable. Todoroki turned away from 𝗵𝗃's gaze and looked back at the gate, where the other competitors were trickling past the finish line, all gasping for breath. As the last few students returned, Midnight called for everyone's attention and congratulated the top 42 students who would proceed to the next round. She announced the next event, the cavalry battle, explaining the rules of team formations and headbands. The first-place participant would be worth 10 million points. The announcement struck Bakugo like lightning, and he turned to Midoriya, who appeared tense yet surprisingly calm compared to the rest of the students. The small glimmer of confidence on Midoriya's face was as irritating as nails on a chalkboard. The blonde boy looked away with a grunt and focused on Midnight, who announced that the students had 15 minutes to form their teams. Just a few minutes later, Bakugo found himself surrounded by classmates, all eager for him to choose them. Across the field, Todoroki had already assembled his carefully selected team, which included Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and 𝗧𝗧𝗏. Uraraka navigated through the crowd until she spotted the familiar messy green hair of Midoriya. Almost as if he were expecting her, he turned around and greeted her with a smile. Uraraka felt a rush of excitement as she approached him, eager to team up with a friend. Midoriya sighed in relief at her proposal. It seemed that everyone was focused on targeting him for points, leaving him without many options. To her surprise, Uraraka found it unfair that others overlooked Midoriya. She believed that teaming up with him was a guaranteed win based on his impressive achievements. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise before softening with gratitude. He chuckled, admitting that even he felt uncertain about that. He knew that his recent victory would only make him a bigger target, and the competitive nature of being a hero attracted many dangers. His voice trailed off, and Uraraka sensed that there was more weighing on his mind than just the sports festival. Curious about the burden he carried, she listened intently. However, Midoriya quickly shifted the conversation to his strategy for the upcoming event. Uraraka noted his detailed plan and asked if he had a specific team in mind. He confirmed that he did and requested her to find 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 while he dealt with a more energetic teammate. Just then, a pink-haired girl appeared beside him, overflowing with enthusiasm and support items. She introduced herself as 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏, her words coming out in a rapid-fire manner that left Uraraka slightly overwhelmed. After a brief explanation of Midoriya's plan, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 surprisingly agreed to join their team. As the 15 minutes came to an end, the audience buzzed with excitement, and cheers began to fill the stadium. Present Mick's voice echoed, announcing the start of the intense battle royal. Midoriya took a deep breath, adjusting his headband, which boldly displayed a number. He asked his team if they were ready, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 responded affirmatively, releasing his quirk to create a protective shadow in front of them. Bakugo, having recovered somewhat from earlier, instructed his team to stay focused on their target. Todoroki glared at Midoriya from a distance, and when the countdown reached 0, the battle commenced. Immediately, two teams surged toward Midoriya's group. Midoriya squinted, trying to recall the quirk of one of the approaching opponents. He warned his teammates to brace themselves as he activated the jetpack on his back, launching them into the air just as the ground below transformed into a soft, mushy surface. Uraraka was taken aback by the early activation of the jetpack but quickly understood as they soared above the ground. With 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's shadow shielding them from incoming attacks and Uraraka's quirk making them weightless, they skillfully evaded the barrage. Midoriya warned his teammates of Bakugo's imminent attack, and Uraraka gasped as Bakugo blasted toward them like a missile. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's shadow held strong against the explosions, but it was clear that Bakugo's power was pushing their defenses to the limit. As Bakugo prepared for another strike, Todoroki's team approached. Midoriya called out to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to block Kaminari's attack, while he requested a boost from his teammates. With a bright green light surrounding him, Midoriya leaped into the air, weightless. Bakugo, determined to take him down, unleashed a powerful explosion. Midoriya executed a roundhouse kick, and the force sent Bakugo flying backward, away from his teammates. Kirishima gasped as Bakugo tumbled through the air, and 𝗍𝗏 attempted to catch him with his tape, but it was too late. Bakugo felt the distance between him and Midoriya grow, an unbearable sensation. Yet, a calmness washed over him as he expertly controlled his fall with a well-aimed explosion, returning to his team's formation just in time. Kirishima checked on him, but Bakugo was already focused on the incoming threat. He sensed an attack and reacted instinctively, launching an explosion toward the Class B student who had tried to ambush them. The opponent stumbled back, and Bakugo readjusted his headband, glaring at the Class B team that dared to challenge them. The rider from the opposing team smirked, acknowledging Bakugo's strength. He had slick blonde hair and dull blue eyes, his expression revealing unmasked contempt. He remarked that the 1A students were simple, particularly singling out Bakugo, who twitched in annoyance. The Class B student continued, mocking Bakugo for chasing after the top spot repeatedly, comparing him to a donkey after a carrot, and questioning whether he felt any pity for himself. His laughter echoed, but Kirishima warned Bakugo not to fall for the taunts, although Ashido and 𝗍𝗏 knew it would be futile. Bakugo, grinning, announced a slight change of plans, indicating they would make it quick. Meanwhile, Midoriya had returned to his group, and 𝗃𝗄𝐵 had successfully blocked most of Kaminari's electric attack. The ground was frozen, but Uraraka's anti-gravity quirk allowed them to avoid Todoroki's assault. Todoroki had created a wall of ice surrounding the two teams, ensuring no other team would interfere as he aimed for the million-point headband. He was determined not to fail. Ida shifted his weight, surprising Todoroki, and told him that what happened next would be up to their team. He urged Todoroki to grab the headband. Just as Todoroki began to ask a question, a rush of air slammed into his face, and the distance between him and Midoriya closed in an instant. Reacting swiftly, Todoroki shot his arm toward the white headband resting on Midoriya's head. Ida exhaled triumphantly, his engines whirring to a stop as smoke billowed behind him. He turned back to Todoroki, but the sight made his throat tighten. Todoroki frowned, admitting he had missed. Ida turned away from his teammate, disbelief washing over him. Midoriya was in the air, weightless due to Uraraka's quirk, and the headband remained on his head. Kaminari squinted, questioning if Midoriya had dodged the attack. Todoroki asked Ida if Midoriya knew about his secret move, to which Ida asserted he had only shared it with their close friends. With 𝗃𝗄𝐵's dark shadow aiding him, Midoriya landed back in formation. Uraraka, still shaken from the earlier scare, expressed her fear, while 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 complained about the sudden force of Ida's move. Midoriya apologized, explaining he had barely reacted to the speed of the attack. 𝗃𝗄𝐵 noted how surprisingly fast it had been. The team readied themselves to face Todoroki's team again. Todoroki's normally stoic expression was now tinged with irritation and anger. He ordered his team to go, and they rushed forward. Without Ida's engine support, they were slower, but the intensity in Todoroki's gaze indicated that escaping would not be easy. A mountain of ice erupted from the ground, forcing Midoriya's team to stumble out of the way. The ice continued to surge, with Todoroki's attacks growing larger and faster. Moments later, the small arena was transformed into a forest of ice and boulders, with the image of Todoroki's team reflected in the icy walls. Midoriya realized they were trying to block their view and warned his team to be careful. Just as he had anticipated, they barely had time to react as Todoroki's team emerged from behind an ice wall, and Todoroki reached for Midoriya's headband. Midoriya urged his team to stay steady after dodging, insisting they just needed a little more time. Todoroki glanced at the countdown, grunting in frustration. His right arm was covered in frost, rendering him unable to summon ice large enough to hinder the opposing team any longer. His attacks felt futile, and he was acutely aware of his father's gaze on him. Frustration boiled within him as he questioned what Midoriya possessed that he lacked. He recalled Midoriya's words about giving everything he had and felt the pressure mounting. Todoroki thought about how everyone seemed to pressure Midoriya, who would never use his fire quirk. Yet, despite his thoughts, something else ignited within him. He felt overlooked, as if everyone saw him merely as someone being taken advantage of by Midoriya. He resolved to melt off the frost, but his thoughts were drowned out. A flame flickered from his left finger, growing into a towering inferno. The wall of fire surged forward like a tsunami. 𝗃𝗄𝐵's dark shadow rushed to block the flames but shrank back as the bright light nearly engulfed it entirely. 𝗃𝗄𝐵 stumbled as the fire singed his collar. They could still evade the flames, Midoriya thought through gritted teeth as the team retreated. Uraraka's panicked voice broke through, revealing her foot was caught on something. As the team lurched backward, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐵's jetpack activated, blasting a stream of air that saved them from falling. In the split second that Izuku recovered, Todoroki snatched away his headband. Instinctively, Izuku reached out, grabbing onto whatever fabric he could. Everything happened in a blur. Todoroki's team retreated, the fire dissipated, and Uraraka discovered her shoe was stuck on one of Minata's stray ball. 𝗃𝗄𝐵 took a deep breath as Dark Shadow trembled by his side, while 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 rambled about her jetpack's design. The blaring sound of Mick's voice announced that time was up. It was then that everything clicked for Izuku. Todoroki had used his fire. The round concluded, and Izuku's teammates set him down as the other teams broke formation. Ida raised his hands stiffly at Todoroki, still wide-eyed from the sudden use of fire. Todoroki held up the million-point headband, leaving Uraraka crestfallen. She looked at Izuku apologetically, but he smiled gently, holding up his fist. Uraraka gasped as she saw the fabric clutched in his hands. At the last moment, Izuku had managed to grab all of Todoroki's original headbands while Todoroki was distracted. Izuku reassured his teammates that they still made it, nodding toward the display screen that listed the final rankings and scores. President Mike announced the winning teams that would proceed to the next round. Todoroki's team was first, Bakugo's was second, Izuku's was third, and Shinso's was fourth. Izuku looked gratefully at his teammates, knowing his expression conveyed all they needed to understand, especially for Uraraka and Tokoyami. 𝗵𝗃 was already gone. Todoroki turned back to Izuku's voice, asking what he wanted. Izuku lifted his hands in a placating gesture, his voice tinged with panic as he tried to explain that he wasn't there to cause trouble. Todoroki interrupted, revealing his cold, frightening anger. He stated that this would be the last time he used his fire, acknowledging that Izuku's goal seemed to be to provoke him. Without waiting for a reply, he turned away. Izuku sighed, watching Todoroki walk away. He could hear the distant voices of his classmates and the gentle rustling of trees in the wind. Parts of the crowd in the stands were retreating for food during the 1-hour break. He looked down, observing the sunlight filtering through the shifting branches, and replayed scenes from the cavalry battle in his mind. He thought about Todoroki and Bakugo, realizing that both had been growing stronger much faster than he had anticipated. While it was exciting, it also filled him with apprehension. Shoto leaned against the wall, exhaling in frustration as he studied his hands. The bright firelight flashed in his mind, and he extinguished it immediately. He couldn't believe he had broken his own pact. Feeling pressured by Midoriya, he recognized that using fire was the only way to win, which only fueled his anger further. It was exactly what his father wanted. Yet, he couldn't shake the thought that using his fire had felt almost natural. Uraraka muttered to Ida that Deku was acting strange again. Ida shook his head, wondering what was going on in Izuku's mind. Izuku's hands were tensely pressed against his face, his expression a mix of concern and surprise. He was muttering to himself, and while others found it unintelligible, Izuku was shocked to see the matchups were exactly the same as before. This was after the 1-hour lunch break, and the festival had resumed. 2 participants had dropped out, Ojiro and Shota from Class 1B, feeling guilty about proceeding while under Shinso's influence. Izuku had not expected the pairings to remain unchanged despite the drawing order. He thought about how randomness truly worked. Although the same matchup for the one-on-one round gave him an advantage, he was uneasy about it. He genuinely did not want to fight Shinso. If he did, he would face a difficult decision during the fight, and he wasn't sure he could handle it. As he stepped into the arena, he heard Shinso's cold voice behind him, greeting him as the first-place student from the entrance exam. Before he could respond, Ojiro's tail yanked him away, urging him not to answer. Izuku felt a pang of sadness. He knew he had to respond. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience as Izuku entered the arena, and he spotted Shinso on the opposite side. The announcer, Mike, excitedly declared the start of the match. Ojiro sat on the edge of his seat, glancing nervously at the battlefield, while Uraraka focused on Midoriya, noting his troubled expression. Bakugo, sitting nearby, remarked that Izuku seemed to be hesitating. Mike finished explaining the rules, and the match began. Shinso taunted Izuku, mocking his classmates and questioning their abilities. Izuku held his ground, feeling the pressure to respond. He wrestled with his thoughts, knowing that a single decision could change everything. As Shinso approached, he continued to belittle Izuku, who felt torn between responding and remaining silent. Suddenly, a flash of green light erupted, and Shinso was knocked back, slamming to the ground. Izuku held him down, surprising the audience with his swift action. Mike exclaimed about the unexpected turn of events, and the crowd cheered in excitement. Shinso's voice wavered as he tried to regain control. Izuku, now resolute, declared that he was there to make a difference. His expression shifted to one of determination. Shinso blinked in confusion, realizing that Izuku had seen through his quirk. With a grunt, Shinso pushed Izuku off him, and the audience gasped at the turn of events. Ojiro, feeling defeated, lamented that he had warned Izuku not to say anything. Uraraka gasped, and Ojiro explained that Midoriya had been doing well until that moment. The stakes had just risen dramatically. He was brainwashed now. Shinso ordered Midoriya to get up, and the boy complied, rising stiffly. Shinso instructed him to turn around and walk off the arena. Midoriya obeyed, ambling toward the border as the audience watched in apprehension. Shinso's shoulders relaxed, feeling irritated that the hero course student was brainwashed right in the middle of the arena, making the edge farther away than he wanted. But it was done. He waited patiently for his victory, observing the green-haired boy move closer to the border. Thoughts raced chaotically through Izuku's murky mind. He tried to feel his movements, but he couldn't. He was going to lose in the very first round. At least he had said something. At least the nation now saw Shinso's quirk. Shinso deserved it. He had worked hard for this. Izuku needed to say something so that Shinso could make it to the hero course. He had done the right thing. Had he done the right thing? What would happen if he lost? Nothing, right? It was just the sports festival. Todoroki didn't want to use his fire. He needed to use his fire. That was who he was. Izuku needed to help him realize that. He could figure it out by himself. Not everyone depended on him. All Might had told him to show the world, "I am here." But he didn't feel strong enough. He couldn't break free. Everyone had placed their trust in him. He needed to win. Wake up. Stop walking. It couldn't end like this. A pair of bright eyes pierced through the murky darkness, followed by 7 more pairs. A bolt of lightning shot through Izuku's veins, power surging through his body as roaring noises filled his mind. Then, for a split second, everything felt still. Black 𝗬𝗿-like tendrils exploded across the arena and shot toward the sky. Weeks earlier, All Might had lifted an eyebrow at Izuku's proposal. Izuku had nodded, explaining his longing to awaken the quirks of previous users by searching for the core of One for All. All Might had set down his tea, intrigued but skeptical. Izuku had rolled his hand into a fist, expressing his belief that if he could awaken the other quirks, he could become stronger and prevent more people from getting hurt when the fight with All for One came. All Might had questioned the possibility of finding the core, and Izuku had insisted it was there, recalling mentions from previous holders about a realm inside One for All where all the previous users gathered their power. All Might had urged him to slow down and explain calmly, and Izuku had taken a deep breath, detailing his theory about the nature of One for All and its concentrated core. All Might had listened thoughtfully, but he had cautioned Izuku about searching for the source of his own power instead of the quirks. When he found what truly drove him, he would discover the quirks and the core he sought. In the present, the crowd reacted with mixed emotions as a chaotic scene unfolded. Most gasped in surprise and awe, while others cheered in excitement. Some shouts of fear echoed through the arena. In the corner where Class 1A sat, the students stared in shock. Bakugo stood up, Uraraka covered her mouth, and Todoroki sat up straighter. All Might, observing from a corridor at ground level, was taken aback by the display of power. A hurricane of black tendrils lashed around Midoriya, who blinked in shock at the sight. Pain registered as the tendrils tore through his right hand, causing him to crumple to the ground. Shinso stepped back, realizing the danger as the chaotic black mess threatened him. He activated his quirk again, feeling the urgency to stop Midoriya. The black tendrils were so forceful that they broke through Shinso's brainwash before it could fully settle in. Izuku grimaced in pain, still kneeling on the ground, his body trembling. Midnight, watching the scene unfold, expressed concern for Izuku, preparing to use her quirk if the situation escalated. The tendrils struck deep into the cement ground, leaving the audience confused about what was happening beneath the chaos. Pain exploded from Izuku's arm, worsening by the second. He looked up and saw the blinding colors of the stadium behind the whirling black 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗧. Amidst the chaos, he caught sight of All Might, gripping the wall with determination, and his friends, who watched with a mix of awe and concern. Bakugo yelled at him, demanding to know what he was doing. Izuku thought to himself, questioning what in the world he was actually doing. Izuku gritted his teeth, then closed his eyes and focused on his breathing. Memories washed over him like a wave, bringing familiar feelings of one for all, along with faces and voices from his past. He recalled swinging from buildings with Black Whip, and Todoroki jokingly commenting that he looked like Spider-Man, which made Izuku laugh heartily. He remembered Shiro and Tsuyu advising him to control the tendrils as if they were muscles or body parts. He thought of all the times he had failed but persevered through practice. The memory of Black Whip's first manifestation, when it had gone out of control, flashed in his mind. He could hear Uraraka's voice urging him to calm down, reassuring him that she believed in him. Taking a few deep breaths, Izuku felt the pain begin to subside. He opened his eyes and stood up slowly, noticing that Black Whip had settled down, now only wrapping around his right arm. On the judge's podium, Midnight let out a breath of relief, her hand falling back to her side. Izuku glanced back at All Might, who looked relieved and gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Bakugo returned to his seat, and Izuku looked down at his feet, realizing the edge of the arena was just inches away. He turned toward Shinso. The general studies student flinched as Izuku suddenly lunged forward, green lightning crackling around him. Shinso's words were interrupted as he felt himself being flung aside like a spinning top. Black Whip released him and he rolled sideways. Once the world stopped spinning, Shinso pulled himself up, his head spinning in confusion. He blinked, realizing he had been thrown off the arena in an instant. Midnight snapped her WHP and declared the match over, announcing that Shinso was out of bounds and that Midoriya would advance to the next round. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. Izuku took a deep breath, and Black Whip vanished. He called out to Shinso, who glared at him while dusting off his sports shirt. Izuku offered a warm smile and suggested he join the hero course. Shinso's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly scoffed, recalling his unsuccessful attempt during the entrance exam. Izuku reassured him that the school and the world now thought differently, expressing his belief that Shinso could become an amazing hero. Shinso turned away, telling Izuku to mind his own business. Izuku's thoughts momentarily blanked, remembering how Shinso had brainwashed him earlier. As Shinso walked toward the corridor, a sense of defeat hung over him. His friends called out to him, congratulating him on his victory and expressing their pride in him. Hearing their encouragement, Shinso smiled and released the brainwashing hold he had on Izuku. Turning back to the victor, Shinso declared that he would fight Izuku again and would not let the entrance exam students keep their thrones when he joined the hero course. Izuku grinned, confident that he wouldn't lose. Later, as they walked through the corridor toward Recovery Girl's room to heal Izuku's sore arm, All Might commented on the craziness of the match. Izuku sighed, uncertain about how to explain the events to the school. All Might assured him that he had it covered, having texted Aizawa, who announced to the entire stadium, though not too explicitly, that Black Whip was simply a stronger, more concentrated manifestation of Izuku's strength-enhancing quirk. Izuku nodded in gratitude, realizing he had forgotten that Aizawa was also in the announcer booth. All Might continued, expressing his surprise at Izuku's description of Black Whip, admitting he had never imagined it would manifest in that way. Izuku smiled softly, but suddenly felt a sense of dread wash over him, causing him to stop in his tracks. All Might noticed his change in demeanor and asked what was wrong. Izuku struggled to breathe, feeling his heart sink as he released a small thread of Black Whip from his trembling hand. He looked up at All Might, who tensed at the overwhelming dread in Izuku's gaze. Izuku whispered that he had made a huge mistake. All Might stared at him intently, then down at the Black Whip quirk, realization dawning on him. Izuku stammered, his voice fragile as he admitted that someone knew. In the darkness, only the cold, dim light from a digital monitor illuminated the man's rugged face. He smiled, welcoming back One for All. Izuku turned, startled by the presence of Banjo Daigoro, the fifth user of One for All, who appeared before him. Izuku recognized his surroundings as the subconscious realm within One for All. Focusing back on Banjo, Izuku felt a sourness in his mouth and shut his eyes, questioning why Banjo had helped him. He expressed that if he had lost the round or manifested Black Whip later, All for One wouldn't have noticed. Banjo interrupted him, pointing out that he wasn't the one who had exposed the new holder of One for All, It was Izuku who had sought them out and asked for their help. Izuku bit his lip, apologizing for blaming Banjo, admitting his anger was directed at himself. Banjo calmed down, acknowledging that it was frustrating when things didn't go as planned. He encouraged Izuku to see the bright side, noting that he had been the first to pull Black Whip from One for All. Banjo laughed, suggesting that the other holders must be jealous of Izuku's achievement. Izuku muttered that he didn't think they cared enough to feel jealousy, but then a realization struck him. He asked Banjo if he knew about his time travel, to which Banjo confirmed that they were aware of Izuku's thoughts and memories. Izuku then expressed concern about All for One's plans and how he had exposed them too early. Banjo scoffed, pointing out that Izuku was smart enough to awaken the other quirks but had overlooked the fact that All for One would eventually learn about Black Whip. He didn't gather all his information from a silly live TV channel. Izuku blinked, rubbing his face as he realized that in his focus on getting stronger and awakening the other quirks, he had underestimated the enemy. The fifth holder barked at him, making Izuku jump. He urged Izuku to toughen up, reminding him that it didn't matter if the villain knew he was their successor and could access all the quirks. That fact couldn't be hidden forever, but it shouldn't stop them from winning. Izuku declared that he would win, no matter what it took, but he worried that the villain could still hurt his friends and family, admitting he wasn't strong enough to protect them at that moment. The fifth holder urged him to get stronger, reminding him that he had awakened them for a reason. After a moment of silence, Izuku nodded. The fifth holder's image became blurry, and a wide grin spread across his face as he encouraged Izuku to show the world he was there and give them someone to believe in. Uraraka watched with a pale face as Izuku sat down, confused. She asked what had happened, and 𝗧𝗓 pointed to the arena, where a mountain of ice blocks was being hurriedly cleared away by the teachers. Uraraka described how terrifying it was, recalling how the round had started and suddenly a wall of ice had been inches from her face. Kirishima chimed in, saying that the iceberg was enormous and that 𝗧𝗪 had lost the round in less than 2 seconds. 𝗧𝗓 questioned why Izuku hadn't been there, thinking he hadn't been hurt badly in the previous round. Izuku admitted he had fainted after realizing that All for One had seen Black Whip, explaining that using it had been tiring for him. Bakugo growled about another secret, but Kirishima excitedly remarked on how cool Black Whip was, anticipating an epic round between Izuku and Todoroki. Izuku smiled at the compliment but looked away. The door squeaked open, and Uraraka watched as Midoriya and 𝗧𝗓 entered. She asked how the rounds were going, and Midoriya replied that it was a stalemate between Kirishima and 𝗧𝗪𝗧 from Class B. Uraraka honestly expressed her terror, knowing that nobody walked away unharmed from a fight with Bakugo. 𝗧𝗓 questioned whether Bakugo would use his full strength against a female opponent, to which Midoriya simply replied that he would. He turned to Uraraka, his bright green eyes filled with concern, warning her that Kaken wouldn't back down and she might get hurt. He encouraged her to remember to keep going, assuring her that she was much stronger than she realized and that Bakugo respected her as a worthy opponent. Uraraka was incredulous at the idea that Bakugo respected her, but Midoriya confirmed it, urging her to show what she had. Before she could respond, he pulled her into a hug, telling her to be careful and that she could do it. She felt her cheeks heat up from the brief embrace but nodded, giving the two boys a thumbs up as she declared she would see them in the finals. With trembling fingers, she prepared herself. As she released her quirk, the audience roared in surprise as the rubble, previously floating high in the air, rained down. Bakugo remained unfazed, his icy calmness from the cavalry battles still intact. He lifted his arm toward the sky, focusing on the falling debris, and unleashed his quirk with full force. The explosion sent Uraraka flying backward, pain coursing through her body as she tumbled on the hard ground, bits of rubble flying past her. The arena shook violently from the blast, and she struggled to move, her body aching. Bakugo stood calmly in his original position, his eyes devoid of sympathy. Throughout the entire round, she hadn't even managed to touch him, let alone attack. She thought to herself that this was not how she envisioned reaching the finals. Suddenly, she heard Bakugo mutter something almost inaudibly, scoffing about her spending time with Deku, implying she had annoying plans too. Feeling hopeless, she remembered Deku's encouragement to keep going. It wasn't just an empty suggestion, it was an affirmation of her longing to become a hero, like everyone else at the festival. Bakugo scowled as Uraraka pushed herself up from the ground, growling in annoyance as he prepared his quirk again. She stumbled but managed to stand on shaky legs, surprising Bakugo, who expected her to crumble. She asked him why he hated Deku so much, her voice trembling with exhaustion and a hint of exasperation. The question caught him off guard, but his scowl returned. The way she stood reminded him too much of Deku in his childhood years, battered but still standing. He dismissed her question, insisting it was none of her business and that they should finish the fight. As he stepped forward, sparks flew from his palm. Uraraka clenched her jaw and lifted a slab of broken concrete, weightless from her quirk. When he blasted his explosion at her, she met the attack with the concrete, which shattered into pieces. She shouted that while she understood Deku kept secrets, that didn't mean he wasn't trying his best. She declared that he had taught her to work for what she cared about, no matter what. Bakugo retorted that she was as annoying as Deku. Uraraka yelled that everyone there wanted to be a hero, even her, asserting that she was the one standing there now, not Deku. She rushed forward, but her legs finally gave out, and she crumpled to the ground. Bakugo waited for her to crawl back up, but she remained still. Midnight announced that Uraraka was unconscious, declaring Bakugo the winner of the round. He stared at the unconscious girl, her words echoing in his mind and irritating him. They exposed his own thoughts, revealing that for some time, he had been fixated on defeating Deku, equating it with winning. Deep down, he had accepted his own defeat. As Bakugo made his way up the stairs, he noticed bushy green hair and snapped at Midoriya, making him stop in his tracks. Midoriya quickly clarified that if Bakugo thought he had made up Uraraka's plan, he was mistaken. It had all been her idea. Bakugo lifted an eyebrow, asserting that he wasn't stupid. The way she acted, only a fool would still think it was his plan. Bakugo scoffed and continued on his way back to the audience stands, passing the green-haired boy. He declared that he would defeat Midoriya in the finals without waiting for a response. Izuku stood there, stunned, realizing that Bakugo had just implied he would make it to the finals. Was that acknowledgement? If it were the old Kakin, he would have said something like, "Too bad you're going to lose in the next round." Everything felt strange, as if the fight with Uraraka had shifted something in his childhood friend. Izuku shook his head, wondering if Kakin still saw him as a loser. Suddenly, Izuku collided with someone and looked up to find 𝗵𝗲𝗏, the number 2 hero. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 gruffly stated that he had been looking for Izuku. Izuku, regretting his choice of words, asked if he could help, but 𝗵𝗏𝗏 ignored the question. He complimented Izuku on his impressive quirk and speed, noting that he would be a worthy opponent for Shoto, 𝗵𝗏𝗏's son, who aimed to surpass all might. Izuku tried not to roll his eyes, anticipating the hero's encouragement to give his best in the upcoming fight. As the countdown began for round 2, Izuku took a deep breath and focused on Todoroki, his opponent. This was an important fight, and unlike last time, he was determined to win. Ice blasts shot toward him, and he dodged skillfully. However, Todoroki quickly adapted, launching ice attacks that forced Izuku to evade. Izuku defended himself with gusts of wind that shattered the ice aimed at him. Todoroki, through gritted teeth, accused Izuku of trying to force his fire out again, questioning if 𝗵𝗏𝗏 had bribed him. Izuku clarified that he didn't want to meddle in their relationship but expressed his disdain for Todoroki's lack of effort. He believed that becoming a hero required full commitment. Todoroki snapped back, insisting he would prove he could win without his father's power. As the fight intensified, Izuku maneuvered around the ice spikes and broke them apart with powerful kicks and punches. The arena became littered with ice blocks. Drawing inspiration from Uraraka, Izuku unleashed dozens of black tendrils from his fists, grabbing the shattered ice and hurling it toward Todoroki. Todoroki quickly 𝗂𝗏𝗏 a massive ice wall to block the projectiles, but Izuku saw an opportunity. He focused his quirk and launched a precise tendril that cracked the ice barrier. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a powerful blast that shattered Todoroki's defenses, sending him tumbling back. Seizing the moment, Izuku charged forward, his legs reinforced with Black Whip. When Todoroki finally regained his focus, it was too late. Izuku was right in front of him. A blinding light erupted as Todoroki unleashed a flame, but Izuku dodged just in time, feeling the heat singe his hair. As he backed away, he was surprised by the sight before him. An enormous flame, even larger than the one in the cavalry battle, blazed from Todoroki's left side. Anger and pain poured from his expression as he reflected on his father's achievements. He felt the weight of his family's suffering, believing it was all for his father's goal. Izuku, however, focused on Todoroki's vulnerability despite the threatening heat of the flames. He called out to Todoroki, urging him to recognize that his father's actions did not define his own path. Todoroki, with a twitching lip, recalled Izuku's earlier dismissal of the situation. Izuku insisted that the fire belonged to Todoroki and urged him to stop surrendering to it. The emotion in Izuku's voice surprised Todoroki, who had long believed that the fire could never truly belong to him. Yet, here was Midoriya, a classmate who believed in him with a certainty that he lacked. In that moment, a weight lifted from Todoroki's heart as he remembered his longing to become a hero like All Might. Determined, Todoroki lifted his left arm, causing the flame to double in size. Midoriya leaped back, his quirk illuminating the area around him. Both knew that the battle was just beginning. Todoroki charged forward, the air heating dangerously around him. Midoriya's emerald light flared, the atmosphere tensing with their rising powers. With a swift motion, Todoroki unleashed a torrent of fire toward Midoriya. The sudden change in temperature created a shockwave that forced 𝗵𝗵𝗲 to conjure a tall concrete wall to shield the audience. Instead of meeting the attack head-on, Midoriya leaped into the air, flipping above Todoroki's head as the fire blast passed beneath him. The heat wave surged around him, and he felt the sting of flames that grazed his skin. Todoroki looked up, but before he could react, black tendrils wrapped around him, binding his arms to his sides. For the first time, the possibility of failure loomed large for Todoroki, recalling how quickly Midoriya had dispatched his previous opponent. Yet, Todoroki refused to be defeated. He summoned all his power, envisioning his rage and potential bursting forth. The fire exploded upward, growing even larger. The black tendrils flickered as the heat weakened Midoriya's grip. Surprised, Izuku quickly searched for a solution. With limited options, he kicked out, attempting to generate enough force to propel himself away from the fire. The kick, enhanced by One for All, created a powerful blast of air that sent him hurtling toward the ground. Reacting quickly, Izuku rolled to soften his landing, but the sudden movement loosened Black Whip, allowing Todoroki to break free. Despite his plan failing, Izuku couldn't help but smile, recognizing Todoroki's strength. Drawing more energy from One for All, the light around him intensified. Todoroki remarked on Izuku's restraint, suggesting he underestimated him. Izuku, in a factual tone, explained he was merely trying to save himself for the right moment. Building up power, Izuku infused his quirk into every muscle, recalling his training to keep his movements concise. One for All coursed through him, straining his body with raw energy. Black Whip tightened around him as he prepared for impact. He threw a punch, unleashing a shockwave that ripped through the arena, blasting apart concrete and leaving destruction in its wake. Despite feeling multiple fractures from the force, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Todoroki responded with a blast of fire, but it did little to weaken Izuku's attack. He was knocked back, tumbling toward the edge of the arena. Just before he could fall out of bounds, Todoroki conjured a wall of ice, halting his momentum. Though the impact was painful, it prevented disqualification. Almost immediately, Todoroki's fire reappeared, launching toward Midoriya, who charged at him with crackling arcs of green lightning. With a swift motion, Midoriya unleashed a gust of wind that deflected Todoroki's flames. The shockwave, though weaker than before, still caused pain in Izuku's arm, and the ice wall supporting Todoroki fractured. Before Todoroki could retaliate, Izuku's kick connected, sending him crashing to the ground. The announcement rang out, declaring Todoroki out of bounds and Midoriya the victor. Thunderous applause erupted in the stadium as the audience cheered enthusiastically. Shoto lifted his head slightly, realizing his upper body was beyond the arena's marked border. With a sigh, he lay back down, feeling the pain from his collision with the ice wall. It was frustrating to know that despite his efforts, he had lost. Midoriya's voice came from above, complimenting Shoto on his performance. Shoto replied with a grunt and looked up to see Midoriya extending a hand. As Shoto sat up, he barely noticed that the left side of his sports uniform was burned away. With a sigh, he took Midoriya's hand, but before Midoriya could pull him up, he let out a cry of pain. Midoriya jerked his arm back, expressing that it hurt more than he had anticipated. Shoto pushed himself off the ground, noting that he had barely landed a blow on Midoriya. He questioned the source of Midoriya's pain. Midoriya explained that he had broken some bones and torn muscles, a side effect of his quirk. Shoto felt a mix of surprise and concern, realizing the challenges of training to become a hero with such a quirk. He acknowledged Midoriya's strength, which was bolstered by his fighting expertise and analytical skills, and recognized the hard work it must have taken. Midoriya shrugged, wincing slightly, and expressed his belief that his body would eventually grow strong enough to handle the full power of his quirk, though it would take time. Shoto nodded, his thoughts lingering on his own lingering fire. When Izuku returned to his classmates in their corner of the stadium, they congratulated him on his victory. Kaminari patted him on the back, and Izuku expressed that he felt Todoroki deserved a higher ranking. Siro encouraged him to take pride in his achievement, noting that Todoroki could have easily defeated any of them. Izuku humbly credited his win to Todoroki's relative inexperience with his fire quirk. Uraraka asked about his injuries, and Izuku mentioned that Recovery Girl had helped him feel better, despite having broken bones again, which made Uraraka sigh in concern. Uraraka informed him that Ida had won his match against Shiozaki from Class B, which meant Izuku would face him next. Ida Tenya stepped onto the arena for the third time, feeling a mix of pride and nervous excitement. He was determined not to let his brother down. Spotting Midoriya, he noticed his friend muttering to himself, and he wondered what thoughts were racing through Midoriya's mind. Whatever Midoriya had planned, Ida was ready to give his best. As the match began, Ida's engines roared to life, propelling him toward Midoriya. Knowing that Midoriya had the advantage in long-range attacks, Ida aimed to close the distance quickly. He mentally prepared for Midoriya's possible responses, whether it be a binding move or a powerful attack. However, Midoriya remained still, studying Ida's movements, making Ida feel exposed as if his every thought was laid bare. The audience was equally puzzled by Midoriya's lack of action. Kirishima questioned what Midoriya was doing, while Yaoyorozu noted that he was sacrificing his long-range advantage, turning the match into a close-range contest. When Ida got close enough, he launched himself into the air, aiming a kick at Midoriya. Midoriya sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack, but Ida managed to graze his arm. Without giving Midoriya a moment to recover, Ida twisted and sent another kick toward his face. Midoriya blocked the kick but followed up with a punch that Ida barely dodged. It was clear to onlookers that Midoriya was holding back significantly. Ida, frustrated by Midoriya's lack of seriousness, declared that the match would end now. Midoriya lowered his stance, raising his fists in a relaxed manner, but unbeknownst to Ida, Midoriya was intensely focused. His eyes were locked on Ida, analyzing every movement as if time had slowed down. When Ida activated his reciprocal burst, he shot toward Midoriya like a comet, leaving a trail of blue light behind him. Midoriya saw the attack coming, but the speed still caught him off guard. He was knocked back, his surroundings blurring as he struggled to regain his footing. He reminded himself to focus and channeled the power of his quirk, feeling a shift in energy. For a brief moment he sensed something familiar, akin to the feeling of danger sense, but he pushed those thoughts aside, concentrating on the task at hand. As he heightened the power of One for All, everything around him seemed to slow down, allowing him to see clearly and prepare for Ida's next move. For a brief moment Ida thought he could see the cracks in the ground, the nearing boundary line of the arena, the movement of his engines, and a lonely cloud drifting in the sky. Then, unexpectedly, he tripped. A sudden tug at his leg sent him crashing to the ground, causing him to lose his grip on Midoriya, whose momentum sent him tumbling forward and skidding to a stop dangerously close to the arena border. 𝐸𝐵 whipped his head back, only to see Midoriya's black WHP tightened around his leg. His gaze followed the other end of the WP back to Midoriya, where the black tendril sprouted from the trembling hand of the green-haired boy. Midoriya's entire body shook as if he had just been shocked, but his unwavering green gaze shone with a chilling perceptiveness. 𝐸𝐵 struggled to connect his thoughts. Reciprocal burst was his fastest move, probably the fastest in the entire festival. Somehow, Midoriya had reacted to it, finding the perfect timing to tie his leg and yank him off balance. The excitement in the arena was palpable as the commentator's voice echoed through the speakers, announcing Midoriya's impressive counter. With a strong jolt, 𝐸𝐵 broke free from Midoriya's quirk and sped toward him, determined not to let his surprise distract him. He pushed his engines to their limit and kicked toward his opponent, who was still trembling. Midoriya augmented his focus with his quirk again, and 𝐸𝐵's movements appeared in his vision like a paused video. Before anyone realized it, Midoriya had countered 𝐸𝐵's attack with a punch to the shoulder, immediately following it with a kick to the stomach. However, 𝐸𝐵 had learned from their previous exchanges. He started his attack with the motions of a kick but quickly changed direction, ducking low and jabbing at Midoriya's ribs with his elbow. Midoriya's eyes widened, but he managed to block the blow, the light of his quirk blazing like emerald fire. A quick glance down revealed he was just an inch away from the boundary. With determination, Midoriya decided it was time to end the match. He spun on his heel and used a powerful burst of his quirk to shove 𝐸𝐵 outside the boundary. 𝐸𝐵 crashed to the ground, feeling his heart sink as Midnight's voice announced his loss and Midoriya's advance to the next round. The cheering of the crowd was deafening. Midoriya approached 𝐸𝐵, offering a trembling hand to help him up. 𝐸𝐵 accepted it, and his friend pulled him back to his feet. 𝐸𝐵 sighed, acknowledging his defeat. No matter how hard he tried, Midoriya always seemed to be a step ahead. Midoriya nodded absently, staring off into the distance. It wasn't until they made their way off the arena and back into the building that Midoriya spoke again, expressing his gratitude for the match. 𝐸𝐵 listened to their footsteps for a moment longer before adjusting his glasses. He shared his own feelings about the match, wondering why Midoriya had chosen to fight at close range. Midoriya explained that he wanted to learn to face reciprocal burst directly so he could stand a chance against even faster villains in the future. 𝐸𝐵 nodded, feeling a mix of frustration and admiration. He resolved to catch up with Midoriya's improvement, even after losing. Midoriya thanked him with a slight smile, which confused 𝐸𝐵, who couldn't understand why his friend would respond with gratitude. As he studied Midoriya's expression more closely, he sensed something was off. Suddenly, Midoriya began to wobble, and 𝐸𝐵 lunged forward to catch him just before he crumpled to the floor. Small robotic nurses quickly scurried to their side, and two robots carried an unconscious Midoriya to the infirmary. When Izuku woke up, the first thing he felt was a headache. Blinking open his eyes, even the slightest movement sent waves of throbbing pain through his temples. He realized he was in Recovery Girl's infirmary, surrounded by Uraraka, 𝐸𝐵, Todoroki, and Recovery Girl herself, with a few other students gathered near the door. All Might stood gloomily to the side, looking concerned. Recovery Girl waved the students away, insisting they give Izuku some space. Once they left, All Might turned to Izuku with a stern expression, asking what had happened. Recovery Girl interrupted, handing Izuku a cup of herbal tea and instructing him to drink it to help with the headache. Izuku obeyed, feeling some relief as the warm tea soothed his pain. Recovery Girl confirmed that while her quirk had helped alleviate the worst of his headache, it didn't heal physical injuries. She noted that he had no significant injuries apart from minor scrapes and that his blood sugar and hydration levels were fine. However, she revealed that his headache was an aftereffect of something more concerning. When Izuku asked how long he had been out, All Might informed him that he had been unconscious for 20 minutes, and due to his situation, the final round of the festival was being delayed for another 15 minutes. If Izuku did not recover before the deadline, he would be disqualified. Recovery Girl had managed to persuade them to wait longer since he had no physical injuries. She expressed her frustration, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Her quirk, which usually enhanced the body's healing abilities, had barely worked on him this time. This indicated that his body had struggled to heal the injury, affecting his nervous system. All Might, with a softer tone, inquired about what had happened. Izuku took a deep breath and shared his new discovery about harnessing the power of his quirk to enhance his sensory input and reaction time. All Might shook his head in disbelief, recalling his own failed attempts at a similar feat in his youth. Izuku explained that since he began training the core of One for All and awakened Black Whip earlier that day, his control over the quirk had changed significantly. Recovery Girl interjected, pointing out the risks he had taken. Izuku acknowledged that he had nearly pushed himself too far. He felt a mix of frustration and regret, realizing that something meant to make him stronger could have led to serious consequences. He apologized, feeling guilty for causing worry to both Recovery Girl and All Might. All Might reassured him, recognizing Izuku's determination to grow stronger as a quality of a great hero. However, he cautioned him not to let that drive lead to his downfall, as many would rely on him in the future. Izuku promised not to harm himself again, understanding that growth required patience and gradual progress, just as All Might had taught him during his entrance exam preparation. After a moment, Recovery Girl, sensing his eagerness, allowed him to participate in the final round, urging him to leave and not return. Katsuki, waiting at the stadium entrance, had been lost in thought, reflecting on his past losses to Izuku. Despite the audience's complaints about the delay, he remained patient, knowing Izuku would find a way to return. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Katsuki stood up, ready to face his rival once more. Mick's voice announced the return of the finalists, and Katsuki stepped onto the field, squinting in the bright sunlight. Izuku approached the elevated arena, his determination evident in his steady gaze. Katsuki growled a warning to Izuku not to hold back, while Izuku expressed his need to inspire trust in those watching. The tension escalated as the countdown began. Without hesitation, Katsuki charged at Izuku, building energy in his arm. Izuku activated his quirk, raw power coursing through him, illuminating his veins and crackling in the air. As Katsuki closed the distance, he felt a shift in the atmosphere, realizing Izuku was fully aware of his strategy. Adjusting his plan, Katsuki redirected his attack to the ground, creating a shockwave that forced Izuku to leap back. Seizing the moment, Katsuki propelled himself upward with a series of explosive bursts, spinning toward Izuku like a whirlwind. He unleashed his signature move, sending shockwaves throughout the stadium and breaking the ground beneath Izuku. Katsuki hit the ground on his side with a thump, the muscles in his forearms burning from the explosion, but he wasn't finished. He scrambled to his feet and held his palms close together, his fingers tense. The entire arena was shrouded in smoke and debris from his earlier attack. He heard quick footsteps and caught a flicker of green. Instinctively, Katsuki threw his palms toward his right, his body reacting before his eyes even registered Deku. Instead of his usual explosion, a blinding light filled the space between his hands and his opponent. Deku flinched in surprise, and Katsuki seized the opportunity to send a punch toward Deku's face. Deku barely managed to block the blow with his arms, but Katsuki pressed on, unleashing a flurry of explosions in rapid succession. Deku dodged and redirected but never found the chance to counter. Katsuki shouted for Deku to stop holding back, while Deku's gaze ignited with determination, green lightning flashing around him as if responding to his emotions. Suddenly, Deku's movements accelerated, and Katsuki's eyes widened as the green-haired boy closed the distance and grabbed Katsuki's arm mid-explosion. Yanking Katsuki forward, Deku threw a powerful punch aimed at Katsuki's face. Katsuki twisted just in time to avoid the impact, but Deku's punch seemed to tear through the air, and before Katsuki could comprehend what happened, he felt a force collide with him, knocking the breath from his lungs and sending him tumbling across the arena. The ground slammed into him, and pain coursed through his body. Katsuki wheezed and coughed, his chest heaving and arms trembling as he pushed himself back onto his feet. He still wasn't done. Deku stood further away, and Katsuki noticed the strain in his green eyes, the pain etched on his face. It was a pain that seemed out of place, and it annoyed Katsuki. He demanded Deku to stop acting like this was a joke, calling him out for hiding things and believing he was somehow superior. Deku, confused, insisted that he would never treat this match lightly and that he wanted to win just as much as Katsuki did. They both understood that whatever conflict existed between them, words were futile. They would settle this in the arena. Izuku could no longer contain his anger. Bakugo thought he didn't care about the match, but the truth was that he cared too much, to the point of it being painful. The memories were excruciating. Bakugo was a childhood friend who had always pushed Izuku away, yet had also protected him in crucial moments. Izuku feared that their relationship would never return to what it once was, especially after the time travel that had created an unbridgeable gap between them. Black Whip sprang into existence as Izuku leaped high into the air, leaving a trail of green lightning behind him. Bakugo looked up, his red eyes gleaming and palms ready. Izuku's powerful kick met Bakugo's explosion, the force of both attacks amplified. The two boys fought fiercely, green lightning and black tendrils colliding with explosions that grew more precise and intense. Izuku's movements were fueled by experience and raw strength, but Bakugo's stronger build and quick reflexes made it challenging for Izuku to land a decisive blow. Izuku used Black Whip to snatch up pieces of broken concrete and threw them at Bakugo, who blew apart the projectiles instantly. However, the distraction allowed an extra tendril to trip Bakugo, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could rise completely, Izuku delivered a strong kick to his shoulder, forcing him down again. Bakugo struggled to push himself up, his arms trembling from overexertion. Yet, Izuku knew Bakugo would never give up. With a fierce yell, Bakugo propelled himself upward, grabbing Izuku's waist and knocking him backward. His palms connected with Izuku's back, and the explosion that followed sent shockwaves through Izuku's body. The deafening boom and the ringing in his ears, combined with his existing headache, overwhelmed him. Bakugo knelt above Izuku, pinning his arm down and preparing to unleash another explosion at Izuku's face. Izuku raised his free hand to protect himself, but it barely sufficed. Just as Bakugo was about to attack again, Black Whip shot up and wrapped around his arm, throwing him off balance. Izuku pushed himself up, but his body was nearing its limit. He refused to let that stop him, especially in a fight with Bakugo. He remembered the consequences of harming himself in their last encounter, and the thought of reliving that moment pained him. Lowering his stance again, Black Whip wrapped around his right arm like armor. Bakugo recognized the move from Izuku's fight against Todoroki and prepared himself, taking a deep breath as the air crackled around his palms. The clash of air blast and explosion shook the stadium, causing Class 1A to rise from their seats in anticipation. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the audience gasped and then erupted into cheers. Izuku stood, his fist trembling, with Black Whip still wrapped around his arm. Bakugo lay on his side, struggling to rise. The announcement echoed through the arena. Bakugo was out of bounds, and Midoriya was declared the winner. The crowd roared with excitement, celebrating Izuku's victory. A smile spread across his face, reflecting the joy of the moment. How many times in his childhood had he dreamed of winning the UA Sports Festival? He could hear his heartbeat despite the deafening applause, and he shivered in excitement. Then he raised a fist in the air. Almost impossibly, the applause grew even louder. It was the symbolic pose of a standing hero, the pillar of peace. He was here. Izuku breathed deeply, feeling the weight of the moment. Bakugo watched from the side as Midoriya held his fist high, recognizing the pose. Suddenly, they were kids again, opening their chip bags to find an All Might collectible card. Midoriya excitedly imitated the hero's posture from the image while Bakugo laughed, teasing that Deku could never be a hero like All Might. Bakugo stood up, but despite being on his feet, he felt lowly. All he felt was defeat. Everyone's attention was on Midoriya Izuku, not Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki thought to himself that he had been wrong. Deku was already the hero he wanted to be. After the arena was cleared, the first-year students were instructed to leave the audience stands and gather on the field. As the students organized themselves into their assigned positions, Izuku followed a school robot to a room beneath the field. When he arrived, Tokoyami and Bakugo were already there. Izuku avoided making eye contact with Bakugo, and even though he wasn't looking, he knew Bakugo was doing the same. Izuku had no idea how to face him at that moment. Likely noticing the tense atmosphere and the fact that Izuku and Bakugo weren't acknowledging each other, Tokoyami cleared his throat and approached Izuku. He congratulated him with a slight nod. Izuku smiled and thanked him, mentioning that he couldn't have done it without Tokoyami in the cavalry battle. The room returned to silence, the only sound being the muffled noise of the sports festival above. Izuku glanced around and realized that Ida wasn't there, even though he technically placed third as well. He must have already received the call about his brother, 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗻. Then, a robot instructed the 3 top competitors to stand on the 3 large, adjacent circles, and with a rumble, the ceiling opened up. The light blinded Izuku, and he heard fireworks go off around the stadium. Confetti flew around and into his face, and the platform rose above the stadium ground. Izuku was impressed by the scene. Crowds were cheering, professional photographers were snapping photos of the 3 top contestants, and, for the first time, Izuku noticed the large TV cameras. By the time Izuku's first-place platform whirred to a stop, raising him higher than everyone else on the field, the audience's attention was suddenly directed to the upper level of the stadium. Both students and spectators went wild as the number 1 hero, 𝗷𝗵𝗃𝗺, leapt down and landed with a pose. Midnight announced that 𝗷𝗵𝗃𝗺 would be presenting the awards. 𝗷𝗵𝗃𝗺 placed the 3rd-place medal around Tokoyami's neck and gave him a hug with a pat on the back. Then, the hero awarded Bakugo, and for the first time since the final round, Izuku studied the blonde boy. The corners of Bakugo's mouth were drawn, his fists were clenched, and his expression was one of anger, but not quite the disbelief he had shown before. He wasn't looking at Izuku, which made Izuku think that Bakugo's anger wasn't directed at him. At least he wasn't yelling or struggling against chains. Finally, 𝗷𝗵𝗃𝗺 came to the first-place platform and raised the golden medal. Izuku dipped his head as the hero lowered the medal around his neck. When he looked up again, there seemed to be a wordless exchange between mentor and student, filled with pride. 𝗷𝗵𝗃𝗺 gave Izuku a hug with the same pat on the back he had given Tokoyami and Bakugo, but the weight of it felt different. Izuku thanked 𝗷𝗵𝗃𝗺, acknowledging the hero's support. The walk back to the classroom was filled with a chorus of congratulations, mostly from Uraraka's excited squeals. She expressed her surprise at how Izuku had managed to win, especially when Bakugo was going all out. She mimicked explosion sounds, recounting the moments of the battle. Yaoyorozu smiled and added that everyone was very excited about Izuku's performance. Todoroki offered his congratulations softly, while Kirishima hurried to Izuku with a grin, giving him an encouraging pat on the back before returning to Bakugo's side. Kaminari and Shiro rushed to join them. On the other side of the hallway, Tokoyami, who preferred to be alone most of the time, was also talking to a couple of classmates, smiling at their encouragement. Izuku glanced around with a smile. The tension that had surrounded Class 1A since the U.S.J attack had faded into motivation. Then, Uraraka suddenly shifted to a serious tone and mentioned that Ida had come to her right before the final round, saying he needed to leave because his brother had been attacked by a villain. Izuku acted surprised, realizing that this was why Ida hadn't been at the awards ceremony. He thanked Uraraka for telling him and expressed his hope that Ida's brother was okay. After the class returned to the classroom, Aizawa stood at the podium and announced the logistics. He informed them that they would have the next 2 days off to recuperate and advised them to get some rest. When Aizawa dismissed the class, the students gathered their things and trickled out. Leaving campus, Izuku and Uraraka traveled in the late afternoon light toward the station. Other UA students called out congratulations to Izuku, and he responded with grateful smiles. Uraraka said she would see him when they got back, congratulating him once more. When Izuku opened the apartment door, he called out that he was back and his mother was waiting for him. She pulled him into a tight hug, her face wet with tears, expressing how proud she was of him. Izuku hugged her back, acknowledging that he couldn't have done it without her support. His mother smiled widely, saying that all of this was due to his hard work. She expressed her regret that she couldn't provide the same resources as those from hero families but reminded him that despite not having a quirk for so long, he had one. Tears threatened to flow from Izuku's eyes as he held his mother's shaky hands, assuring her that her support was what kept him going. His mother beamed with pride, celebrating his victory as the winner of the UA Sports Festival. Izuku invited his mother to join him for some food and suggested they watch a replay of the sports festival he had recorded in high definition. She expressed concern, recalling how he had passed out several times during the event. Izuku admitted he had lost count of how many times it happened, but they both agreed to save the replay for another time. His mother shared her worries, especially regarding his quirk. Although she was thrilled he had awakened it, she felt there was still so much to learn about him and his abilities. Izuku reassured her that she knew him best and had always understood his dream of becoming a hero, like All Might, who brought smiles to everyone's faces. She hoped he would always stay true to himself and promised to smile, urging him to stay safe. The doorbell at the Bakugo household rang, prompting Katsuki's mother to call for him to answer it. Katsuki, annoyed, opened the door to find Izuku standing there with a gift of oranges from his mother, meant to congratulate them on their success at the sports festival. Katsuki was less than pleased to see him, but his mother welcomed Izuku inside, urging Katsuki to be polite. Izuku offered the oranges, and Katsuki's mother appreciated the gesture, inviting him in. However, Izuku declined and instead asked Katsuki if he wanted to accompany him to the grocery store to talk about the sports festival and school. Katsuki hesitated, feeling a mix of annoyance and curiosity. He had grown apart from Izuku, and walking side by side felt strange. The calm, sunny day contrasted with the tension between them. As they walked in silence, Izuku finally spoke, expressing that he had intended to win but had never underestimated Katsuki, who had always been his image of success. Katsuki struggled with his feelings, wanting to argue but recognizing the truth in Izuku's words. He remembered how Izuku had always looked up to him, even during their intense rivalry. Katsuki begrudgingly acknowledged that Izuku had won this time but refused to admit it aloud. Izuku seemed relieved, suggesting they were still rivals. Katsuki snapped at him to be quiet, but Izuku's nervous laughter only fueled his irritation. They continued to bicker as they approached the grocery store, where Katsuki's attention was drawn to a bottle of hot sauce. He grinned at the sight, momentarily forgetting his annoyance. Izuku, peeking from behind a shelf, questioned his sudden smile, but Katsuki dismissed him, insisting he simply liked the hot sauce. As they entered the store, they were met with unexpected attention. Izuku was recognized as the winner of the U.A. Sports Festival, and the excitement around him felt overwhelming. The ride to school felt like an eternity, but he finally arrived at U.A., still feeling the weight of the attention. In the classroom, Mineta eagerly asked about Izuku's experience post-festival, to which Izuku replied it was petrifying. Kaminari chimed in, noting that even those who had been eliminated early were recognized, emphasizing Izuku's newfound celebrity status. Aizawa entered the classroom, bringing the focus back to the lesson. He announced that they would be picking hero names, which was part of the hero drafting program where they would intern with pro heroes for a week. Based on their performance in the sports festival, some students received offers from agencies. The teacher turned on the screen to reveal the total offers for Class 1A. Izuku gasped when he saw he had the highest number, well over 3,000. Bakugo had offers in the high 2,000 range, while Todoroki, despite only reaching the quarterfinals, had around 1,000 offers, much higher than Tokoyami and Ida, who were the actual third-place winners. Mineta leaned forward, excitedly exclaiming about Izuku's success, while Bakugo tensed, though thankfully, there was no sign of hostility. Midnight then entered the classroom, and Class 1A began choosing their hero names. From Ajui's name of 𝗵𝘃𝗲 to Bakugo's rejected name of Explosion Murder King, everyone's choices were as Izuku expected, providing him with a warm sense of familiarity. However, that feeling quickly faded when he received his offer list, which was multiple pages long, filled with agency names. Kaminari peeked over his shoulder, expressing surprise at the number of offers. Izuku mentioned he had one agency in mind but frowned when he realized Gran Torino's agency was not on the list. Uraraka comforted him, reminding him of the thousands of offers he had and encouraging him to choose one he liked. Izuku sighed, feeling overwhelmed and unsure of where to start. Kaminari suggested he pick an agency with a hero he admired. As Izuku skimmed through the pages, something caught his eye. Memories from his past life resurfaced, and he realized he had received an offer from the Nighteye agency. The next day during lunch, muscular All Might approached Izuku in the hallway. Uraraka waved goodbye as she entered the cafeteria with Azui. Izuku followed All Might to the office, curious about what he wanted to discuss. All Might began talking about the hero agency internships, and Izuku's mood dropped, knowing this conversation was coming. Once they reached the empty meeting room, All Might returned to his slimmer form and expressed concern about Izuku choosing Sir Nighteye's agency. Izuku explained that he believed Nighteye could help improve his prediction and fighting skills. All Might leaned back, searching for the right words, and reminded Izuku of the complicated history between him and Nighteye, especially after All Might had chosen Izuku as his successor instead of Togata. Izuku reassured All Might that Nighteye's intentions were not rooted in hatred but rather a longing to test his worthiness. He noted that Nighteye hadn't offered him an internship before, which made him curious about the current offer. All Might expressed disbelief that Izuku had interned with Gran Torino before, and they shared a moment of understanding before Izuku prepared for his first day at the Nighteye agency. The morning of the internship week arrived, and Izuku stood outside the agency, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. He took a deep breath and stepped inside, unsure of why Nighteye had chosen him but determined to make a good impression. As he entered, a young woman with dark blue hair and cheerful yellow eyes, known as Bubble Girl, greeted him and led him to Nighteye's office. After a brief knock, she opened the door, revealing Sir Nighteye in his light gray suit, sitting behind his desk. His intense gaze made Izuku feel uneasy. Nighteye addressed him directly, acknowledging their meeting. Izuku, feeling the pressure, tried to focus on the conversation rather than the peculiar machine in the corner of the office. He acknowledged winning the sports festival but sensed that Nighteye expected more from him. After a moment of silence, Izuku asked why he had been offered an internship. Nighteye stood up and approached Izuku, explaining that he had not approved of All Might's choice for a successor but wanted to meet Izuku after the sports festival to see for himself. Izuku felt the weight of the moment, realizing that their meeting was about more than just the internship. It seemed that Nighteye wanted to test Izuku's worthiness just like before, but something about Izuku's performance during the sports festival prompted Nighteye to take the extra step of offering an internship. Izuku wondered if Nighteye had viewed his sports festival performance positively or negatively. Nighteye, however, dismissed the inquiry, stating that there were too many questions without humor. He then focused intently on Izuku, declaring that he would determine if Izuku was a worthy successor and that Izuku would need to prove it. Izuku understood what he needed to do. Nighteye reached into his pocket and pulled out a stamp, indicating that this was part of the test. Izuku placed his hero costume case near the wall and approached the center of the office, ready for the challenge. As his quirk ignited with a green blaze, the fight was abruptly halted when Nighteye suddenly groaned and collapsed to the floor, clutching his head. Concerned, Izuku rushed to Nighteye's side, asking if he was okay. Nighteye took deep breaths, his palm pressed against his temple, and when he opened his eyes, the purple glow of his foresight quirk faded. He glared at Izuku, questioning who he was. Izuku, confused, identified himself as Midoriya, but Nighteye insisted on knowing more about Izuku's timeline, which he claimed was a mess. Izuku's heart sank as he realized Nighteye had used his foresight quirk just before their fight. When Nighteye demanded to know what he had seen, Izuku took a deep breath and revealed that he was from the future. He explained that an accident involving a girl named Eri had sent him 2 years back in time, and since last April, he had relived more than a year of his life. Nighteye listened intently as Izuku described Eri's rewind quirk, which allowed her to rewind living beings to a previous state. However, during a critical moment, she had managed to rewind time itself. Izuku's determination to save Eri was evident as he explained that she was trapped by a villain named Overhaul, who led an organization called the 𝐒𝐻𝗫𝗄𝐻𝗫. In his original timeline, Nighteye had led the rescue mission, and Izuku needed his help to ensure it could happen again. Nighteye, skeptical, questioned the absurdity of Izuku's claims and the circumstances surrounding the original rescue mission. He emphasized that things happened for a reason and that the timing and experience of the heroes involved were crucial. Izuku, however, felt a surge of frustration, insisting that it was unacceptable to keep a little girl in pain when he had the chance to act. The tension in the room grew as Nighteye studied Izuku, finally sighing and acknowledging that Izuku reminded him of All Might. He agreed to help, but Izuku's relief was quickly overshadowed by guilt. He knew that Nighteye had died during the mission to save Eri in his original timeline, and if they rescued her earlier, it could change Nighteye's fate. Nighteye noticed the shift in Izuku's expression and pressed him for the reason behind it. Gathering his courage, Izuku revealed the truth about Nighteye's fate during the mission. Nighteye remained silent, contemplating Izuku's words. After a moment, he stated that he would evaluate the mission's worthiness for his life and would only assist if he deemed it plausible. Izuku nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He retrieved a notebook from his backpack, filled with details from the rescue mission in his previous life. Nighteye examined the notes, noting the Quirk-destroying bullets made from Eri's body and recognizing the urgency of the situation. He resolved to investigate further but warned Izuku that he could not participate in the rescue due to his lack of a hero license. Izuku protested, arguing that the law only restricted interns from using their quirks without their mentors present. Nighteye, however, explained that even with pro-hero authorization, non-licensed interns were limited in their actions to ensure no lives were endangered. The idea of leading a raid on a criminal organization was far beyond what was permissible for someone in Izuku's position. That definitely goes beyond what is acceptable. Izuku didn't want to face consequences for someone else, and he doubted the other person would want their mother to face them either. If he wanted to make this happen, he needed a license. Simple as that. Izuku turned away and walked to the other side of the room to collect his thoughts. He gazed at the shelf lined with All Might books, wishing he owned them. If he weren't so worried about Eri, he would have just sat down and started reading them eagerly. There had to be another way. He couldn't wait months to take the provisional license exam. If he did, his plan would be for nothing and Eri. Then it struck him. The provisional license exam happened twice a year. He recalled there being another one around this time. He quickly turned back to Sir Nighteye and asked when the next exam was scheduled. Nighteye responded in his usual monotone, stating that he already had his license. Izuku tried to suppress an eye roll and looked it up on his phone. A wave of relief washed over him when he discovered the exam was at the end of next week. He could still make it. Nighteye raised an eyebrow, questioning his certainty. Izuku was about to explain when panic set in. The registration deadline. He frantically scrolled through the website, only to find that registration had closed the previous week. Izuku returned to staring at the bookshelf, running a hand through his hair. This was the first time he had planned something so poorly. Saving Eri had always been a wish, not a concrete plan. Sir Nighteye mused, suggesting that Izuku could take advantage of his connections at one of the most prestigious hero schools in the country. Izuku buried his face in his palms, realizing he was about to do something he never thought he would. Izuku sat nervously outside Principal Nizu's office. Thankfully, he didn't need to explain much since Nizu was already aware of his time travel. However, 𝗍𝗳 mentioned he would have to contact the provisional license exam director to register Izuku, and it might not even work. After what felt like an eternity, the principal opened the door and stepped out. Nizu congratulated Izuku, stating he had called the Hero Public Safety Commission, and he was now registered for the exam next week. Izuku jumped up, bowing in gratitude, thanking Principal Nizu profusely. Nizu smiled, noting that registering a single student was quite rare, especially at U.S.J, where entire classes typically attended. He mentioned this might be the only case of late registration he knew of. Izuku expressed his apologies for any inconvenience, worried that his decision might reflect poorly on U.S.J. What if he didn't even pass? He quickly dismissed the thought. Nizu reassured him, expressing surprise that Izuku didn't want to take the exam with his friends. Izuku explained that saving someone was more important to him than participating with his classmates. Nizu wished him luck on both his license and his mission, hoping he would save the little girl. It was the second day of the Hero Agency internship week. Izuku entered the hero's office, greeting Sir Nighteye and setting down his costume case, asking if there was anything for him to work on that day. Nighteye instructed him to patrol and keep an eye out for any suspicious activity, sipping his coffee with his usual annoyed expression. Izuku asked if he would be patrolling alone, to which Nighteye replied that he would be joining him. Suddenly, another voice erupted from behind Izuku, startling him. 𝗏𝗏 appeared, wearing his hero costume with his signature red cape and 1,000,000 emblazoned across his chest. His blonde hair and bright blue eyes shone in the late morning sunlight streaming through the office windows. 𝗏𝗏 raised his eyebrows, playfully questioning if he was famous. Izuku tried to hide his panic, realizing he had shouted the name of someone he hadn't met yet. He quickly racked his brain for an excuse, mentioning he had seen 𝗏𝗏 during the sports festival and had heard many stories about him. 𝗏𝗏 winked, claiming Izuku would experience all the awesomeness in person now. He burst into laughter, and Izuku smiled, glad for 𝗏𝗏's energy, even in dark times. 𝗏𝗏 placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, expressing excitement to work with him, the sports festival winner. Sir Nighteye ordered 𝗏𝗏 to take Izuku for the morning patrol, to which 𝗏𝗏 enthusiastically agreed. After changing into his hero costume, Izuku followed 𝗏𝗏 outside the building and onto their patrol route. As they walked along the sidewalks, Izuku remained vigilant, scanning alleyways, storefronts, and street corners for any signs of villains, especially overhaul. When they passed the street where they had met Eri in his previous life, Izuku stopped in his tracks. 𝗏𝗏 noticed and asked if something was wrong. Izuku shook his head, insisting nothing was wrong, but his tone must have sounded grim because 𝗏𝗏 quickly shifted to a joking demeanor. He asked Izuku what his hero name was. Deku, Izuku replied. 𝗏𝗏 found the name interesting and offered a tip about being a hero. Izuku braced himself for a silly joke, but 𝗏𝗏 asked if he wanted to know how heroes kept their cool. Curious, Izuku asked how. 𝗏𝗏 grinned, stating they had a lot of fans. Just as Izuku was about to facepalm, a teenage boy yelled, asking if he was the U guy. A girl chimed in, recognizing him as the first-year sports festival winner. Izuku glanced to his right, realizing a group of teenagers was watching him in awe as they entered a local high school. 𝗏𝗏 encouraged Izuku to smile and wave. Following his lead, Izuku stiffly complied. One of the girls approached, asking if they could take a selfie with him and 𝗏𝗏, who they recognized as the 𝗬𝗏𝗏. The two hero interns agreed, with 𝗏𝗏 emphasizing he was not a 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏. Izuku sighed in relief as they left the school's vicinity, admitting he found this part of the job overwhelming. 𝗏𝗏 laughed, assuring him he would get used to it. He then asked about the long delay before Izuku's final round at the sports festival. Izuku felt comfortable sharing a half-truth, explaining that his quirk strengthened his body, and during the semi-final round, he had tried to enhance his senses. However, he had used too much power, nearly overwhelming himself. 𝗏𝗏 found it cool, though he quickly clarified that the brain-frying part was not cool. He expressed admiration for the idea of strengthening senses. Izuku chuckled, admitting he might have drawn some inspiration from 𝗏𝗏 as well. 𝗏𝗏 was pleased to hear that. 𝗏𝗏 expressed his determination to become more powerful so he could be a better hero, sharing that it was heartbreaking to think of all the people in need of help. He had chosen the hero name 𝗵𝗚 with the goal of saving 1,000,000 people. Izuku nodded in agreement, believing in 𝗏𝗏's potential. Upon returning to the Nighteye agency, Bubble Girl informed the interns that Nighteye had left with 𝗧𝗵𝗏 for an investigation. She mentioned that Nighteye wanted 𝗏𝗏 to train Midoriya. Izuku quickly waved his hands, insisting that it wasn't necessary, recalling the painful memory of 𝗏𝗏's earlier punch. 𝗏𝗏, with an innocent smile, encouraged Izuku, claiming it would be great. Despite his reservations, Izuku felt a longing to improve and see how much he had progressed. They soon arrived at an underground room resembling a large dance studio without mirrors, a place Izuku had never seen before. 𝗏𝗏 explained that he had been training there since he began studying under Sir. He then challenged Izuku to show what he could do. Izuku initiated the training with a kick, but 𝗏𝗏 swiftly sank into the ground and reappeared behind him. Izuku narrowly dodged a punch and countered with quick attacks. He realized that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 needed to solidify to strike, so he focused on predicting 𝗏𝗏𝗏's movements. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smirked, acknowledging Izuku's strategy but noting it wasn't enough. He easily dodged most of Izuku's attacks, which passed through him like air. When it was 𝗏𝗏𝗏's turn, he vanished into the ground and re-emerged with a powerful punch. Izuku managed to block it, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏 continued to attack from unexpected angles, making it difficult for Izuku to keep up. Eventually, Izuku found himself overwhelmed, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 delivered a final blow that sent him crumpling to the ground. Izuku groaned, questioning the necessity of such force. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 laughed, complimenting Izuku on his effort but suggesting he had more potential to unlock. Izuku expressed his longing to improve his combat skills without relying solely on his quirk. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 encouraged him, stating that while he was still weak, he was stronger than expected. He asked if Izuku had trained with Sir yet, to which Izuku replied he had not. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 assured him that Sir would be proud of his prediction skills. Izuku admitted he needed to get faster, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏 corrected him, saying he needed precision instead. He advised Izuku to recognize his opponent's intentions and the best way to counter them. Izuku felt overwhelmed, admitting he couldn't think that fast. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 reassured him that such skills would come with experience, prompting Izuku to raise his fists for another round. On the third day of the internship, Izuku inquired about 𝗏𝗏𝗏's absence. Bubble Girl explained that he was busy with schoolwork due to upcoming finals. She then asked Izuku about his experience at the agency, to which he responded positively, noting he had learned a lot. When she mentioned a new case involving Quirk destroying bullets, Izuku felt his heartbeat quicken, realizing he was unaware of it. Bubble Girl seemed surprised, mentioning that Nighteye had intended for Izuku to assist with the case. She explained they were investigating an underground organization and suggested Izuku help organize documents during his week at the agency. Izuku took a deep breath, realizing he was being treated as an intern for basic tasks, and decided to speak with Sir. He entered Nighteye's office, closing the door behind him. Izuku expressed his concern about Nighteye's earlier comments regarding his involvement. Nighteye clarified that he had asked for Izuku to be included, believing it would make the situation more realistic since Izuku would be present for the rescue if he obtained his license. Izuku sighed but agreed, feeling a mix of relief and frustration. Nighteye added that it was amusing to see Izuku pretend not to know anything, which prompted Izuku to suppress an eye roll. He was confident in his ability to hide his time travel secret, but it still irked him. When Nighteye remarked on Izuku's lack of humor, Izuku quickly insisted it was funny. Nighteye's expression turned serious as he instructed Izuku to assist the sidekicks with small tasks during his training. Izuku hesitated, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. He finally voiced his intention to go to Hosu that afternoon, explaining that his friend would be there and that the hero killer might also make an appearance. Nighteye sighed, realizing he couldn't dissuade Izuku from going, even if it meant trouble for both of them. He reminded Izuku of the risks involved, emphasizing the importance of the quirk All Might had entrusted to him. Izuku acknowledged the danger but insisted he couldn't ignore someone in need. He was determined to stop the hero killer, confident in his ability to confront him. Nighteye, after a moment of contemplation, asked Izuku to avoid revealing himself if possible to prevent unnecessary complications. Izuku agreed, grateful for the understanding. As the bullet train approached Hosu City Station, a soft melody played over the speakers, signaling the beginning of a new chapter in Izuku's journey. Izuku looked out the window, blinking against the bright orange late-afternoon sunlight as shadows flitted across his face while the train approached the station. He wasn't in his full hero costume. Instead, he wore a plain gray hoodie with a small All Might logo, a black utility belt, black breathes, and his trusty red sneakers. Lightweight arm and leg braces were concealed beneath his clothing. The reason for his casual attire was straightforward, just as it was why he hadn't invited any other heroes along. He wanted to avoid drawing attention. With his knowledge of time travel and the absence of a hero license, fewer witnesses were preferable. After disembarking from the train, he had a small sandwich for dinner before venturing further into the city. The sun dipped below the skyline, casting long shadows across the peaceful streets. There was no fire, 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐳𝐑. The only unusual aspect of the scene was the palpable air of apprehension that lingered among the citizens, a distant fear of a murderer rumored to still be in the city. Checking his phone, Izuku noted he had a couple of hours before the hero killer would appear, but he began making his way toward the alley anyway, unsure of its exact location but walking in the general direction. As he walked, he noticed the sidewalks becoming more crowded and traffic slowing down. He reached into his pocket, donned a black mask, and pulled his hood over his fluffy green hair, just in case any of the passers-by recognized him from the sports festival. It was only when he spotted the first police car that he truly understood the fear etched on people's faces. Ahead, more police cars lined the sidewalk, and suddenly a siren blared to life as an ambulance sped past him toward the hospital, weaving through traffic. A knot tightened in his stomach. Approaching the large crowd, he quickened his pace, his heart racing. Some people were already leaving, the crimson and blue lights of police cars casting an eerie glow on their faces. Izuku squeezed past concerned onlookers until the scene came into view, and his breath caught in his throat. The dark alleyway was cordoned off with yellow tape fluttering in the evening breeze. Police officers and a few heroes moved swiftly in and out of the alley. In the shadows, he spotted a pool of blood on the ground and splatters on the wall, which made it hard for him to breathe under his mask. With a trembling hand, he tapped the man next to him and asked what had happened. The man, his expression somber, explained that the hero killer Stain had attacked a hero named Native. Izuku took a deep breath, inquiring about the hero's condition. The man replied that Native had been taken away in an ambulance, and when Izuku asked about the hero killer, he learned that Stain was likely being pursued. Nodding, Izuku watched as the man left. The crowd gradually thinned, leaving only a few people lingering near the scene. It didn't make sense to him. Why had the attack occurred earlier? Where was Ida? Was he safe? Perhaps the answer lay right in front of him. He looked out into the streets. No fire, no chaos. No Nomu attack. Shigaraki had been in charge of that last time, but he was now imprisoned in Tartarus. If Stain had previously collaborated with Shigaraki, the absence of that partnership might explain why the hero killer had attacked early. This could mean Ida was already in danger. Just as Izuku was about to leave, he overheard a hero speaking to a police officer about a chase that had occurred, mentioning that 𝗵𝗃 had lost sight of Stain. Remembering that 𝗵𝗃 was in the area, he listened as the officer reported that the hero agency had issued a citywide search for the hero killer. Suddenly, another officer approached him, asking him to leave the scene for his safety, given the villain on the loose. Izuku nodded and walked away, but once the police were distracted, he turned into another alley. The green light of his quirk illuminated the walls as he leaped onto a building. Crouching down, he scuttled to the edge and peered over, gaining a clearer view of the crime scene. The BLD appeared darker in the shadows, and he noticed dark spots leading away from the police cars, but the trail disappeared at the alley's opening, also marked by yellow tape. Just when he thought he had lost the hero killer's trail, he caught sight of scorch marks on a building across the street. 𝗵𝗃 must have been pursuing Stain earlier, but it seemed he had lost the trail. If 𝗵𝗃 was searching for the hero killer, Todoroki Shoto wouldn't be far behind. Checking the time again, Izuku realized the Nomu attack was unlikely to happen now, which was a relief, but it didn't simplify the situation. The last time he, Ida, and Todoroki had faced Stain, fewer witnesses had been present due to the Nomu attack. This time, they would need to be much more cautious if they encountered the killer. Izuku considered two scenarios. Either 𝗵𝗃 or another group of pro-heroes would find Stain first and resolve the situation, or Ida would confront Stain alone and potentially get hurt or face trouble for fighting without a license. His objective was clear. He had to ensure Ida didn't find Stain first. But what if Ida questioned him about his presence? Izuku pondered, recalling that since he was now working under Nighteye, he lacked a solid excuse for being there. Nighteye's words echoed in his mind. If he didn't need to reveal himself, he shouldn't. Sighing in agreement with his mentor's advice, he leaped toward the scorch marks, leaving a trail of emerald lightning as the sky began to darken. A gradient of bright orange to deep indigo stretched across the sky as Izuku sprinted through the city, his footsteps echoing in the narrow alleyways as he desperately sought a clue, any sign that could lead him to the hero killer. Other heroes were also searching the city, but Izuku made sure to avoid them since he didn't want to get caught without a license. He had followed the scorch marks left behind by Endeavor's Quirk, but the trail had come to an end about a minute ago, indicating where the hero lost track of Stain. Now, as Izuku raced through the alleyways without a clear destination, uncertainty clouded his mind. After a few more aimless turns, he forced himself to stop. Running through the city without purpose wasn't going to lead him anywhere. He needed to think and understand the hero killer's motives. What drove Stain to target heroes? Or, in the killer's words, to sacrifice those he deemed fake. Izuku paused for a moment, realizing he was standing next to a stinky trash can, and moved to a more pleasant spot to think. His mind raced, searching for possible locations where the killer might be. Stain had always been a radical idealist. If he wanted to make a statement, he might target places near hero agencies. It was only a guess, but it was better than running aimlessly. Izuku headed toward the city's largest hero agency and searched its vicinity, but he found nothing except for the earlier crime scene nearby. He muttered to himself that he had only backtracked and wasted valuable time. The sun had set about 20 minutes ago. The sky was a murky black, and the moon hung ominously behind a sheet of dimly lit clouds. The only light around Izuku, who stood on a building rooftop, came from a few distant streetlights and a flickering bulb hanging in front of a small door leading to the rooftop. Izuku sighed and rubbed his face. If Stain was targeting a specific hero, it would be even more difficult to find him with the heroes scattered across the city. How could Izuku narrow down such a broad range? Every second that passed felt like an eternity. Then an idea struck him. He pulled out his phone, intending to call Ida. If that accidentally exposed his time travel knowledge, so be it. It was better than letting Ida get hurt. Just as he was about to dial the number, a cold sensation washed over him. His finger froze, and he shoved his phone back into his pocket, spinning around. The light in front of the roof door flickered as usual. Suddenly, the roof was illuminated by the green glow of One for All. With raised fists, Izuku cautiously moved forward, his heart pounding. Something small caught his eye. He looked down, noticing a single drop of crimson liquid. A wave of realization washed over him, and without a second thought, he threw himself sideways, hitting the roof surface with a thump. He quickly got up, the sight before him sending a chill down his spine. A long, jagged blade reflected the flickering light, held by none other than the hero killer, Stain. Izuku could see the killer's messy hair and skeletal mask, along with the tattered crimson fabric flowing behind him in the breeze. But it was Stain's gaze, a ruthless, cold, red gaze, that made haunting memories resurface. The villain's raspy voice broke the silence as he asked if Izuku was looking for him. Izuku gulped, his focus splitting between the hero killer standing before him and the fact that he had just awakened the fourth One for All user's quirk, Danger Sense. Stain continued, acknowledging that while Izuku's logic was interesting, he was far off in predicting his location. However, compared to the other heroes searching for him, Izuku was closer. Stain recognized him as the kid who had won that event on TV, noting how Izuku had raised his fist like All Might, reminding him of the symbol of peace. Izuku held his breath, shocked that even though he was wearing his hood and mask, the villain still recognized him. Stain then declared that there was only one All Might and that others were merely poor imitations, fakes that must be sacrificed. Suddenly finding courage, Izuku glared at the villain's shadowy face and pushed himself to his feet, green lightning crackling around him. He declared that it was convenient for Stain to come to him, and after he stopped him, the killer wouldn't be able to hurt anyone anymore. Stain raised his sword, pointing it at Izuku's face, dismissing him as a child playing make-believe. Izuku retorted that it wasn't Stain's place to judge his abilities. Danger sense surged through his mind, and he instinctively dodged a slash from the killer's blade. With a surge of power, Izuku lunged forward, but Stain matched his speed, sidestepping his attack with eerie grace. Stain then swung down with his sword. Izuku threw his arms forward, releasing tendrils of black whip from his hands, which latched onto the wall of a nearby building. With a tug, he accelerated toward the wall, narrowly avoiding Stain's downward slice. Twisting in midair, Izuku planted his feet on the wall and kicked off, launching debris at Stain. The hero killer dodged most of it but stumbled across the roof. That moment of instability was all Izuku needed. Focusing his power, he unleashed a flurry of precise punches, but Stain's swordsmanship was so refined that it appeared almost ethereal. Stain deflected blow after blow, mixing in counterattacks, forcing Izuku to back away. Stain then pulled his sword back as if preparing for a large swing, but just as Izuku was about to duck, Danger Sense screamed at him, prompting an immediate leap back. In Stain's other hand, a small dagger appeared, and if Izuku hadn't dodged, he would have been gravely injured. A breath of relief escaped him, but the fear of almost being harmed still made his heart pound furiously. A sinister smile curved beneath Stain's mask as he sprinted forward, swiftly suching his dagger for another long sword. Izuku took a deep breath, realizing that Stain was the most dangerous villain he had faced since his time travel. He understood that if he wanted to survive, he couldn't rely solely on Danger Sense. An idea struck him. Just like during the sports festival, he directed the strengthening power of One for All to his senses. Instead of simply transferring energy, he focused on drawing a sliver of power, as if sipping through a straw. The hero killer's blade slowed. A split second later, Izuku's strengthened punch connected with the hero killer's face, sending the villain tumbling across the roof until he stopped just before the ledge. Izuku couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph, recalling the events from the day before. During a training session with Togatta, he had lost 6 sparring rounds. For the 6th time, Izuku found himself kneeling on the ground, pain radiating from Togatta's signature punch. Togatta, with a smile, asked how it felt. Izuku expressed that he felt close to success, almost able to predict Togatta's movements, but he struggled to react in time. Togatta reassured him that it was normal and that he would improve with experience. Izuku pushed himself back up and asked for another round. Togatta, in a thoughtful manner, suggested that if Izuku strengthened his senses like before, it might boost his reactions and make training more efficient. Izuku sighed, feeling hesitant about the idea. Togatta reminded him that he had learned to control his power with the rest of his body, so why not with his senses too? Izuku considered this. When he first used the sensory strengthening move, he had transferred energy to his perception, but perhaps the nervous system couldn't handle that much power. Determined, Izuku took a deep breath and thought of the sports festival round against Ida, where the world had appeared like a photograph. Drawing 1% of One for All's power into his body, the green light around him shimmered. He focused on pushing the power into his perception, trying to absorb the scene around him, but nothing seemed to change. Togatta suggested that there might not be much movement, so he began to dance around. Izuku, suppressing a laugh, concentrated again and strengthened his senses with 1%. Togatta's erratic movements appeared to change slightly in speed, but it was hard to tell. Izuku exhaled, indicating that Togatta needed to do something with a more constant speed since he was still adjusting to his new senses. Togatta nodded and started doing the floss dance. Once more, Izuku honed his senses. This time, knowing what to expect from Togatta's movements, he noticed them slow down. A moment later, everything returned to normal. Excited, Izuku realized it had worked. It was sharpening his reactions, which would help him in combat. Togatta celebrated, leaping into the air. Izuku then tried using 2% of his power, and as Togatta was mid-air, the image slowed down even more, returning to normal speed when he landed. As he pushed to 3% power, Izuku felt a humming sensation in his head, realizing that this was likely the limit for this move. He decided to name it Zenith Focus. The hero killer pushed himself back to his feet, eyes glinting dangerously. Izuku closed the distance, and Stain swiped his hand, sending several knives and daggers flying at Izuku like bullets. In that instant, Izuku activated Zenith Focus, revealing Stain's movements. The flying daggers were a distraction, easily dodged, while the real danger was the short sword descending from above. Anticipating Stain's next move, Izuku prepared himself for the villain's attempt to distract him. The moment of tension passed, and Izuku shot Black Whip at the short sword, redirecting its downward momentum in a large arc to collide with the array of flying daggers. Still holding onto Black Whip, he hurled the pile of blades towards the left, catching the hero killer off guard. The force sent Stain over the building ledge, the blades clattering against the walls as they fell into the alley below. Without hesitation, Izuku leaped over the edge and landed softly in the alley. As he squinted into the darkness, he realized Stain was nowhere to be seen. Cautiously, he searched for any movement in the shadows. His danger sense ignited in his mind, but he resisted the urge to dodge and activated Zenith Focus again. Unexpectedly, his surroundings froze, reminiscent of the sports festival. Quickly, he directed his attention to the hero killer emerging from the shadows behind him, sword drawn and aimed at Izuku's lower back. In a swift motion, Izuku spun around, avoiding the sword as it slipped past him. His strengthened fist collided with Stain's face, sending the villain hurtling back and bouncing on the alley ground. As Stain struggled to get up, Izuku reflected on how his heightened senses had improved his reaction time without any side effects. The combination of danger sense and zenith focus allowed him to respond to ambushes with calculated counterattacks. However, the upgraded danger sense did not guarantee victory. Lowering himself into a fighting stance, Izuku felt one for all surge within him. Just as he prepared to strike, a loud whirring sound caught his attention. The hero killer spun around and kicked something behind him, followed by a heavy clank of armor hitting the ground. Izuku's heart raced as he recognized who the killer was facing. Tenya lay on the ground in his hero costume, trembling with either pain or anger. Stain's killing intent intensified the air pressure in the narrow alley. Ida pushed himself off the ground, ready to confront the hero killer. Ida entered the alley with determination, fueled by the longing for justice for his brother. He had come to confront the hero killer, the villain responsible for his brother's incapacitation. As he approached, he spotted a glint of metal on the ground, and his heart raced. It was a blade, and with his engines roaring to life, he sprinted toward it. In the alley, he saw the hero killer, his back turned, swords strapped to his body. Tenya felt a surge of adrenaline, believing he had the element of surprise. He launched a kick, but the villain quickly turned, delivering a powerful blow that sent Tenya crashing to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Tenya pushed himself back up, staring defiantly at the hero killer, whose crimson eyes seemed to absorb the darkness around them. He declared his intent, vowing to avenge his brother. The hero killer, unfazed, acknowledged Tenya's brother and mocked his pride, suggesting that Tenya was just as foolish. The tension escalated as the villain proclaimed his disdain for the current hero society, promising to eliminate those he deemed unworthy. In a moment of distraction, Tenya seized the opportunity to attack, launching a kick powered by his engines. However, the hero killer effortlessly deflected the strike, and a swift counterattack followed. Just as Tenya braced for impact, a hooded figure appeared, intercepting the villain and slamming him against the wall. But the confrontation took a dark turn when the hero killer used his quirk, leaving the hooded figure immobilized. The sight sent a chill down Tenya's spine. With a sinister grin, the hero killer dismissed the figure and turned his attention back to Tenya, ready to finish what he started. Anger surged within Tenya, and he revved his engines, charging at the villain with renewed vigor. He landed a powerful punch, but the hero killer countered, revealing his disappointment in Tenya's failure to save the fallen hero. Tenya glanced at the figure lying in the shadows, realizing the stakes of the battle he was engaged in. The fight was far from over, and he was determined to prove himself against the hero killer, not just for his brother, but for all those who had fallen victim to the villain's wrath. The hooded figure trembled, clearly struggling against the effects of Stain's quirk. A wave of guilt washed over Tenya as he realized he had overlooked another person's existence. The rage that had burned within him began to fade. He felt he had failed the fundamental principle of being a hero. As Stain raised his sword to his lips, a drop of blood balanced precariously on the edge, Tenya instinctively looked down at his own right leg, noticing the torn fabric of his costume revealing a small cut. He glanced back at Stain, but his body froze in place. Stain's words echoed ominously in his mind, urging him to watch closely as he raised a knife, aiming it at the hooded figure behind him. The villain's voice dripped with disdain as he spoke of the consequences of selfishness. The knife flew toward the immobilized figure, and Tenya's heart raced with desperation. He thought of how his brother would have saved the person, but he felt powerless to act. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and the knife halted midair. An icy barrier formed, encasing Stain's limbs and rendering him immobile. Tenya felt a surge of relief as he recognized the familiar presence. Todoroki had arrived just in time. A warm hand pressed against Tenya's back, causing the ice to sizzle and melt away. Todoroki stepped forward, his hair tousled, explaining that he had to freeze Tenya to stop the knife. He turned his attention to the hooded figure, still sprawled on the ground behind the wall of ice. Tenya, still unable to move, informed Todoroki that he didn't know who the hooded figure was. Todoroki quickly assessed the situation, understanding that the immobilization was due to Stain's quirk, triggered by BLD. He had already contacted 𝗵𝘃𝗲, who would be arriving soon. As Todoroki prepared to assist the hooded figure, a fissure appeared in the ice cage, and a flurry of knives mixed with ice shards erupted in all directions. Todoroki raised an ice barrier to shield himself and Tenya, but one of the knives struck Tenya's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain as he collapsed to the ground. Lying there, Tenya could only hear the chaos of battle and the pounding of his own heart. BLD flowed from his shoulder, pooling beneath his helmet. He noted the strange mix of cold and heat around him, catching glimpses of fire in his peripheral vision. It seemed Todoroki had begun using his fire in combat, likely influenced by Midoriya. Despite his immobilization and the pain, Tenya's thoughts drifted back to a conversation with Midoriya before the hero internship week, where Midoriya had offered support. Tenya had dismissed it then, but now he realized he had been blinded by anger and revenge, straying from the hero he aspired to be. Determined, Tenya clenched his muscles, preparing for the moment Stain's quirk would release him. He vowed to dive back into the fight to protect Todoroki and the hooded figure, fulfilling the promise he made to Midoriya to improve and catch up. The hero killer's gaze was sharp, and as Todoroki fought valiantly against Stain's relentless attacks, he felt the weight of despair. But he pushed the thought aside, knowing Tenya was behind him, injured and unable to move, and the hooded figure was still in danger. He couldn't give up. As Todoroki's ice slowed Stain down, he felt the power of fire igniting within him. Stain's twisted expression was filled with contempt as he muttered about eradicating fakes and cleansing the world. In response, Todoroki unleashed sharp beams of ice, striking at Stain from all angles. Determined, he declared that they would see about being disappointing. Suddenly, a burst of orange fire erupted, sending shockwaves through the alley. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 had arrived, battling the hero killer amidst the flames. Stain, now enraged, slashed wildly, proclaiming that only All Might could defeat him. Seizing an opportunity, Todoroki launched a trail of ice beneath Stain, causing him to lose his balance. In a flash, Tenya surged forward, propelled by his engines, and delivered a powerful kick to Stain's sternum. The impact sent the villain crashing against the wall, BLD spilling from his mouth. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 stepped back, surprised as Stain fell to the ground, defeated. Tenya stumbled, still feeling the knife lodged in his shoulder, but Todoroki quickly moved to help him into a more comfortable position. Tenya expressed gratitude, acknowledging that they had managed to defeat Stain together. He felt a mix of relief and regret, recognizing that his quest for vengeance had clouded his judgment. That wouldn't be what his brother wanted. Shoto attempted a comforting smile, but then frowned and looked around. Ida came to the same realization. He scanned the area and wondered where the other victim had gone. The hooded figure was nowhere to be seen. Shoto's first thought was that his father had incinerated the victim, but he quickly dismissed that idea. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 would have noticed if someone else had been in the alley. Probably just escaped after Stain's quirk wore off, Ida suggested. Yes, you're probably right, Ida agreed, then sighed, acknowledging, that person saved my life. I'm sure you'll have a chance to express your gratitude in the future, Shoto replied, but right now, we need to get you to the hospital. Ida nodded in agreement, wincing at the pain. Shoto stood up and walked over to where 𝗵𝘃𝗲 was waiting with the restrained hero killer. A group of heroes is heading this way, 𝗵𝗲𝗏 informed him. Shoto acknowledged the statement with a nod. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the crackling of a small flame near the mouth of the alley. I didn't know you were capable of surprise attacks, Shoto remarked. You'll learn all of this from me one day, the flaming hero replied, a hint of pride in his voice. More silence followed. I lost the dinner you sent me to buy, Shoto reported. I dropped it after I heard the commotion here. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 huffed in response, offering no criticism, insults, or compliments about keeping the killer at bay. What did you think about using your fire in an actual combat situation? The hero asked. Shoto looked down at his hands, then at the hero killer. The annoyance regarding his father's expectations of his fire control had become habitual, requiring effort for Shoto to overcome it. He took a deep breath. My control of it is still flawed. As long as you learn what I teach, you will improve your control, 𝗵𝗲𝗏 assured him. I will learn wholeheartedly, Shoto replied, although it would not be for your dreams. It would be for mine. Izuku watched from a distance as a group of heroes arrived at the alley, followed by the flashing red and blue lights of police cars. From the building where he stood, he could also see an ambulance and a few reporters hurrying to the scene. The sound of a helicopter echoed somewhere in the sky. During the fight with Stain, when Izuku was able to move again, he noticed 𝗵𝗲𝗏 flying toward the alley like a comet. He knew 𝗵𝗲𝗏 would handle the situation, so he decided to leave. However, 𝗵𝗲𝗏's arrival had caught Izuku off guard. Without the Nomu attack, the Hosu event had changed significantly. Something else was bothering him. He looked down at his torso at the cut that Stain had made. The BLD had stained his hoodie red, but beneath the sliced fabric, the cut wasn't deep. Stain couldn't have missed. So why did Stain spare Izuku's life? Was it because he reminded him of All Might? Recalling his last life, Izuku thought about how Stain had saved him from the flying Nomu and wondered for the millionth time what exactly Stain was thinking. But all that mattered now was that Iida and Todoroki were safe. Izuku smiled at that. As the hero-killer situation was being resolved, Izuku decided to start heading back to the train station, his mind drifting to the next task ahead. He whispered to himself that he was coming soon. Eri stared at the dim lights above her head. The lights were always dim, and sometimes they were turned off altogether, leaving the room in gloomy darkness. There were no windows. A lamp on the nightstand emitted a sickly yellow light, which she never turned on. She wanted a little night light like the one she had before, but she learned long ago that it didn't matter what she wanted. A few toys were scattered on the ground, but she found no joy in them. She lacked the energy to play and only wanted to curl up in a little ball. Maybe she could draw, but her arms, wrapped in bandages, were always too sore. The sound of the door sliding open made her look away from the ceiling lights to the doorway. The hall outside was brighter than her room, so she could only see the silhouette of the man in the lab coat. Come on, the man said simply, knowing she would comply. In the first few days, she would thrash and cry when the adults dragged her to the labs. She had hoped this was just a bad dream where the memories of her past haunted her. She wished to wake up in her sunlit room, look out her window, and see the blue glassy building again. But a long time had passed since she returned to the dim, windowless room. This was a real, living nightmare. She pushed herself off the bed and walked slowly to the man at the doorway. There was no point in resisting, they would drag her there anyway. She followed the man into another room further down the hallway. This room was dim, with a cold beam of light shining on the large reclining chair. She sat on the chair and placed her arms on the cold metal armrests as the man began to remove her bandages. Every time her bandages were removed, she thought about the Christmas party where the nice older kids let her slowly tear apart the wrapping paper to reveal the gifts. But like all the other happy memories before the nightmare, the Christmas party seemed so long ago, the details fading into cold lab chairs and dull white bandages. But she didn't want to forget. She liked gifts. Everyone was always so happy to see her smile. She barely twitched as the sharp needle punctured her arm. Red liquid flowed through the tube into a whirring machine next to her. The lab coat man, who wore a long pointy mask, pressed different buttons on the machine and occasionally peered at the monitor. Then he removed the needle and reached for the straps on the sides of the chair. Moments later, she was buckled and strapped to the chair. The door opened again. The lighting made it impossible to see the person entering, but just by the sound of footsteps and muffled breathing, she knew exactly who it was. The lab coat man dipped his head in acknowledgement. Overhaul stepped next to the whirring machine and squinted at the monitor, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Her heart lurched. If the whirring machine didn't provide the results he desired, it meant he would have to resort to more drastic measures. Eri felt a soft whimper escape her lips as she struggled against the restraints holding her in the chair. Chisaki's voice was like an anvil striking her mind, declaring that her quirk was a curse, and she was a curse. She recalled the kind words of older kids who had once told her that her quirk was a blessing, not a curse. My quirk is a blessing, not a curse. As a sharp instrument approached her arm, she felt a surge of pain that threatened to overwhelm her, but exhaustion held her back from screaming. She wished for someone to come and save her. Memories of a person with yellow hair and blue eyes holding her close flooded her mind, along with the first encounter with the older boy who had fluffy green hair and wide emerald eyes. What were their names again? Deku, she whispered softly, barely audible over the machine's noise. 𝗵𝗃𝗻. Since the nightmare began, she realized she was trapped in a memory, reliving every torturous moment spent in the cold lab, with needles injecting her with unknown fluids, and the sensation of being torn apart only to be pieced back together. Yet, in a protected corner of her mind, a small glimmer of hope remained, like a nightlight in the darkness. If she was experiencing all the bad moments again, perhaps she would also be rescued once more. Overhaul removed his glove and reached toward her. My name is Eri. I like apples and sunshine and things that make me smile. Deku and 𝗵𝗃𝗻 will come and save me. The heroes will come and save me. The next 4 days of the internship week passed quickly. Sir Nighteye worked with his sidekicks and Izuku to investigate the Shy Hasakai. With Izuku's notes, unbeknownst to the sidekicks, the agency gathered enough information to understand what was happening to Eri. On the final day of the internship, Izuku entered Nighteye's office. Sir Nighteye, without looking up from a stack of reports, asked if he was leaving. Izuku nodded and inquired if they would be able to carry out the rescue plan. Sir Nighteye mentioned that he still needed time to decide, but the best-case scenario could happen in the next month or two. Izuku tightened his grip on his costume case, acknowledging the information. The hero adjusted his glasses and continued, recalling how impressed he was by Izuku's determination on the first day of the internship. He had noticed how Izuku raised his fist, which had been the tipping point for him. Meanwhile, laughter erupted in the classroom as Kirishima found humor in Bakugo's situation, prompting Bakugo to angrily retort. Iida and Todoroki confirmed their encounter with Stain, and Kaminari shared a viral video of the hero killer. Izuku stood up to request to see the video, noting how different it was from his previous life due to the changes in events. Later that afternoon, All Might took the class to Field Gamma, where they trained among winding pipes. Izuku remembered this as the lesson where he first demonstrated his ability to overcome his limitations. He easily surpassed his classmates in a race, and while Bakugo huffed in annoyance, he refrained from causing a scene. Classes and training seemed to return to normal until the next day. Iida approached Izuku in the cafeteria, apologizing for his earlier attitude regarding his brother's injury. Izuku accepted the apology with a warm smile. Suddenly, Kaminari rushed over, breathless, revealing that news of Izuku's upcoming provisional license exam had spread throughout the school. Izuku hadn't anticipated the attention his decision would attract. The cafeteria fell silent as students turned to look at him. He confirmed that he would be taking the exam, prompting a mix of surprise and admiration from his classmates. Uraraka expressed her disbelief that he hadn't shared this news sooner, while Iida noted that few first years attempted the exam, especially in their first semester. Before Izuku could elaborate, a group of second-year students approached. The leader, a boy with orange-red hair, confronted Izuku about taking the exam. Izuku stood up, ready to respond, aware that they would be competing on the same day, though in different locations due to rules. The second-year student glared harder but then grinned, amusement flickering in his eyes. He proposed a sparring match after school in Gym Beta, revealing himself as 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲. Though not the top student among U.S.J's second years, he was certainly one of the stronger ones, having placed in the top ranks at the sports festival. Uraraka whispered to Izuku, cautioning him about the age difference, but Izuku simply smiled at her before turning back to the crowd, his gaze landing on 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲. He confirmed the match, saying he would see 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝘃 after school. Gym Beta was a smaller gym usually open for independent training after school. Robots monitored the area, but with a crowd gathered for the match, hound dogs stood nearby, keeping watch. Izuku arrived at the gym with Uraraka and Iida, followed by their classmates. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 was waiting, a wide grin spreading across his face upon seeing Izuku. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed through the gym, drawing everyone's attention. It was Togatta, the enthusiastic third year, accompanied by Hado Nijire and Amajiki Tamaki. The rest of the big Hado smiled warmly while Amajiki seemed reluctant to be there. Hado reassured the boys that they were merely there to witness the underclassmen drama. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 appeared energized by the unexpected audience, turning back to Izuku with a proud expression. He remarked that the big three was watching and declared he would go all out instead of taking it easy. Izuku acknowledged 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃's challenge, promising to do his best. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 rolled his eyes, his smug smile returning as he took a shallow bow, prompting Izuku to return the gesture as the match began. Heat filled the gym as 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 extended his arms, glowing orange-red blobs forming around him and merging into a stream of molten lava. Izuku noted the small drops hovering above, likely a precursor to a surprise attack. He lowered his stance, feeling the heat intensify. The lava surged forward like striking snakes, but Izuku vanished in a flash of green, reappearing in front of 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 with his arm pulled back for a punch. 𝗵𝘃𝗃's face twisted in surprise as he raised his arms defensively. However, Izuku saw the lava forming and swiftly changed his approach, dropping down to sweep 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃's legs out from under him. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 landed on his back but quickly rolled over and slammed a palm on the ground. Izuku dodged as a column of lava erupted, showering the gym with glowing droplets. The spectators gasped as the lava flew around them, but Hado quickly used her quirk to create a protective barrier, shielding them from harm. Seemingly distracted by Hado's intervention, 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 lost focus for a moment, allowing Izuku to sprint toward him and deliver a powerful kick that sent 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 flying back. The tiny droplets of lava began to grow and burst apart like fireworks. Izuku created a shockwave with his fist, reflecting the lava splashes away. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 regained his footing, lava condensing around his fists as he charged at Izuku, leaving pools of lava on the gym floor. The lava stopped just before reaching Hado's barrier, showcasing 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃's control over his quirk. He smirked, believing he had Izuku trapped. Calmly, Izuku lifted his fist and slammed it into the ground, creating a shockwave that knocked 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 back and cleared the lava. Using his black 𝗬𝗍𝗄, Izuku grabbed 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 and flung him to the floor. Before 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 could react, Izuku's fist crashed down beside his head, the sound echoing through the gym. 𝗵𝘃𝗃's breathing became heavy, his face frozen in shock, eyes wide with fear. In that moment, Izuku was reminded of past battles, the faces of defeated foes flashing before him. He shook his head, reminding himself that this was not a war, but he needed to stay strong for when the time came. Togatta's voice broke the silence, cheering for the match. The first-year students clapped and cheered, while some second years applauded politely or stood silently. Izuku smiled and extended his hand to 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃, who accepted it as Izuku helped him to his feet. The lava sizzled and dissipated into smoke, marking the end of their intense sparring match. Izuku admired 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃's control over her quirk, acknowledging her skill. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃, initially snappy, softened her tone, complimenting him on his abilities as a first-year student. Izuku reassured her that he would do his best to represent U.S.J well during the upcoming license exam, and 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 wished him good luck. On the day of the provisional license exam, Izuku found himself in a new testing site, marveling at the grandeur of the stadium, which was even larger than the previous one. Aizawa led him through the tall glass doors, and Izuku was awestruck by the registration hall's elegant design, reminiscent of a luxurious hotel lobby. Aizawa noted that this was not Izuku's first exam, but Izuku clarified that he had never been to this stadium before. Aizawa expressed his concerns about the risks involved, emphasizing the importance of the day. After changing into his hero costume, Izuku joined a throng of students in a large room, where a giant screen displayed the words, "Provisional License Exam Orientation." As he settled among the crowd, he noticed whispers and glances directed at him but chose to focus on the stage. A woman's voice resonated through the hall, welcoming everyone on behalf of the Public Safety Commission and outlining the exam rules. The tension in the room was palpable as she explained that the exam would consist of 2 parts, with the first part requiring candidates to collect points from one another. Each candidate would start with 8 points, represented by lights on their wristbands, and the goal was to reach a total of 20 points. Izuku listened intently as the announcer described the methods for acquiring points. The first method involved using a light beam from the wristband to transfer points from opponents, while the second method allowed candidates to earn points through attacks, with damage trackers indicating how much impact was needed for a point. The announcer also mentioned that candidates could not take points from their teammates to ensure fairness. After the rules were explained, the atmosphere shifted as candidates began strategizing. Izuku received his testing equipment, donning the wristbands and attaching the damage trackers to his legs. As the wall of the orientation room opened, revealing the testing site, excitement and anxiety filled the air. Izuku steeled himself, determined to succeed for Eri. In the tranquil woods, Izuku stood alone, surrounded by the sounds of nature. The sunlight filtered through the trees, creating a serene environment. Suddenly, his wristbands vibrated, indicating the start of the first test. Taking a deep breath, he moved toward the edge of the forest, ready for action. As expected, he heard rustling leaves and spotted a flash of orange. Reacting quickly, he dodged a laser beam that sliced through a nearby tree. He extended his arm, using a tendril of darkness to capture an opponent, using them as a shield against an incoming attack. More candidates emerged from their hiding spots, and the chaos of the exam began. Izuku skillfully evaded attacks, moving swiftly among the trees, determined to navigate the challenges ahead. Izuku contemplated launching an attack. There were plenty of candidates around him and enough points to secure his passage. However, he lacked a clear understanding of the force he needed to use, not wanting to harm anyone unnecessarily. He paused in a clearing just beyond the last few trees of the forest sector, with the mock city buildings looming ahead. As he scanned the area, the group pursuing him emerged from the trees, halting a few feet away. They had noticed another group of candidates, clearly from various schools, blocking Izuku's path. Izuku turned slowly, assessing his predicament. He found himself surrounded by at least 50 people, with potentially more hidden among the trees and atop the city buildings. They stared at him like a pack of hyenas closing in on their prey. One voice from the crowd called out, recognizing him as the famous U.S.J. first year. Izuku wondered why they hadn't attacked yet. Perhaps they found the idea of a single first-year U.S.J. candidate amusing. Another voice, filled with mock pity, informed him about a tradition for this test called the crushing of U.S.J. To their surprise, Izuku smiled at the scene. In that moment, he felt as if he were standing alongside his classmates from 1A, surrounded by adversaries yet filled with courage. Everything felt almost normal, as if he was once again fighting for his dream. But then his smile faded, and the weight of his responsibilities returned. Achieving his license and becoming a hero was no longer just a dream, it was a duty he bore alone. Raising his gaze, he noticed the closest individuals flinch back. The ground beneath him glowed with the emerald light of his quirk as he clenched his fists. He was ready for whatever came next. Suddenly, a barrage of attacks converged on him: arrows, blades, fists, blasts, rocks, spikes, and beams of light from wristbands all blurred together. Izuku zipped from side to side, expertly dodging projectiles. He ducked under a swinging punch, tripped 3 opponents with a low kick, leaped into the air, and brought his heel down on someone clad in silver armor. Backflipping to avoid a crossfire of light beams, he shot out Black Whip, grabbing a candidate with seagull-like wings and yanking them down, causing them to collide with another who flickered beside him in a flash of gold. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a group of candidates had coordinated their wristband lights, focusing on him like spotlights. One beam was manageable, but all of them together posed a significant threat. He heightened his power and darted away, but every turn brought him face to face with a wall of opponents, allowing some of the beams to keep pace. Determined, Izuku decided to change his approach. He sprang high into the air, leaving his attackers below in confusion. As he began to descend, he spun forward, somersaulting downward like a green comet, building momentum. Nearing the ground, he pulled back his fist and wrapped Black Whip around his arm for reinforcement. With a powerful strike, he slammed his fist into the ground, causing cracks to radiate outward. The ground shook, and a gust of wind sent his attackers tumbling. Straightening himself, Izuku scanned the chaos through the dust and spotted an opening. A group of disoriented students in ninja-like hero costumes, slightly separated from the main crowd. One of the ninjas pushed himself off the ground, bewildered by Izuku's strength, while another groaned in disbelief, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Izuku appeared above them, causing startled gasps from the ninjas. Strands of Black Whip converged around the group like a cage of shadows. But just as quickly as he appeared, he vanished, leaving only a void in the dust cloud. As he fell, he could hear the rush of air around him. His vision shifted from the sky to the stadium bleachers and then to the cityscape below. Realizing he was the target of multiple projectiles coming from various directions, he had to act fast. He aimed downward and flicked his finger, slowing his descent and evading the projectiles that clashed together below him. Activating Zenith Focus, he took stock of his surroundings and spotted a girl on a nearby rooftop, aware that more opponents might be concealed. He shot a long thread of Black Whip toward the building and propelled himself toward her. Upon landing, a flurry of miniature green blades, which he recognized as leaves, shot at him, while long vines erupted from the rooftop, reaching for his wrists and ankles. He deftly dodged the vines and leaves, closing the distance to the girl. Panic filled her expression, but she quickly vanished, replaced by a tall boy who swung a metal bar at him. Izuku sidestepped the attack and jumped to avoid another vine. The girl had teleported to the opposite side of the rooftop. The tall boy discarded his metal bar, grasped a vine, and yanked it free, transforming it into a shiny, pointed weapon. As he blinked out of existence, Izuku spun around to block the boy's attack from behind. With a series of swift jabs and kicks, he knocked the javelin-like weapon from the boy's grasp and moved it toward him. The tall boy vanished again, reappearing some distance away. It was clear that the candidate with the teleportation quirk was orchestrating the fight from the shadows. This team wasn't merely trying to pass, they aimed to eliminate him, a singular U.S.J student, the sports festival champion, and an arrogant first year. The thought of their gratification at his defeat spurred him on. With renewed determination, Izuku dashed toward the plant-controlling girl. She teleported behind him, extending her hands as blade-like leaves rained down. He rolled out of the way, took a deep breath, and unleashed dozens of strands of Black Whip that exploded from his body, reaching in every direction. He had them now. 2 of the strands ensnared the candidates, one at the edge of the rooftop and the other in the air. Izuku pulled them close and delivered a swift punch to both, ready to continue the fight. An instant later, Izuku's surroundings shifted to a building interior, and a mountain of rubble tumbled down around him. When the noise subsided, his opponents, unharmed, finally remembered to breathe. The black tendrils that had captured them were gone, and the first year was trapped beneath the concrete. The girl with the plant quirk expressed her frustration as she stood and dusted herself off, noting how close they had come to being crushed. The tall boy mentioned his dwindling points, while the teleportation girl checked on her teammates. The plant girl remarked on Izuku's monstrous reputation, and the tall boy noted the teamwork displayed by 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. The teleportation girl was startled when she was suddenly ensnared by black strands, her teammates pinned against her as well. Izuku casually inquired about the rest of their classmates, to which the plant girl huffed in defiance. The tall boy bluntly stated that Izuku had scared off most of them at the border between the forest and the city. The teleportation girl, unable to teleport without bringing Izuku along, sighed in frustration. The tall boy abruptly questioned why Izuku hadn't eliminated them, to which Izuku replied with a smile, suggesting that if they were meant to be eliminated, someone else would do the job. The teleportation girl shook her head in defeat, acknowledging Izuku's reputation as a U student. As Izuku prepared to take the last points he needed to pass, he sensed a bright golden light approaching. He instinctively shielded his face as the light surged toward him, sending him crashing through a wall. Once the dust settled, the 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 students opened their eyes, realizing the U student had vanished, leaving them free. They stared at the smoking hole in the wall, relieved that they were not in U anymore. Outside the cityscape, Izuku rolled to his feet in a dry, flat field scattered with rugged rocks. The sun beat down on him as he surveyed the area, noting the nearby forest and a lake, with the city sector close by. His focus returned to the new opponent before him, the blinding golden light dimming to reveal a girl with golden eyes wearing a dark blue and orange hat displaying her school's logo. She smirked, recognizing him as the U.S.J. Wonder Child. Izuku acknowledged the compliment, noting her interest in his ability to block her previous attack. She explained that she had been seeking a worthy opponent for the exam, but felt her time had been wasted. With a wave of her hand, a cannonball of light slammed into the ground beside him, creating a large crater. Izuku sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a punch, but she blocked it with her golden light, causing his glove to singe. She pushed him back and prepared another attack, forming a long sword from her quirk. As she lunged at him, Izuku crouched to avoid the blade and executed a low kick, causing her to stumble. Before she could regain her balance, he launched a fist toward her, but she exploded the sword into a heat wave that scorched the area. Emerging from the dust unharmed, Izuku noted that her attacks had weakened. A flicker of unease crossed her face as he used his black tendrils to grab two boulders behind her. Pulling himself forward, he kicked her, noticing her block was noticeably shakier than before. He pondered the variation in her power when the golden light brightened again, and a shockwave forced him to retreat. The girl regained her composure, but her confidence had faded. As the surroundings dimmed, Izuku realized it wasn't just her light that was changing, the entire landscape had darkened. He looked up to see clouds blocking the sun and smiled at the realization. He unleashed a storm of black tendrils into the sky, creating swirling shadows that diminished her glow. Despite her attempts to maintain confidence, her power waned under the obscured sunlight. Izuku appeared behind her, declaring that she wouldn't be eliminating the U.S.J. Wonder Child today. Even with less sunlight, her quirk remained strong, and she spun to face him, insisting he was no match for her. Instead of attacking, he struck the ground in the center of her crater, causing the rocky surface to fracture and collapse beneath her. The girl gasped in surprise as the ground beneath her vanished, sending both of them into darkness. They fell through clouds of dust and dirt, with pebbles and loose rocks scattering around them. Izuku landed on a large chunk of falling rock, propelled himself toward the girl, caught her, and landed skillfully on the ground. He quickly sprang away just as more debris tumbled through the hole they had fallen through, crashing onto the ground with a resounding echo in the darkness. After releasing her, he surveyed their surroundings. They found themselves in an underground section of the arena, the subway station he had briefly noticed earlier. The arched ceilings were lined with pipes and dim fluorescent lights that flickered intermittently. Beyond the edge of the platform, tracks extended into a deeper tunnel. The station was oddly empty, the only sounds being the faint hum of electricity and the clatter of loose stones falling from the pile of debris beside them. The hole they had fallen through was completely blocked by rocks, dirt, and concrete, with only a few strands of sunlight filtering through from above. It was dark, and the glow of the Shiketsu girl, now faint and soft, barely illuminated their surroundings. She pushed herself off the ground with a groan and faced Izuku with her fists raised. She lunged and attacked, but without the full strength of her quirk, he easily deflected her blow and countered with a kick. She staggered back, her expression strained. She acknowledged her misjudgment, admitting that she had thought he was just an obnoxious loner, but realized there was a reason he had made it this far. Izuku noted that she was just as much of a loner herself. Black Whip shot toward her, nearly invisible in the shadows, restraining her before she could react. She struggled for a moment but eventually relented with a sigh, recognizing her own isolation and reflecting on the enemies she had made. As Izuku prepared to take her points with his wristband, he heard the faint echo of footsteps approaching. A wave of exhaustion washed over him as he imagined another group of hunters rushing toward him. The ground trembled, signaling an incoming attack. He released Black Whip and dodged backward, sensing something was amiss. The attack wasn't aimed at him. The Shiketsu girl gasped as pillars of glass-like crystals erupted from the ground, encasing her like a cage. She shouted for release, striking the crystalline prison with punches only slightly enhanced by her quirk, her golden glow illuminating the crystals with a soft, rainbow-colored shine. Izuku turned to see two newcomers stepping out of the shadows. One was a girl in an elegant hero costume that shimmered like the crystals, while the other was a boy with purple lightning crackling from his hands. The crystal girl smiled politely at Izuku, thanking him for bringing her right to them, as they had grown tired of her camping above. The boy narrowed his eyes at Izuku, then gasped in recognition, whispering to the girl, who studied Izuku for a moment before sighing and suggesting they let him go. The boy protested, eager to confront Izuku, but the girl insisted he was not their target. The boy then turned his attention to the cage, raising his lightning-charged hands as the currents grew more violent, the crackling sound intensifying. Izuku, sensing the danger, urged them to reconsider, pointing out that the girl was already trapped and there was no need for a powerful. The crystal girl snapped back, dismissing his concern. Izuku frowned, realizing they had no intention of holding back, and the Sunlight Girl could be seriously harmed with her quirk weakened. He expressed his disapproval, reminding them that this was a hero exam and they were not supposed to harm others. The Lightning Boy, frustrated, decided to deal with Izuku first, and the girl agreed with him. Suddenly, a voice from the Public Safety Commission called for attention, announcing the results of the first part of the exam and introducing the rules for the second part, which would focus on bystander disaster response. A murmur rippled through the remaining candidates, and Izuku nodded to himself, recalling the vague details of the previous exam he had taken in his last life. The voice explained that the test would assess quick thinking, communication, and damage control abilities, emphasizing the importance of minimizing casualties and saving lives. Each candidate would be assigned to a sector of the testing grounds and expected to collaborate with others as the simulated disaster unfolded. Izuku glanced at his wristband, which was glowing green, and made his way through the green door frame into a chamber where 60 candidates were gathered. Once everyone was inside, the chamber door closed, and a voice announced that this would be the safety zone, where rescued victims would receive necessary medical attention. However, the voice cautioned them to be careful, as even though it was a simulation with emergency safeguards, there was still a high risk of serious injuries, and trained professionals would be dispatched if necessary. Izuku's eyes widened at the implication of danger, recalling that they hadn't warned about serious injuries in his previous experience. The countdown began, and the front wall shifted upward, releasing a wave of heat. As the gate opened completely, the roar of fire and the smell of smoke filled the air, quickening his heartbeat and making his breathing shallow. Candidates around him began shouting, discussing their plans as the forest fire came into view. Flames leaped from tree to tree, some liking at the trunks like hungry tongues, others bursting upward as dry pine needles ignited. Bark peeled and sizzled. Beneath the roar of the flames, there were screams and cries for help. Izuku forced himself to take a deep breath and placed his respirator over his nose and mouth. This was not the time for fear. He rushed into the scene, the heat hitting him like a wall. Smoke stung his eyes, and flames reached toward him, threatening to consume him. Candidates dashed in all directions, making their way toward the victims. A frantic cry for help caught Izuku's attention. Activating his quirk, he burst toward the sound, ducking under burning branches and weaving through the flames that consumed the undergrowth. A burning 3-story cabin came into view, with at least 5 victims leaning out of the top-floor windows, waving their arms for help. Izuku called out, catching the attention of a few other candidates. As they hurried over, he scanned the house. The fire had weakened the cabin's structure, and it was on the brink of collapse. A candidate with 2 glowing shields on her arms raced past him. With both shields raised in front of her, she rammed into the front door, which splintered inward with a crash. 2 other candidates followed, but Izuku found a faster way. With a strengthened leap, he jumped into the air to get a clearer view of the upper-level rooms. The victims crowded the open windows, leaving no room for him to enter, but he noticed a closed window with no one behind it. He shot 2 strands of black whip at the window frame and pulled himself toward it, crashing through the window and shattering the glass. Some victims gasped at the sound, unable to see through the smoke. Izuku assured the trapped victims that they were there to help and instructed them to stay where they were while he opened a path to escape. Taking a step back from the window, he sent a powerful kick into the wall around it, enlarging the opening and allowing fresh air to flow into the room. He crouched low and rushed to the victims, barely able to make them out in the smoke. The man closest to Izuku pleaded for help, mentioning that the stairway was blocked. Izuku reassured them, asking if they were able to walk. The victims looked at each other, some nodding while others seemed confused. He quickly circled the room to ensure no one else was trapped. Once he confirmed that everyone was accounted for, he directed the 5 victims to the opening he had created. He instructed them to hold on tight as he wrapped his arm around one of them. The victim expressed concern about jumping, but Izuku reassured them that they were in good hands. He lifted the person off the wooden floor and stepped off the 3rd-story ledge. The victims screamed as they fell, but Izuku landed safely and gently placed them back on their feet. He told them to wait while he rescued the others, then, with a flash of green, he was back on the 3rd floor. One by one, Izuku carried the victims to safety outside. When the top floor was cleared, a candidate nearby noticed the crowd and offered to direct them back to the safety zone. Izuku nodded and turned back to the burning cabin, this time entering through the 1st floor. Suddenly, a candidate rushed out the door, supporting a victim against her shoulder. She informed Izuku that there were 2 more children trapped inside on the 1st floor. He made his way further into the building, stepping over fallen wooden beams and avoiding flames as best as he could in the smoke-filled atmosphere. The ominous creaking and popping of the cabin structure echoed around him, but he could hear the voices of other candidates ahead. A loud groan from a nearby beam was followed by the crack of wood above him. The relentless fire was causing the cabin to fall apart. As quickly as he could, he extended his arms and sent strands of black whip in multiple directions, holding the beams and planks in place. The heat made his head spin, and his eyes were shut against the smoke, but he could still hear the candidates working hard to free the children from the debris. More splintering sounds erupted around him, and a loud crash came from above, likely from the 3rd floor collapsing onto the 2nd. Izuku gritted his teeth, and several more shadowy tendrils shot out from his back to support the crumbling cabin. Black Whip trembled with exertion as he fought to hold everything in place. A candidate shouted that they had found the children, followed by a fit of coughing. Rapid footsteps approached him. The 2 other candidates, each carrying a child, appeared in front of Izuku and then stopped. He urged them to go, his voice trembling as he warned that the cabin was going to collapse. They hesitated, concerned for his safety, but he insisted they leave. Once they were gone, Izuku released Black Whip with a stagger, and the cabin folded inward with a deafening crash. Heightening his speed, he appeared outside, wreathed in emerald lightning, making the 2 candidates jump as the cabin collapsed behind them. Breathing heavily, he leaned on his knees. One candidate caught his attention, urging him to leave quickly as she thought she saw a gas tank in the cabin's kitchen. Before Izuku could respond, an explosion erupted from the cabin debris, making him flinch. The wave of heat nearly knocked him off balance. When he looked up, the sight nearly made his heart stop. Above the remains of the cabin and on the nearby trees were blue flames. Against the raging orange fire in the backdrop, the deep sapphire flames flickered with a ghostly precision that felt razor-sharp. Memories flashed before his eyes, images that didn't belong in this timeline flooding his senses, drowning him in memories crashing down like a violent wave. He stumbled toward the portal of darkness, every step sending shockwaves of pain through his body. He couldn't feel his arms, the blue flame had burned his skin, and his legs were giving out, leaving only pain. He thought that if only he had been fast enough, none of this would have happened. His friends lay unconscious on the forest floor, the villain's triumphant laughter lingering in the air. He gasped, insisting that this wasn't real, that it hadn't happened yet. But deep down he knew it had. Izuku felt a tightness in his chest, overwhelmed by the chaos around him. He struggled to breathe, his thoughts racing as he tried to convince himself that everything would be okay. Kaken was fine. Everyone was fine. This couldn't be real. Suddenly, a voice cut through the turmoil in his mind, clear and soothing, guiding him back to reality. He focused on his breathing, and as he did, the vivid colors of the license exam came back into view, igniting a sense of relief within him. To his right, a soft pink light shimmered around a transparent figure of a woman. Her gaze was both firm and gentle. It was 𝗵𝗲 Nana. She acknowledged his confusion, explaining that they had communicated in this form before, near the end of his previous life. Izuku remembered their past conversations and wondered why she had appeared now. She explained that the strength of his will had awakened the core of one for all, the essence of his power. Even though he could see her, he couldn't feel her quirk and realized he still hadn't awakened float. A smile crept onto his face as he understood that he needed a different kind of strength. 𝗵𝗲's apparition smiled back, reminding him that despite feeling trapped by his past, he was ultimately in control and powerful. With gratitude, Izuku thanked 𝗵𝗲. As her presence faded, he felt a warmth linger in his heart. Refocused, he turned to the scene of the forest fire, where candidates were moving through the flames, searching for victims. He arrived at a wooden tower engulfed in flames, where candidates used their quirks to support the structure while others rushed in and out, rescuing those trapped inside. One candidate at the base of the tower struggled to hold up a section with iron claws extending from his arms. His shoulders trembled, and suddenly he buckled under the weight, causing the section to begin collapsing. Just as the others noticed the shift, Izuku activated Black Whip, weaving strands between the beams to stabilize the tower. The candidate beside him released a shaky breath, expressing his gratitude. Izuku instructed the candidate to help with the victims while he maintained control of the tower. As the candidate rushed off, a scream from above caught Izuku's attention. A victim was leaning dangerously out of a window. Izuku shouted a warning, but the chaos drowned out his voice. The wall splintered, and the victim lost their balance, falling from the tower. Instinctively, Izuku prepared to leap to catch them but realized he needed to stay focused on the tower. His training kicked in, and he used Black Whip to slow the victim's fall just in time. The victim landed safely, looking back at Izuku with a nod of approval. He felt a moment of confusion as he set the calm victim down, remembering that they were trained professionals, and that this was an exam. A familiar voice called out to him, and he turned to see Kaneko Reo, a student from Shiketsu, approaching him with a grin. They had fought each other earlier, and she expressed surprise at their coincidence in the same sector. Together, they worked to clear the tower, rescuing the remaining victims from the fire. Once the last victim was brought to safety, the exam concluded. In the holding room, Kaneko asked Izuku how old he was while sipping from a paper cup. He replied that he was 15, and she raised her eyebrows in surprise. She commented on his maturity, noting that he reminded her of students in her own year, even more so than some of them. Izuku joked about showing her his ID, explaining that you took training seriously. Kaneko defended her own school, asserting that Shiketsu also had rigorous training. She was curious about his eagerness to obtain his license early, and Izuku pondered the question. After a moment, he expressed his passion for becoming a hero, and Kaneko observed him thoughtfully, acknowledging that such dedication truly existed. Izuku reflected on his journey and the passion that drove him forward. At some point he had definitely felt passionate about being a hero, but it felt different now. He acknowledged the word passion with a dry throat. Izuku sighed in relief when he found his name among the past candidates on the large display screen. A commission member handed him his scoring report, and he was pleased to see that he had passed with a decent score. However, one comment stood out to him: a point reduction due to a moment of inaction and visible panic. He sighed, recalling how he had lost points when he saw the blue flames and was overwhelmed by memories of the forest training camp. Thankfully, the other comments were mostly positive feedback. Kaneko approached him, having made her way from Shiketsu's group. She congratulated him, and he returned the sentiment, noticing her name on the monitor as well. She mentioned that Shiketsu was heading out and wanted to say goodbye before leaving. Izuku smiled, expressing his gratitude for having met her. It was interesting how the events in this life deviated from his last, bringing new people into his life while also meaning he might never encounter some he had known before. Kaneko laughed, teasing him about being dramatic, and waved goodbye as she turned away. After a few beeps of the dial tone, a gruff voice answered on the other end. The voice inquired about the license exam, and Izuku replied with a smile, holding the license in his hand. The voice expressed relief at his success and mentioned receiving a text from Aizawa, who had also noted Izuku's good performance. Izuku chuckled softly, recalling that Aizawa had never directly praised him. Instead, he had told Izuku to reflect on his panic during the exam and then sent him home. All Might sighed, asking what had caused the panic. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, attributing it to memories. When asked how he felt now, he assured All Might that he was fine but mentioned seeing the apparition of Shimura Nana. All Might took a moment to process this, his voice heavy with sorrow. Concerned, Izuku asked if All Might was okay. All Might cleared his throat and suggested they could talk later, but he had a staff meeting to attend. He congratulated Izuku once more before ending the call. Izuku lowered his phone, feeling slightly caught off guard by the abrupt end to their conversation. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Reflecting on their last conversation, he realized he hadn't fully talked to All Might since announcing his internship at the Nighteye agency. He hadn't even mentioned Hosu to anyone. The thought of how to bring it up weighed on him. Izuku had always felt distant from those around him due to his time travel, but this was the first time he felt that same distance with All Might. As he watched his phone screen dim, his reflection stared back at him, and a feeling he hadn't experienced since the beginning of his new life clawed its way back to the surface. The feeling of being truly, utterly alone. Eri's new caretaker was a tall man with broad shoulders, wearing a long beak mask similar to others she had always feared. She was in her room when Overhaul introduced the caretaker, who stood silently in the back. The man held out a box wrapped in newspaper, but before he could hand it to her, Overhaul intervened, stopping him with a gloved hand. He questioned the caretaker's intentions with the box, referring to it as filth. The caretaker nervously laughed, trying to explain that children liked wrapped toys, like Christmas presents. The mention of Christmas triggered a memory for Eri, and she whispered about wrapping paper. The caretaker, hearing her, asked if she wanted wrapping paper instead, glancing nervously at Overhaul, whose irritated expression made Eri even more anxious. The caretaker apologized, claiming he was in a hurry, and abruptly left the room. Eri felt a slight relief when she noticed Overhaul wasn't gripping his glove. The caretaker hurriedly gathered the newspaper scattered on the floor and rushed out, not noticing a few pieces left behind. Overhaul sighed, clearly annoyed, and instructed Chrono to keep an eye on the new caretaker and ensure he cleaned up the mess. Chrono nodded, and Overhaul left, while Chrono lingered in the hallway. Once Overhaul was gone, Eri finally exhaled the breath she had been holding. As she noticed one of the fallen newspapers, she squatted down to examine it. When the image registered, a memory surged forth, accompanied by a rush of emotion. A scream escaped her throat, and she felt arms lift her off the floor, causing her head to spin. Her heart raced, and she could hear her own wheezing voice as tears welled in her eyes. She reminded herself that it was just a memory. The arms holding her relaxed, and Overhaul's voice, slightly out of breath, came from the doorway, asking what had happened. Chrono, holding Eri, replied that it was just another fright she had experienced. Overhaul narrowed his eyes, insisting that there should be no room for error, especially with their plans nearing success. Chrono nodded, and Overhaul left the room again. As Chrono gently set Eri back down, she tugged on his sleeve, quietly apologizing for her outburst. He didn't respond and walked toward the door, but she tugged on his cloak, asking him to wait. He looked down at her. He was always more patient than everyone else in the underground facility. She took a deep breath and reached for the piece of newspaper that triggered a memory. She pointed to the article title above the photo and asked if he could teach her what the words said. He replied that she should be asking her caretaker, but he crouched down anyway and peered at the words. It read, the Sports Festival. First-year champion, Midoriya Izuku. He snatched the newspaper from her hands, stating it was nothing she should be reading. He then reminded her to wash her hands, knowing how boss felt about her touching dirty things. She nodded and headed toward the bathroom connected to the room, the words on the newspaper still echoing in her mind. Izuku. That name was hazy like most names in her distant memories, but it confirmed that the person in the picture was Deku, one of the heroes who had saved her. The hero with fluffy hair and wide eyes. The hero whose picture triggered a memory of chaos, followed by a calm voice saying, "Eri, it's okay." Nothing had brought Izuku as much attention from other students as winning the sports festival, until he received his license. Although the streets were peaceful, the moment he stepped onto campus, he was nearly overwhelmed by a group of students rushing to greet him. One student urged the others to give him some space, and Izuku recognized that this was a group of second-year students. A voice from the side caught his attention. It was Amari, the person he had sparred against before the license exam. Amari asked if he had passed. When Izuku confirmed that he did, Amari smirked and congratulated him, saying he had proven some doubters wrong. Izuku smiled wearily, acknowledging that he had indeed shown those who were skeptical about his abilities that he was capable. Another one of Amari's friends slapped Izuku on the back, cheering him on. The enthusiasm of the second-year students was a pleasant surprise. He appreciated their support, but not all students were as friendly. As he made his way to his classroom, he noticed some glares from older hero students, competitive, but not necessarily unfriendly. Upon entering his classroom, he was puzzled to find it empty. Even Ida, who was usually punctual, was absent. As he settled down, loud cheering from the doorway startled him. His entire class streamed in, surrounding him in a frenzy of applause. Even Todoroki clapped politely with a soft smile, while Bakugo stood in the back, clearly annoyed at being part of the celebration. Kirishima yelled congratulations on passing the provisional license exam, and Sato Rikido placed a decorated cupcake on Izuku's table, reminding him not to eat it in class. Izuku thanked his classmates, feeling grateful for their support. Mineta jokingly warned him to enjoy the celebration because he wouldn't be part of it when they all passed the exam later in the year. Azui chimed in, defending Izuku and dismissing Mineta's comment. Excitedly, Hagakure asked to see his license. Izuku pulled it out, and his classmates examined it with awe, laughing at how stiff he looked in the photo. They bombarded him with questions about the exam, eager to know what it was like and what challenges he faced. Meanwhile, Bakugo made his way through the crowd back to his seat in front of Izuku. Izuku studied his expression, relieved to see that Bakugo didn't seem furious, just his usual irritated self. As the excitement settled and homeroom time approached, Bakugo turned to Izuku, warning him not to get too cocky. He insisted that he would catch up soon. Izuku felt a mix of emotions, realizing how much he had changed and how he was perceived by others. He was still adjusting to the presence of the previous holders of One for All in his mind. After the license exam, he had successfully summoned them, allowing him to communicate with them consciously, although it was still a lot to handle. Near the end of the school day, Izuku received an unexpected call. Sir Nighteye's voice sounded grim as he instructed Izuku to come to the agency after school for an update about the investigation. Nervously, Izuku arrived at the Nighteye agency and entered his mentor's office, eager to learn about the upcoming rescue mission. However, when it came to the Quirk-destroying bullets, there had only been rumors, but no official documents had been found. Nighteye adjusted his glasses solemnly and mentioned that there was some evidence suggesting Eri was Overhaul's foster daughter, but there was no proof of any mistreatment. Izuku frowned, feeling a deep sense of injustice. Eri had endured suffering for years. Nighteye reminded him that without evidence indicating Eri was in danger, they would struggle to convince other heroes to initiate a search and rescue operation. Izuku tried to recall the evidence from his previous life, gritting his teeth as he realized Nighteye's words held truth. Every crucial piece of evidence, his encounter with Eri and Overhaul, the bullet containing 𝐎𝐸's genetic material, its impact on Tamaki's quirk, none of it was available yet, even though Izuku could clearly visualize the final outcome in his mind. Nighteye stood up and stated that their next step was to search for evidence of drag development, but that information was classified and could take months to obtain. Izuku took a deep breath, but it did little to ease his anxiety. He insisted that there had to be another way. Nighteye shook his head, explaining that until the right moment arrived, they could not expedite the rescue. The only course of action was to wait. Those words weighed heavily on Izuku, and a fear he had been suppressing became undeniable. 𝐎𝐸 was destined to suffer, and only the passage of time could alter her fate. 𝐎𝐸 recalled a memory that had caused her to scream in her room days earlier. The flashback was hazy, filled with images of BLD and a fragment of Deku's voice. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember the reason behind the BLD. However, a clear image of Deku's face triggered other buried memories. She remembered the older man with shaggy black hair who had cared for her, Sensei, and 𝗵𝗃, who had stayed by her side after she was rescued from the underground world. Unlike the disturbing memory with Deku, these recollections filled her with warmth, an emotion she hadn't felt in a long time. Suddenly, the warmth faded as the door slid open. Her caretaker entered, announcing it was time for a walk. 𝐎𝐸 pushed herself off the bed, her arms still sore from the previous day's experiments. Silently, she followed her caretaker down the hall. When they reached the elevator, he lifted her off the ground and carried her for the remainder of the journey. It felt like they traversed the underground maze for an eternity until they arrived at a rusty metal door, which creaked loudly as it opened. As 𝐎𝐸's eyes adjusted to the sunlight, the garden came into view, featuring trees on one end and a pond on the other. As usual, only a few people in long-beaked masks were present. The caretaker settled into a chair, and 𝐎𝐸 wandered away, observing the trees and well-trimmed bushes while studying the tiny rocks shimmering in the sunlight. She rarely visited the garden, perhaps only once a year. Then she spotted a lizard scurrying across the pebbles and into the bushes, recalling how she had practiced her rewind quirk on little creatures. 𝗵𝗃 had cheered for her when she successfully helped a lizard regrow its tail. Following the lizard, shadows cooled the air around her. Another memory surfaced. 𝗵𝗃 had asked her to use her quirk on him so he could help others. He had looked so sad and frustrated that day, having lost his quirk while everyone else fought. All he wanted was to save more people, including 𝐎𝐸. She quickened her pace, branches brushing against her bare legs, tears welling in her eyes as a powerful longing took hold of her. She wished to leave and return to her friends. Then she noticed it, a shadow near the bottom of the fence at the end of the garden, darker than the others. It seemed to beckon her like a mysterious gateway. A year ago, she had discovered this opening but had hesitated to step through. However, after seeing Deku's photo in a newspaper, something within her had shifted. The memory of 𝗵𝗃's encouragement echoed in her mind, giving her the resolve to push aside the loose wooden plank of the fence and step through. Aizawa announced to the class that their final exams would be coming up in 1 week. Any new content would be wrapped up by the end of the day, leaving them the upcoming week to study. The announcement startled Izuku. Final exams were approaching much sooner than he anticipated. He had been so focused on obtaining his license and the delay in 𝐎𝐸's rescue that he had neglected his studies. Even though he had experienced the final exam before and wouldn't need to study as much, he knew his grades would suffer if he continued to drown in stress. Before leaving the classroom, Aizawa called out to Izuku, instructing him to meet in his office after first period. Instead of the main office, Aizawa led Izuku to a smaller, empty room. Aizawa's expression suggested he was reluctant to have this conversation. With a heavy sigh, he sat down on the office couch and gestured for Izuku to take a seat across from him. Aizawa began, explaining that while they had not made a big deal out of previous tests, the upcoming exams were final examinations. The principal had insisted he warn Izuku about the consequences of leaking any exam material to his classmates. Izuku stood up, indignant, insisting he would never use his time travel knowledge for cheating. His mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters: lives in danger, villains on the loose. This conversation felt utterly unnecessary. Suddenly, Principal Nizu emerged from Aizawa's wrap scarf, assuring Izuku that they had never suspected him of cheating. However, he added that if any signs of academic dishonesty were traced back to him, he would face expulsion. Izuku felt taken aback, struggling to suppress an incredulous laugh at the unexpected turn of events. Principal Nizu assured Izuku that he would not reveal anything about the exams to his classmates. Nizu expressed gratitude, reminding him that this included the practical exam. Aizawa cleared his throat and added that they expected Izuku to keep the pairings confidential as well. Izuku nodded, trying to mask his impatience. Aizawa leaned back against the couch, admitting he needed sleep, which resonated with Izuku. Lunch was particularly exhausting. As he settled next to Todoroki, Ida, Uraraka, Azui, and Hagakure with his tray, Monoma from Class 1B approached their table, wearing a contemptuous expression. He remarked on Izuku's achievements, calling him the golden child, and questioning why he was there. Izuku pointed out that he was present every day, but Monoma continued, mocking him for associating with ordinary people. Monoma then turned his attention to Todoroki and Ida, questioning how the school felt about having two villain magnets among them. Izuku observed his friend's reactions. Todoroki continued eating with a concerned look, while Ida appeared tense. Uraraka and Azui remained silent, unsure of how to respond to Monoma's taunts. Just then, Monoma's tirade was interrupted when Kendo, a classmate from 1B, smacked him on the back of the neck, causing him to slump over. Kendo apologized for Monoma's behavior, assuring them that his words should not be taken seriously. Todoroki resumed his meal peacefully, and Ida's tension eased. Kendo then asked if they had started studying for finals. Uraraka expressed concern about the practical exam, wondering what it would entail. Kendo shared that an upperclassman informed her it would involve combat against robots, similar to the entrance exam. Hagakure sounded relieved and excited, while Izuku internally disagreed, knowing he had to keep the exam details confidential to avoid trouble with Nizu. Izuku took a deep breath, resolving to stay quiet and let the final unfold without interference. However, his classmates made it difficult when Yaoyorozu approached him after lunch, asking him to be her tutor. Surprised, Izuku noted that she had scored higher than him on the midterm and questioned why she needed his help. Yaoyorozu insisted that everyone had room to grow and believed he was more capable than his score suggested. Ashido chimed in, stating that Izuku scored well. Without trying, to which he protested that he did try hard. The conversation turned to his supposed tendency to fall asleep in class, which he denied, asserting that he had been focused on the material. Azui supported him, noting he hadn't been asleep for long PRDS recently. Bakugo scoffed at Izuku, calling him a slacker, but Izuku defended himself, emphasizing his dedication as a student. He reassured Yaoyorozu that she would be a better tutor than he could be, fearing the consequences if Aizawa found out he was tutoring. Yaoyorozu seemed disheartened by his refusal, explaining that she saw him as a top student and wanted to learn from him. Izuku encouraged her, praising her analytical skills and grades. This uplifted her spirits, and their classmates began to ask Yaoyorozu for tutoring instead. Uraraka giggled, which turned into uncontrollable laughter as she recalled a past incident involving Izuku falling asleep in math class. Despite his embarrassment, Izuku felt grateful for these joyful moments. However, a sudden wave of guilt washed over him as he thought about Eri, who was still suffering. He felt undeserving of happiness while she was in pain. In a distant memory, Eri recalled the traumatic moment when her caretaker was punished for allowing her to escape. The image of violence haunted her, and she felt trapped, longing for the safety of her heroes. She had never run so much before, her feet burning against the concrete, but she desperately wanted to flee and find solace. Suddenly, she stopped, overwhelmed by the memories that threatened to consume her. Eri had already dashed out of an alleyway, with a few pedestrians passing by and cars rumbling on the street, vibrating the ground beneath her bare feet. The cold voice echoed in the alley behind her, urging her to run faster. She sprinted, her heart racing. The voice warned her again, and she ran straight into the legs of a pedestrian, who let out a surprised yelp, but she kept moving. A part of her screamed to stop, If she didn't, many people could be hurt because of her. Her defiance had never brought freedom, only despair in its wake. But another part of her, the part that had smiled and danced at the concert held by Deku and his friends, urged her to keep going. That part had learned that if she ran a little faster, she could break free from the shadows of the underground world. 𝗵𝗲 cheered her on, encouraging her to push forward. The voice behind her, now filled with rage, echoed ominously, warning her of the consequences of her actions. Eri was the only one on the street who could hear that chilling voice, but the pedestrians around her shouted in fear, not for their own safety, but for hers. A hand suddenly grabbed hers, sending a jolt of terror through her. It was a concerned pedestrian, warning her that the light was red and that she could get hurt. Tears blurred her vision as she expressed her longing to go home. With all her strength, she yanked her hand away, eliciting another surprised shout, and then she ran straight onto the road, where moving vehicles approached like looming shadows. This time, 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝐻 grip caught her, and tears streamed down her face as she looked back at her greatest fear. The angry honks of cars swerving around them filled the air. 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝐻's expression twisted in fury as he demanded to know what had gotten into her, reminding her of the consequences of her actions. Through her tears, she noticed a glow from the corner of her eye, the glow from her horn. At the sight of her quirk activating, 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝐻's gaze turned cold. When she blinked her eyes open again, she found herself lying on the asphalt, a line of cars halted around her. Feeling 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝐻's hand against her back, she understood what had happened. The sensation of being torn apart and then put back together by his quirk was a pain she could never grow accustomed to. Her tears had run dry as 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝐻's voice dripped with venom, telling her it was time to go home. With a shudder, she realized it was all over. Maybe she should have been patient and waited for the heroes to come save her. Maybe this failed escape would only lead to more despair. She closed her eyes, searching for that little light in her mind, but it was nowhere to be found. Her name was Eri. She liked apples and sunshine and things that made her smile. The heroes would come.